Stream starting soon. Signal buffering. Calling all SCP Foundation staff. Calling all SCP Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman. Do you read me? I am watching the Critical Hazard Assessment Team, otherwise known as the chat, to see if our signal is coming through loud and clear. I believe it is, after last week's mistakes. That little incident with me, the toaster you can only talk about in the first person, is completely fixed. We are not putting our signal through me. We are putting it through the proper channels this time. If you are watching on YouTube, please make sure to like and share and comment and all that good jazz. Join us in the chat using your Foundation-issued encrypted YouTube account. I'm talking to you, Steve. Don't use your civilian account again. The signal is going through. We are going live in 3, 2, 1. Hey there, Foundation staff. I'm Dr. Theron Sherman, and this is Billith. Welcome to the stream.
Hello. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. How has your weekend and week been?
It's been a week. I've been working real hard. Slept a long time last night. It was great.
I will sleep in September. That is my next time I have a day off. So
I pick one day a month. It's good. It's my me day.
I have my traditional mozzarella sticks and boba, and that means we are ready for the Dr. Cimmerian reading all the SCP-7000 entry spectacular.
Woo!
Remember that we are doing this first and foremost, everybody, because our dear, dear friend Dr. Cimmerian was ruthlessly attacked by a tree. It tried to kill him. It missed. The donations are in the description if you want to help out with that cause. Every dollar you donate buys 1 milliliter of amnestic, so our buddy Cimmerian can forget this ever happened.
Correct. Support Team Fire. We're currently at work burning down every tree in a 300-mile radius of Cimmerian's house. It's costly.
Team Amnestics and Team Burn the Trees are both working at maximum capacity. Please donate to our cause. We are going to be talking a lot less fluff in these streams because there's still God knows how many of these to read. So we are going to get right to the good stuff today. We're not going to farf around. So we are rolling down. Look at all these articles that read and all the ones we still have to read. Click here to see the entries in order of posting. Here is what we've covered so far. And we are starting with Veralta's Mangaka in the High Castle, Melancholy of the Rising Sun.
Hopefully the length of that title is not indicative of the length of the article, but we'll see.
All right. Let's move my microphone
my quality there. See, I looked a little pixelated on the stream, so reduced to the quality of my microphone. Hope that helps.
Ooh, you look much sharper, yes.
Yeah. Turns out streaming in 1080p is not necessarily the best thing at all times.
Okay, we have chat, we have TikTok. TikTok, get over to YouTube if you want to see the good stuff. And see and hear Billith, I guess. All right, this looks good for this stream share. I'll see if I have to adjust that later. But other than that, let's take it from the top. I'll take this first one. For sovereign eyes only. Classified top secret by the Philippine branch of the Foundation. Provision of this file to other branches of the Foundation, as well as groups not closely affiliated with the Philippine branch, is a Class 5 national security violation and is thus punishable by demotion to D-Class under charges of treason. Oh boy. Well, we're reading it, gang. Level 5, classified. Item number SCP-7000, Object Class Keter. An illustration by Philippine Branch Agent Hoshimi Kitsukumi. The art style is reminiscent of an extinct form of Japanese literature. Check out this wonderful artwork here. I must assume that's probably original, so whoever made that is dope. Maybe it's Creative Commons, I don't know, but either way.
It's neat.
Special containment procedures. As SCP-7000 comprises East Asia and operates as a dominant branch of the Foundation, it is currently uncontainable by the standards of the Philippine branch. If SCP-7000 is brought to light in international Foundation discourse, its influence among Foundation branches poses significant risks of internal dissent and breakdowns within the Foundation itself. In an attempt to weaken SCP-7000, the Philippine branch has initiated Operation Filibusterismo. It aims to destabilize SCP-7000 through mythological anomalies, propaganda warfare, and weaponization of forms of entertainment banned in SCP-7000, such as anime and manga. The first key component of this operation is the cooperation of surviving Korean and Chinese mythological and thaumaturgic entities, which have been steadily growing in number since the 1960 and 1970 purges. Operation Filibusterismo may utilize these recruited entities as spies, tools, or bait. The second key component is the Propaganda Division, composed of Philippine branch agents, either homegrown or recruited from within SCP-7000. Many of these agents are East Asian and anomalous by nature. The Propaganda Division is also in charge of documenting the contacted mythological entities and turning their narratives and histories into propaganda illustrations and comics. The Propaganda Division's main themes are nostalgia, nationalist secrets, and opportunities in diversity and freedom, intended to target the disillusioned residents of SCP-7000. The third key component of the comic convention is the Comic Convention Plan. This convention would feature the works of Operation Filibusterismo and mass propaganda attacks during the November festivities of SCP-7000. The Philippine government is currently sending agents, personnel, and material in secret to SCP-7000 territory via cover companies and cooperative buffer countries. Fake locations of the Comic Convention are being leaked to SCP-7000. The Philippines is to feign the continuation of its alliance and deference to SCP-7000, contributing funds and personnel. On the other hand, it has been clandestinely funding propaganda and disinformation campaigns throughout SCP-7000. Collected Chinese and Korean artifacts are to be planted by Philippine agents throughout SCP-7000, in the guise of being hidden by cultural revivalists and rebels. To gain the trust of the Japanese branch, the Philippines will provide intel on these materials. Operation Filibusterismo has heavy provisions on research involving time travel or reality manipulation to correct SCP-7000. The operation's heads cite the possibility of undoing the progress of the Philippines, which has prospered into a highly advanced and industrialized regional power in Asia. Description: SCP-7000 refers to the Japanese Empire, particularly its modern-day existence stemming from its victory as an Allied power in World War II. Multiple parahistorical and multiversal analyses commissioned secretly by the Philippine branch indicate that SCP-7000 should have been a principal member of the Axis powers. In approximately 99.2% of all studied alternate timelines, Japan would surrender to the United States of America during the final stages of the war, resulting in the dismantlement of its Korean, Chinese, and Pacific imperial territories. In baseline reality, however, China served as the East Asian Axis power. In all universes, including baseline, Germany has a crucial hand in engineering China's rapid industrialization, such as the Nanchang and Queichao railway projects and the Three-Year Plan. Furthermore, Germany advanced military modernization via reconstruction of arsenals, establishment of mustard gas and chemical plants, and joint production of military hardware. A significant divergence occurs in 1933 to 1937, often called the Divine Wind in modern-day Japanese circles. Influenced by significant German business interests, German leadership under Adolf Hitler deemed China as an economically viable and militarily capable ally. China also refused to sign the Sino-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, instead choosing to focus on less binding ceasefires. SCP-7000 propaganda concerning investments and financial conservation. SCP-7000 used variations of this poster for the Great Imperial Recession of 2020. Again, very pretty. So where was I? Divine Wind. Influenced by significant German business interests, Adolf Hitler deemed China as an economically viable and militarily capable ally. China also refused to sign the Sino-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, instead choosing to focus on less binding ceasefires. These factors led to the successful initiation of China as one of the Axis powers in World War II. China's fragmented leadership at the time, however, and internal issues led to less than ideal use of its military and economic capacity. SCP-7000 took advantage of this development by joining the Allied powers. This decision allowed it easy access to Western technology, as well as oil and agricultural products from allied Asian countries such as the Philippines, Indonesia, and French Indochina. With a massive material advantage, as well as the maintenance of a good reputation, Japan was able to cripple China as early as 1943. At the end of the war in 1944, SCP-7000 kept its current holdings, plus a significant amount of Chinese territory. It remained neutral and isolationist during the Cold War, focusing on control of its territory. To illustrate, it negotiated control of formerly Chinese regions such as Inner Mongolia and Qinghai with the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, countries such as the Philippines remained virtually untouched, accruing wartime profits. However, it later faced multiple internal issues, with reduction of efficiency in its ethnic cleansing and educational propaganda methods, as well as significant downturns in its economy. Furthermore, it has remained culturally conservative and traditionalist, often implementing significant restrictions or even bans on Western entertainment such as comics, animation, and video games. SCP-7000 was only deemed anomalous upon the creation of sufficiently sophisticated Philippine parahistorical tools and technology in 2000. Under purview of the Philippine government, SCP-7000 is key to the mobilization of resources and technology of the Philippine branch. A weakened SCP-7000, and by extension a more fractured Japanese branch, is significantly beneficial to the Philippine government and its Foundation branch. The Japanese branch is one of the dominant parts of the Foundation, albeit with significantly decreasing and ossifying efficiency due to its own internal issues and general conservatism. Therefore, SCP-7000 is highly detrimental to the performance of the Foundation in Asia. Furthermore, there is mounting evidence that SCP-7000 is beginning to puppeteer neighboring branches through methods such as debt traps, aggressive negotiations, and bribery and blackmail of regional officials. These actions threaten the checks and balances within the Foundation. The Philippine branch has rationalized that SCP-7000's geopolitical serendipity is anomalous, and with the absence of sufficient reality manipulation tools to properly contain SCP-7000, has opted to wage war via Operation Filibusterismo. Mangaka in the High Castle Logs. To illustrate the inner workings and typical missions of Operation Filibusterismo, the logs and commentaries of two members of Operation Filibusterismo, collectively known as the Mangaka in the High Castle, or High Castle in short, are provided below. Brief profiles of these members are also attached. Mangaka in the High Castle profile. The High Castle pair is composed of anomalous humanoid entities of East Asian descent. Minoru Umino has the appearance of a young adult male, accompanied by an incomplete levitating orb that enables its temporary and energy-intensive conversion to a draconic entity reminiscent of traditional Asian water dragons. Hoshimi Kitsukumi is a young adult female with Voltin features, such as secondary set of highly mobile ears and a tail. Both entities can thaumaturgically conceal their features. The pair is currently on field duty, owing to their anomalous capabilities. Minoru Umino profile. An agent recruited from the Umino Water Dragon clan, which sought refuge and later citizenship within Philippine territory after World War II. As a graduate of Philippine cultural weaponization programs, he has been active on the field for 5 years, specializing in espionage, reconnaissance, and sabotage. Anomaly strength analysis classifies Umino, I guess one of those needs to be taken out, Umino as a level 2 entity in his humanoid form, and level 4 in his draconic form. Furthermore, Umino is adept at ontokinetically manipulating streams of water from sources such as the ground, seas, and rivers. This capability is consistent with mythological descriptions of Korean water dragons. In his draconic form, whose length can range from 1 to 5 meters depending on its available energy, Umino can cruise at flight speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. It is capable of carrying packages and up to 9 personnel. Profile: Hoshimi Kitsukumi. A defector from SCP-7000 following her disillusionment with her family and society. She is the 5th daughter of the highly affluent Kitsukumi Zaibatsu, a company specializing in surveillance and security products. The Kitsukumi family formerly was a minor and unknown family of Gumiho. Footnote: Korean Volpine entities in mythology. Link goes to a page just called Gumiho, I think it must be a tale about it, which collaborated with Japan to subjugate and ethnically cleanse Korea via heavily funded propaganda and disclosure of other thaumaturgic and mythological entities. As a Gumiho, she is capable of energy-intensive shape-shifting into humanoid forms, although it can only reliably mimic young adult females due to a lack of mastery. Aside from shape-shifting, however, she is functionally identical to a normal female. Of note, however, is Kitsukumi's artistic and creative ability in terms of comics and depictions, which she uses to create manga published in secret over the linked net. Her works were initially based on the hidden confessions, notes, and principles of her father regarding World War II and the family's role in the Japanese invasions. Using company technology, she was able to discreetly coordinate with several nationalist underground movements via the linked net. She was later scouted by Umino to work together online. After Kitsukumi's near arrest, Umino rescued her, eventually integrating her into field duty. Image: a photograph carried by Kitsukumi depicting Japanese and American Army observers of the nuclear bombing of Juke, known previously as Chungking, the last seat of the Chinese national government and of the Axis powers, on November 1st, 1944. Big kaboom.
That link to Gumiho is actually it's the Serpent's Hand interpretation. It's like it just gives a 953 the Kitsune more. It's about the Kitsune. It's
Okay,
953.
nice.
That's me 953.
Thanks for checking that out. As a recruited citizen of SCP-7000, Kitsukumi's behavior indicates a cultural identity crisis, which is important to note for its circumstances in the following sovereign missions and the literary works it creates. It has penned a commentary, framed as a letter regarding this issue. The commentary is provided below. Billith, I've got to shoot a text message off. I'm going to give this to you for a bit.
Sure. Sorry, I was just catching back up. You just started with the letter?
Yes, letter 7000-01.
Just making sure. Okay.
And TikTok, I'll be right back.
All right. Filed under document type LTR-0815 7/20/2020. Letter 7000-01. Footnote, image caption. A photograph of me by my grandmother a few days before you took me away and beyond. Footnote. Romanized as Heike, formal Japanese opening in letters. The autumn is ever deepening, although I feel that some of summer's oppressive heat lingers to this day. Yet, the wistfulness among the red leaves reminds me of those days I spent before our voyages together. I would rouse from my sleep and around 6 a.m. and prepare myself with the aid of Kinoko, one of our family maids. Then I would report to one of my aunts for work and training. By that point, work consisted of creating illustrations and advertisements for the sake of publicizing our espionage products. Rather ironic now that I think about it. Then, occasionally, your illustration and story requests came to me via that mechanical crow, and I send the finished comics through it. I really liked those requests about demons pranking people around them, as well as the stories about Guisin apparitions and grim reapers in wide-brimmed hats. I must have you know, though, that we Kitsune, we Gumiho, don't really have a taste for human liver today. If you try to force it, I myself will feast on your liver, you know? As a daughter of Zaibatsu, I wouldn't say that my life here is empty. It would be such a privileged view, but I felt that something really was missing. I remembered what my father had said, which reflected what you said later. This world has chunks of it missing, as if someone made them vanish into the abyss of time and propaganda. Father really taught me a lot in secret, drawing illustrations, vague history that I never completely believed until you arrived, and a sense of truth, I guess. While I acted as a prim and proper lady, that feeling I've seen that word, I can't remember how it's pronounced. Nostalgia for places that never existed persisted within me. Due to him, I guess that's what drove me to make those illustrations for our little underground collaborations 2 years ago. Then, a few days later, I sent several comics and illustrations to you via the underground, and we had to escape from the imperial authorities. Me on your back as we coasted through the busy streets of Heijo. Then we landed near the dilapidated shrine, where you told me about the truth behind the peninsula, its old name of Korea or Choson, and how the Second World War truly ended. I remember one question you asked me. I must say, while it was fairly cheesy, it still made a mark. Tell me, are you a citizen of Japan or of the peninsula, Korea? Despite all of them, I still feel conflicted about my completely Japanese heritage, even though I was a bit of a black sheep in our family and did not feel much about all the ceremonies I had to do. Raised as Japanese, talks like a Japanese, acts like a typical Oju. I attend all of those parties, meetings, and occasionally even marriage interviews with sons of powerful home island families, apparently to improve our bloodline. This family of mine really pushed and molded me into the state I am in now. I feel I can never encapsulate the ideals of the Korean lady, but I hope that you can still trust me enough. As for me, I will try, for your sake, the sake of history, the sake of the peninsula, and the sake of doing something in my dreary life. Lastly, I'm reminded of saying my grandmother occasionally told me, footnote, romanized as Shiranu ga Hotake, okay? It means, not knowing is Buddha. With that phrase in mind, I wonder what Grandma would say about you and me today. In any case, I hope that we continue our journey. Please take care of yourself. It's getting very hot nowadays, and I fear that you've become very exhausted. Footnote, romanized as Kishiko, formal feminine manner of closing a letter in Japanese. Very good.
All right, I'll take it back for now. As one of its key missions for Operation Filibusterismo, the High Castle pair investigated SCP-7000 Heite, a former Korean mythological entity known as a symbol of justice and law, and as a guardian against fires and natural disasters. Recovered cultural data depicts it as a one-horned entity displaying canine and leonine features. SCP-7000 Heite has gone into hiding since the Imperial Purges of 1960 to 1965, and has only been recently rediscovered and recruited into Operation Filibusterismo. Sovereign Mission 7000-01. Code Mamayang Gabi Yi Mangaka Karun Pista. Filed under document type MIS 0815. July 27, 2020. Sovereign Mission 7000-01. Pictured a stylized depiction of SCP-7000 Heite, located on the grounds of its camouflaged abode. Location: North Heilong Province, Korea. Start log. Alright, so we've got Kitsukuni, Umino, Heite. Is that all? Just the three of them? Just the three of them, it looks like. We'll see if there's anyone way down there, but... Alright, so how about I take the agents and you take Heite? Sound good? From the top. 8 p.m. A full moon overlooks the northeastern provinces of the peninsula. Umino crosses 3 arched bridges leading to the disguised SCP-7000 Heite's residence. Umino then commences his search for Kitsukumi. The whole area is littered with wooden tablets containing carvings of SCP-7000 Heite, grouped by 3, 8, and 9. Several dolls resembling it hang on pine trees present within the area. Thaumaturgic Buddhist enchantments casted on the ground in the form of calligraphy link these dolls and tablets. Wine, fruits in 3 colors, and rice cake are offered at the center of the area. Umino sighs, walking between the rows of pine trees where it finds several hand tools and unfinished carvings. As Umino picks up the scattered tools, Kitsukumi, who is wearing a surgical mask over her fox mask, taps him from behind. Am I beautiful? Yeah, you're beautiful. Kitsukumi removes her surgical mask, although her fox mask still completely conceals its face. Am I still beautiful? Yeah? Kitsukumi then removes her fox mask. Underneath it is another fox mask, this time with a more pronounced grin painted on it. Umino presses its hand on its forehead. Ugh, you sure like to do pointless things. What's up with you today? Kitsukumi chuckles for several seconds, covering the mouth part of its mask with a flowered handkerchief. Minoru, can't a young lady have some fun? I imagine myself being watched by people thinking I went mad as I placed dozens of these wooden carvings in the middle of nowhere. So I decided, why not? Maybe the idea of a crazy fox girl role-playing Miss Slitmouth can give birth to a new random urban legend I can write into something. Plus, you sure did take your sweet time going away so suddenly. I wasn't enjoying myself. My gut told me there were threats lurking around, like that Imperial soldier girl who carries around multiple flags. I feel she has already caught wind of us. Eh? If it's really true that she now knows us, it makes it worse that you left an innocent, pure girl behind in this forest. Take responsibility for that. All right. I will buy you an extra big fried liver in the next city. Anyway, are the preparations done? Kitsukumi points around her surroundings. I finished putting all the dolls and tablets, as well as the magical seals, in the correct positions, as per the schematics you gave me. I even double-checked and triple-checked everything, but I soon got too tired. Good grief, you're working a girl day and night without rest. We're in a god's house, you know. Get some of your elegant young lady act back together. Let's cast the primary spells now. Umino digs out a buried earthen jar in the center of the area. He then checks its interior for water. There's less salt water in the past. Lord Heite must be getting really agitated. As Kitsukumi plays a zither, Umino uses his thaumaturgic capabilities to refill the jar. He then buries it again, inscribing the water symbol on the sides of the burial mound. After reciting 3 incantations, he prepares for the final lines. O great and just protector against fires and calamities, Lord Heite, please grant passage and contact with this lowly group of travelers, as we bring you new propositions from the Philippines. The time that we meet again for the peninsular dream has come. Jet streams of water shoot from the ground as the area's visibility decreases due to fog. The water coalesces into a small pagoda, which Umino and Kitsukumi enter. Their Hume meters report significantly decreasing values as they climb down the pagoda. They then walk forward at the bottom, passing through a narrow corridor lined with bookshelves and miniature ships, pagodas, and terracotta figures. The bell sounds through the area as a 5-meter-tall, leonine, scaled entity lands in front of Umino and Kitsukumi. Its right eye is gouged out, and the horn on its head is cracked and broken. Necrotic dermatitis has begun to set in on a few of its scales. It puffs before speaking broken Japanese.
Ha! One wondered when you would come again.
You do not seem well, Lord Heite.
My jars of blessings will soon dry up, along with my vitalities. As per our contract, it is good that you will still bring tidings to my abode, though time has been running out much faster than I have expected.
Yes, recently the Japanese Peninsular Authority and the Mainland Commission have been cracking down on us. It has made it relatively hard for me to move.
One wonders why you had the time to accommodate a maiden, even more so a high society girl. I'm sure that the Philippines did not have girls like her in mind as part of your education.
Kitsukumi tries to retort, but she simply bows her head. She's a companion. Aristocratic blood. SCP-7000 Heite glares. She makes good stories, like the comics you and the underground movement received a month ago. She's also the one I talked about with you a month or so ago.
Ah, the story about the flying pagodas and the role of guardians like me at the palace. The ending was too optimistic, I must say, and the characterization were quite inaccurate. It's entertainment nonetheless for someone living in this rotten home. I do remember the days at the palace, but they are now just forgotten stories. Still, what is your name?
Kitsukumi Hoshimi. Just a normal girl now. I'm here to request your favor in further documenting, illustrating the days of old, such as your life.
Kitsukumi. Ah, Kitsukumi. That's the name of the old fox took up after the war. Heard from the winds he built up a powerful spy company at the expense of his family's pride and history. And things have come full circle with one of his granddaughters defecting from all the decadence. A cycle of traitors. Say, young lady, is it a bid for familial redemption?
Bowing, Kitsukumi remains silent. Umino speaks up. Please bequeath some of your trust onto her. She has basically thrown her life away in dedication to the Philippine missions.
Well, never mind the questions. Kitsukumi Agassi. Footnote. Archaic Peninsular honorific. I still humor you, though. Umino here trusts you enough, and I don't have too many options, anyway, for storytelling. Can't keep talking and talking to myself about them. Speak.
You are the palace gatekeeper spoken of in a few legends. Am I correct?
So the legends still persist. I thought all the writings about it were burnt 100 years ago. Too many piles of books and scrolls burnt, with a few repurposed into imperial propaganda. My mind's also fading away after all those decades. Did someone teach them to you?
My father taught them to me. At least some of them. I have also based my illustrations from the stories of the underground movement.
To think that a pair of father-daughter black sheep and hearsay would be my legacy's hope. I still remember the last emperor. I definitely still know his Highness's temple name, Xianzhong? Ah, yes, Sunzhong. I recall how His Highness played with his often exhausted retainers when he was a child, and how he ultimately assumed imperial rule after his father was deposed. And up to, well, around 1910s and 1920s, where he lost everything. The peninsula. I tried to fiercely resist once things went south, but the imperial thaumaturges and the Japanese army hunted me back north. Took hostage of and firebombed multiple cities and villages to lure me out. Destroyed all traces of me, my statues too, especially after the war. The pagodas didn't survive too. Peninsula no longer existed the way I knew it.
SCP-7000 Heite scratches its non-functional eye. Kitsukumi remains silent, with one hand sketching out few of the scenes detailed by SCP-7000 Heite.
Looks like my story now only exists on paper. You know, once our stories are gone, we Guardians will also lose our grip, and even our minds on the mortal realm. At the very least, the stories your companion draws slow down the erosion.
Lord Hete, we still can change our fates in the following days. The Philippines is planning a wonderful occasion around November.
Let me guess. A revolution of the people? Naive. The Philippines only chooses to act long after the war? The wind says that the peninsula no longer needs that. Its people's loyalty have shifted winds after decades of mind conditioning cultural erasure. They're Japanese now, right? Heir of the Miru and Imugi. Answer me. Footnote. Aquatic draconic entities of the ancient peninsula.
For the past decade, the Philippines has bankrolled a massive social media propaganda campaign on the LinkedIn, calling for a return to the golden ages of the mythological, for them anyway, Korean peninsula. The comics you have seen are part of that. With the economic recession underway, people are angry, Lord Hete, and they are willing to believe. Taking Kitsukumi away also lends credence to the rumors about the old corporate families slowly fleeing due to danger.
Ha! So they only cling to caricatures of their heritage once they fear their stomachs will go hungry. Still, I wonder if this is the only way left to regain my friends' lives and my culture, albeit in bastardized form. Seems like a loser's way of doing things, to think I was called a protector.
I believe that you still serve as an honorable protector of the peninsula. The villages around your abode are relatively pristine and peaceful, while you continue to preserve multiple legacies of the peninsula. Please, have at least a little faith in your people.
This girl speaks her mind just like that. Umino, that plan of yours, of the Philippines, I bet it concerns sacrifice, no? And a lot of luck, perhaps? There it is. I doubt that the Philippines is betting on high chances of success.
Lord Hete, it's a gambit that we are planning against the Japanese Empire. The success of the whole project is dependent on what Tokyo does.
Oh? Tell me, are your cute little comics supposed to prod the Empire? The sleeping giant?
That depends on how you want to interpret it, Lord Hete. We are in a narrow window of opportunity, after all, and we do need much more than just comics. Please peruse these documents for the information needed. Umino signals Kitsukumi to hand over stacks of scrolls.
Despite going against the Empire, the Philippines sure has taken a few lessons from its old war ally. Anyway, I will think about it. I will share my blessings and power once the time is right.
In any case, the Philippines wishes for you to remember its promise. Once you see the lamp explode in the night skies of the peninsula, we can ensure that you, your friends, and your beloved culture can rise again. Please cooperate with us at the designated meeting points. Passes several documents.
If the whole thing fails,
then at least you dealt a final Keogeo to a weakened empire. The Philippines will also probably keep peninsular artifacts far longer for a future second round.
I see. So the Philippines is aiming for a win-win situation. For us.
Stares out of the pagoda into the multitudes of pine trees, sighing. Please trust us. I promise you on my honor as the Lady of the Kitsukumi Zaibatsu.
All right. Faces Umino. Heir of the Miru and the Amugi. I believe you have one last thing to say?
Yes. One of the pieces of the broken orb of the dragons, which you hold.
Dragon Balls? It's in my understanding that I am one to bring it to the meeting point, no? You plan to only combine all of the pieces for the grand finale, right?
Correct, Lord Hete. It is safer in the hands of the Protector until the time comes. In any case, we're going further north now. We're going to need updates about the magic we need.
Don't tell me you're going to contact that bastard goblin of a woman. Oh well, she probably contributed more to this operation than me.
A female goblin? Won't she be, like, really green and alien? No. She's a Dokkaebi. That is, she's a nature spirit, and that somewhat does resemble a goblin or ogre in a few places. But she's much more personable. I just hope she wouldn't screw around with a relatively new recruit like you. Anyway, she has resources and connections the Philippines needs if it ever wants the comic convention to ever get off the ground.
That was funny. I liked it.
And a log. Illustrations drawn by the group Scarlet Pen. The Scarlet Pen was a casualty of the 1981 creative media reformation, which targeted mangaka such as Osamu Tezuka and budding video game studios. Ooh, that gets big. Obtaining approval from the Operation Filibusterismo Committee, the High Castle pair then searched for SCP-7000 Dokkaebi, whose invisibility and matter manipulation capabilities are crucial to the Phase 2 of Operation Filibusterismo. SCP-7000 Dokkaebi escaped to the populous neighboring territory of Manchuria, an area exploited by SCP-7000 for cheap mass labor and resources. SCP-7000 Dokkaebi is a Korean nature spirit, known for tattoos and trickery, and has approximately 120 minor Dokkaebi under its helm. Sovereign Mission 7000-02. Boop. Filed under document type MIS-0815, July 29th, 2020. Internationally released map of Manchuria, also known as Manchukuo or Manchukuo. Manchukoku. There we go. Location: Harubin, Manchuria. Start log. I assume this will be the same structure as the last one.
Yeah, this is a different one. So I'll cover Dokkaebi.
Gotcha. Having arrived in Harubin 2 hours ago, Kitsukumi and Umino walk through the streets of Harubin. Crowds of ethnic Japanese and Soviet citizens dominate Harubin's streets. Both Kitsukumi and Umino wear the Concordia costume, a standard Manchuria clothing based on the Imperial Japanese uniform with Manchuria flag pins on the collar. We got lost in the Ice City of all places. Damn it, Hoshimi, you figured out what the coordinates are supposed to be represent? Not yet. It all feels too foggy. Let's head to the industrial zone. I think that's the way. The Harubin industrial zone is filled with factories focusing on aeronautics, wood production, cigarettes, power plant equipment, food processing, and sugar refineries. Kitsukumi and Umino observe a group of 5 workers from one of the sugar refineries. 2 of the workers have noticeable hand and facial scars. These workers banter with each other, sharing their food supplies. Kitsukumi frowns as she comes in contact with people, particularly when shabbily dressed inhabitants, identifying as disabled war veterans and homeless ex-workers, beg for alms. Kitsukumi slightly grimaces, but quickly nods. Umino notices. Kitsukumi, these guys don't really have much in life. Most of Harubin's, and by extension Manchuria, don't have a college education. Not because Japanese get priority, though that's one part of it. The Empire simply overextended its power and reach. Anyway, they're stuck in these factories until they die of overwork or get mangled by a machine. Haven't you seen these kind of people in your family company? No, not really. I haven't visited one of my family's factories. The situation is slightly better in the peninsula, but there's a reason why anything except for Japan and maybe Taihoku are called resource colonies. Sorry. Very sorry. Umino stares. Peninsular thing, I guess. And not just among rich people like me. Most of us Koreans have been conditioned to feel, Japanese, that is, superior in the imperial hierarchy. That even the lowliest person on the peninsula has an innate purity. I guess this belief made it easier for the Empire. I see. Well, anyway, just don't stare too much if you can't. No, that would defeat the point of it all. Alright then. Let's go to a small park next. We're supposed to meet someone there after that escape from the Flag Girl. By the way, Kitsukumi, keep a low profile. The Japanese branch has sent some grunts to patrol this place. At the park, Kitsukumi and Umino observe youths playing football, the primary sport of Manchuria. The youths panic as the ball is sent careening towards the plum trees near Kitsukumi and Umino. The ball then hits the canopy, from which a black hat then falls. What's with this floating hat? Ah, that prankster again. Enveloped by blue flames, Umino suddenly turns invisible. Kitsukumi panics. An attack? How did they get here so quickly? Kitsukumi determines that her left hand is clutching a note. It reads, if you want to see them again, go to the only cathedral of the city. On the verge of a panic attack, Kitsukumi slips out and reads a map from her pocket. Saint Sophia Cathedral, eh? Kitsukumi paces through the primarily Japanese-style Harubin Central Street, bumping through the residence. The last of Harubin's signature European-style edifices have been demolished 3 years ago. The St. Sophia Cathedral is the only remaining such building. Japanese Foundation agent Aishin Kakura, in plain clothes and patrolling Harubin, spots Kitsukumi. She then gives chase, prompting Kitsukumi to run quickly through the streets, slightly shapeshifting at every turn. Kitsukumi detours through a small park en route to the cathedral. Halfway through, she gets blocked by a 2-meter-wide flag. Aishin Kakura pulls out a gun and shoots 2 times at Kitsukumi, both of which misses due to gusts of wind. Dodging, Kitsukumi quickly casts a thaumaturgic spell and shapeshifts into a small fox, hurriedly escaping. Never mind. Aishin Kakura gives chase, riding a levitating flagpole in a broomstick-esque manner. Kitsukumi runs through multiple roofs and tree canopies, occasionally trespassing through homes' windows. Meanwhile, Aishin Kakura attempts to wrap Kitsukumi using multiple flags sent at high velocities. Kitsukumi barely dodges as she enters one of the cathedral's small openings caused by disrepair. Aishin Kakura also enters. However, an entity, invisible save for its hat, grapples with her using wrestling techniques. Aishin Kakura manages to escape its grasp, but is soon recaptured and tied via thaumaturgic bindings. A panting Kitsukumi transforms back to her humanoid form. Meanwhile, Umino reappears, checking Kitsukumi for any injuries. Dawa, you idiot! Your little test nearly got her killed! SCP-7000 Dokkaebi fully manifests as a heavily tattooed female humanoid entity wearing antique clothing called hanbok. You are on mute, my friend.
That was voice acted. Sorry. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, kid. I was protecting her when she was escaping. Anyway, we achieved the goal of capturing this agent. I didn't think it would be that easy.
Why don't you take Aishin Kakura as well?
Sure. A fox, a goblin, from what I assume to be a water dragon. I see they have infiltrated this deep.
Kitsukumi embraces Umino for several seconds. Minoru, you're safe, and what exactly do you want? Glares at SCP-7000 Dokkaebi.
Don't be too angry, little Gumiho. Pranks are Dokkaebi's way of greeting. Plus, haven't you realized that this girl here is a sharpshooter? Why do you think you didn't ever get hit?
Forgive her for now. She has a certain sense of humor.
Don't be so rude. Anyway, I'm Doakim, a Dokkaebi. Sorta similar to your Japanese Oni. I'm a lady of tricks and good fortune, and of course, an ally to whatever you guys are planning.
Good fortune, eh? Though I can easily see the tricky part.
Anyway, my dear little fox, would you forgive me if I spill my guts out now?
I can point you to a sword nearby. Though, do tell us the news quickly, if that's what you mean by the spilling part. We're wasting enough time here as it is. Umino manifests bubbles of highly concentrated salt water to block Aishin Kakura's ears and eyes.
Poor agent. Sits and consumes red bean rice cakes it's stored in its bag. Anyway, let me preface this news with the following saying. Luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. It truly is the golden time for us to move, you know.
Have you sent out all your boys?
Yep, they're busy putting themselves in the right place now, along with the invisibility hats and the magic clubs they need for the whole shebang. Passes multiple scrolls. I also contacted many of my old friends. Turns out the Empire didn't do a good job of cleaning us out. Lucky us.
I see. You still have 2 more months to prepare, but it's good you finish quickly. Also, the piece of the dragon orb that my family entrusted to you?
It's in a safe place, ready to be brought out when the time finally comes. Faces Kitsukumi. By the way, I'm really sorry, little fox. Those things earlier.
Kitsukumi is silent for several seconds before sighing. I just wish to ask something. Miss Dawa, what's the comic convention really going to entail?
For the answer to that question, I think our little Japanese agent here also needs to hear about it.
What? Umino motions to her using a preset signal, stating that is all part of the plan. Umino disables the bubbles muffling Aishin Kakura's ears, though her eyes remain shut. SCP-7000 Dokkaebi puts its right hand on Aishin Kakura's head.
What are you? Oh, a Manchurian native, a true blue spirit of the Empire who ironically knows some of the past. Let me tell you something, child. Encompassing a huge chunk of the Empire's territory, the comic convention will fully show you the truth of the past and all of what you and your kind have lost. We'll be playing a game of public persuasion. Propaganda? No, the exact truth. You and your little Japanese branch might have caught wind already of the convention, but it is far grander than what you have hypothesized. If I'm correct, you have a counter-operation called Operation Matsuri in the works, no? We'll be looking forward to a grand showdown of wits and charisma in November. A fight. You very well know that the Empire has many resources in the field, no? But pure grit and the right moves can undo whatever material advantage you might have. Never underestimate decades worth of simmering wrath in preparations. Tell your superiors that, all right? We'll be waiting for you personally. Tell me something. Why deal a blow at Japan at this point? If the Empire fragments, multiple regions would be utterly destabilized. I know that you are Korean, but don't you think that the vast majority of East Asia is already culturally and practically Japanese? You'll be dealing more harm if you think you can make them believe your truth. It's worth a try. Plus, don't you think that with the way the Empire handled things, there will be growing disappointment with the people? Don't you think that there has been a surge of interest in the myths of old? It's the 21st century right now. A modern place different from the cities and villages of the past. It's a lost cause. Don't tell me you and your friends are going to rule the place, because that would only burn things down. It's the golden window of opportunity right now. The myths haven't fully faded yet. And even that sweet spot for nostalgia among disillusioned people. The stars have aligned. We have competent people in our ranks. Anyway, why did you tell your whole plan to me? As a Cirium, you might know it as a sumo wrestler. I'm a highly honorable being, so I announce my fights proudly. I thought that honorable Japanese like you would know. Grinning, SCP-7000 Dokkaebi signals Umino to deafen Aishin Kakura again.
Kitsukumi paces and looks toward the ceiling. This is a highly illogical thing to do, announcing things so openly. Unless you were riling them up for something else.
Smart girl, aren't you? My boys, numbering in the hundreds, are also telling captured agents the same thing in different ways. A few of them did the same as me, brag about it. Others let the agents barely hear the plan. Many of us spouted different versions of the plan.
It's a gambit. It's highly likely they will make their own convention or festival, much grander than what we could realistically do. And that's the key to Operation Filibusterismo. Don't tell me you're planning to subvert... Dawa, so much for your declaration of honor back there.
Oi, I just remembered, you're one of those people who draws manga about us Koreans, right? Umino told me something about that once, for morale and propaganda purposes.
What of it?
Try to make me look sexy there, okay? Who knows? Maybe some Japanese are into that thing. I will give you some of my prized jelly cakes after Operation Filibusterismo if you do that.
Kitsukumi sighs. End log. Selected SCP-7000-01 Manga Catalog.
Ooh, more of the art. That'd be good.
The Operation Filibusterismo Committee reevaluated SCP-7000, concluding that its performance can be efficiently optimized if the duo focused on creating propagandistic material instead of additionally allocating time for field duty. Thus, they were ordered to stay at clandestine Philippine Site 815 until Phase 2 of Operation Filibusterismo commences in November. The following excerpts originate from the literature produced by Kitsukumi and Minoru during their stay at Site 815. The selected texts presented here are based mainly on SCP-7000's experiences. They are one of the best performing duos of the project, according to quality and quantity standards. All of their works will be presented in the upcoming comic convention in November. Two of the comics, Narrative 7000-01 and Narratives 7000-02, have also been adapted for animation. Filed under document type NAR 0815, October 4th, 2020. Narrative 7000-01, a panel from the Dragon Ball manga written by Meiko Toriyama and Kitsukumi. You called it. Title, Dragon Ball. Notes, co-illustrated by Kitsukumi and Meiko Toriyama. It is based on one of the canceled works of Toriyama's father, banned due to its use of the famed Chinese character Sun Wukong and its depiction of a fascist empire. Start synopsis. At the start, a simian youth meets a heavily injured girl capable of transforming into a water dragon. The girl tells him that the dragon is on a mission to retrieve the 7 pieces of the eponymous Dragon Ball. Footnote, based on the Asian concept of a draconic orb, a major source of mythical draconic powers, scattered through the eastern continent. Once all pieces are gathered, they reform into the Dragon Ball, which would give the girl the power of creation. The water dragon aims to recreate the flying utopian cities of old, where its fellow mythological entities can live in peace with their culture revived amidst the rule of the Red Ribbon Empire. Born in the hinterlands of the Red Ribbon Empire's mainland, the simian youth desires to tag along, wanting some sense of adventure. In exchange, he gives 1 piece of the Dragon Ball, inherited from his dead grandfather, to the girl. The duo travels through the continent in search of the pieces. Throughout the 15-part series, entities such as a prankster demon and a shape-shifting Voltin woman join them, as the simian youth becomes stronger and more adept at martial arts. They fight through multiple androids, imperial soldiers, and assassins which can travel via trees. The Empire also realizes the potential of the Dragon Ball, and manages to collect several pieces. At the climax, where everyone meets and is engaged in an all-out fight, the simian youth, mortally wounded, entrusts the water dragon girl to make the correct decision. After fighting against the top general of the Empire, the Flag Maiden, who can manipulate 8 flags, the water dragon retrieves the Dragon Ball and makes her wish for a utopia. The manga then ends on a flash of light emanating from the ball. End synopsis. I don't know. I don't think this concept is going to fly. Start commentary. Minoru Umino, a statue representing the Umino clan. The Umino clan escaped to the Philippines in 1952. I first saw this manga a month ago. Well, at least some of its burnt-out chapter pages, when I was rummaging through the embassy's catalog. From what I could read, it seemed like a generally light-hearted boy-meets-girl action-adventure story, peppered with a little bit of lewd jokes. After consulting with Hoshimi and our team leader, Sato, we decided to contact the daughter of the author. The author, apparently, had escaped to Manchuria following an arrest attempt in the 1990s. The daughter, meanwhile, took up an art-related and illustration job for a newspaper. After some convincing, the daughter agreed with Hoshimi to revive the series, based on my own experiences and the hidden notes of her mother. The idea of a Yoiju orb serving as a Dragon Ball came primarily from me. It was rather easy to integrate into the story. For some reason, though, the girl wrote the water dragon as a clumsy spy with a tendency of making electronic components explode. That fox probably took inspiration from my old stories at the Philippine training camp. The orb, though, it's not that easy to use. I currently have 6 pieces of the real Yoiju orb, 3 of which are taken by my grandfather when they made the flight from the Philippines. The rest of the pieces are hidden by those that stayed in East Asia, such as Lord Hate. They are to hold it until the time comes. Still, if I ever have to use it, my body will pay the price. I'm too young to use the Orb of Heaven, but I am afraid that I might have to do so in the future. I'd long accepted that as heir of the Umino clan, I have to accede to the desires of the Philippines. In exchange for reviving the culture of Korea, as my grandfather and father both wanted, I have to take advantage of any opportunity offered to me, even if it means that I get treated as a tool or pawn. Geopolitics on a grand scale simply offers scraps of luck for people like me, after all. End commentary. Filed under document type NAR 0815, October 6, 2020. Narrative 7000-2.
I don't mean to alarm you, but there's 13,000 words left in this.
Welcome to the end of hour 1. Yes, Shadow of 1471, you can in fact get an uwu. Congratulations. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. All right. Then, how many of these narratives are? I think it's going 3 narratives.
Yeah, you finish that collapsible. I can take over. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. So, a panel from the first chapter of A Festival of the Peach Blossom Spring. Notes, written and illustrated by Kitsukumi. The title and premise are references to The Peach Blossom Spring by Chinese poet Tao Yuanming, one of the few pieces of classical Chinese literature studied in SCP-7000 due to its utopian content. Start synopsis. Nekoro Kokoro, a young Nekomata. Footnote. A feline shapeshifting entity hailing from Japan. Nekomata, resident of the Yellow Sea Integration Zone, otherwise known as EASES, a utopian city levitating above the Yellow Sea, a body of water straddling China and Korea, finds a lost fox girl setting up a camp near her dimensional machine. The fox girl originated from an alternate timeline embroiled in a Cold War. The nature of the conflict is unclear, but it involves a team-up of the Japanese Empire and the Soviet Union. The fox girl hopes to determine how to gather materials for establishing racial harmony by investigating the lives of the residents of the EASES. As a slice of life series, the fox girl and the Nekomata deal with a mischievous, heavily tattooed Korean goblin who often engages in sumo with a red-masked tengu, one-footed peony dancers from the mainland, ghost water dragons who operate as taxi drivers, and lunar jade rabbits. The fox girl also gains fame as a talented Hanafuda, footnote, Japanese card game, player. She would often compete against a half-Japanese player hailing from the Philippines. The series' final arc involves a Christmas festival where the fox girl, having received orders to return to her timeline, bids goodbye to the Nekomata at a shrine. As she disappears at the strike of midnight, she promises to return, hopefully with her world in a better state. End synopsis. Start commentary, Minoru Umino. Unidentifiable Korean town from pre-war era. I can guess where the idea for this one came from. A group calling itself Avalon, apparently one of the few hundred groups in cahoots with us, sent us multiple copies of their manga a while ago. All of them focus on one thing, the idea of racial harmony, technology, and utopias. Hoshimi got utterly engrossed in reading these works, to the point that I joked that she might soon hallucinate about a talking cat. Apparently, Avalon is obsessed with including cats in their stories. Reading the whole thing, I felt that it was grossly unrealistic. Maybe Hoshimi also realized how difficult it is to write, because she often complained to me about it. As someone who ground his scales for a degree in international relations and diplomacy in De La Salle, I often wonder what the story's fox girl thought about the economic system, politics, and daily relations of the Utopia's residents. While Hoshimi, a political science major, could explain well enough how some of these worked, I did not feel satisfied. Hoshimi did say something about this piece. It's based on a dream I had before, you know, and about its realism. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to figure out how to be realistic. I haven't really interacted much with the masses after all, but I promise to try to know their life stories better. Perhaps I'm too jaded. Multiculturalism never really existed in this world, save for maybe America in the past. The Philippines itself almost got torn apart along ethnic lines in the 70s, during the height of the modern depression, to the point that they decided to solve it the hard way. What more with the idea of Japan, Korea, and China coexisting peacefully with their own cultures intact? However, I do feel there is potential. Most Japanese citizens I know are good and friendly people, and Hoshimi is practically Japanese in all but lineage. Perhaps there's hope. End commentary. Filed under document type Narrative 0815. October 10th, 2020. Narrative 7000-03. An illustration for the Not Seeing His Flower manga. Whew. This is not yawning about the story. I'm just tired in general. Title. Not Seeing His Flower. A reference to a Japanese idiom meaning reality cannot compete with imagination. Notes. Created by Kitsukumi and Amino. It is primarily based on a game titled Esprit. Created by computer engineer Sawagiri Takeda. During game development, Takeda partnered with a Dokkaebi named with Miyachi. Based on data from SCP-7000-Dokkaebi, Miyachi is specialized in delivering visions and dreams of, quote, what could have been. a spirit became one of the most popular games of the underground movements, and thus is banned by the Japanese Media Authority, otherwise known as the JMA. Start synopsis. The manga starts with Takeda bemoaning his luck in the universe, as the latest product in the video game company he works for has not obtained JMA approval. Said product involved a storyline of yokai or Japanese monsters, working as a crime-fighting ring in charge of cleaning the streets and alleys of Harubin. The JMA did not approve it due to its gritty portrayal of Harubin, which ran contrary to Japanese propaganda. The company was marked with a warning for potential subversion. Miyachi then sporadically appears to him via dreams, slowly convincing the disillusioned Takeda to create a game based on one of Miyachi's visions. Initially fearful for his life and career, as he remembered the multiple video game developers arrested in the recent decade, Takeda decides to make a spirit. Miyachi later appears in a physical form to help him with the art. A spirit involves an alternate universe where Japan, in a stroke of bad luck, joined the Axis side of World War II. At the end of the war, 3 of its cities, Kokura, Kyoto, and Niigata, receives the brunt of the nuclear bombings, while its imperial order was completely dismantled. The protagonist is a Servine yokai, or Japanese monster, who hopes to coordinate with fellow entrepreneurs to create a more progressive Japan. In the golden ending, Japan is at peace with its neighbors, while it continues to rapidly progress in technology. Miyachi is also at work on an animation film script, involving the same premise and story as Spirits. According to Miyachi, the script will be sent back to the one who needs them. Takeda questions the idea of anime, saying that it was banned many years ago, until Miyachi declares that it should be revived. Miyachi further surprises Takeda by saying that her employer has been churning multiple amounts of animated films. Footnote. Technically true, the Philippines has discreetly produced approximately 300 animations, with lengths ranging from 30 seconds to 1 hour. All of these animations are used only for Operation Filibusterismo. And that the audience will soon know the power of anime. Takeda and Miyachi then publish the game alongside their development notes and visions for the future to underground channels, before they hastily make their escape. Based on the development notes, it is highly likely that they join one of the many underground workers' rebellion or cultural revival movements in Asia. End synopsis. Start commentary. Minoru Umino. This is a photo thaumaturgically generated by a Dokkaebi as part of a vision of what could be. An alternate universe again, I see. I do wonder if we're in an unlucky universe where everything in the war went just right for the Japanese Empire. Together with Hoshimi, I played the game and the manga featured. A few edges were rough and the Fox Girl was getting smug over how I made admittedly dumb political decisions, but overall it felt entertaining. Rereading the manga with the game in mind, its pacing and story flowed well most of the time. Unlike the utopian story illustrated by Hoshimi previously, I felt that the whole thing felt more realistic, something that could have actually happened. What did Miyachi peer into, I wonder? Are Dokkaebis really that cognitive? Perhaps in an alternate universe, Korea and China exist in a better state, but the Philippines is a sorry excuse for a country. Perhaps in an alternate universe, Japan could truly coexist with others and not conquer. Perhaps the utopias that Hoshimi and the Avalon Group dream of could actually exist. Yet, we are all in this timeline, where history just went through well enough for the Empire to be on the right side and survive till the modern day. I occasionally wonder if the whole reason the Philippine branch is launching a crusade against the Japanese Empire is that its existence was an anomaly. Perhaps in the grand view of history, it wasn't meant to be. Though realistically, it can also be a lucky excuse to score some hits on the Empire for better trade deals and a stronger voice in the region. There is no harm dreaming about the possibilities of luck, though. What matters the most is how we use what luck gives us at the moment. End commentary. File under document type Narrative 0815, October 12th, 2020. Narrative 7000-04. A panel from the last chapters of the manga depicting Kitsukumi's father and Wang Chang. Title: Kitsugumi. Notes: written and illustrated by Kitsukumi, based on her family records and stories. The actual existence of Wen Chang, the god which Kitsukumi's father allegedly contacted, is not yet confirmed. Start synopsis. The mushroom cloud blooms over Jukei, signaling the end of World War II and the capitulation of the Chinese government to Imperial Japan and the United States of America. Daigo, Kitsukumi's grandfather expresses elation that the war ended early. Prime Minister Hideki Tojo recalls how China, aside from ill-fated invasions of Vietnam, Tibet, and eastern Russia, failed in being a viable Axis power and only imploded due to a mix of sanctions and internal issues. Tojo compares China and Korea to a broken, ragged mess of flowers, saying that the Japanese intervention and that the nuclear bombing symbolizes the perfect art of ikebana, or flower arrangement. The mushroom cloud is a fluffy flower, he said. Chuckling, Daigo Kitsukumi then assures Tojo's assistant, Kawasaki, that the Kitsukumi family and the Korean elite have fully acceded to Japanese rule. In the background, another member of the Kitsukumi family, Sawaki, remarks to a Filipino observer about the glee and awe of the Japanese involving the bomb. The observer then wonders how the Japanese would feel if two of their cities, Kokura and Kyoto, were hypothetically bombed. Sawaki responds that the Japanese would be incredibly distraught and angered at nuclear warfare. The observer simply chuckles. The manga fast forwards to 1980, almost 40 years in the future. Almost 40 years later. The vast majority of Korea has been fully Japanized, and the Kitsukumi Zaibatsu's Korean lineage has been diluted due to Japanese marriages. Kitsukumi then details how her father, a historian and the youngest of Daigo Kitsukumi's children, discovered Daigo's correspondences about selling out his country, and how the Kitsukumi Zaibatsu grew extremely rich afterwards using favors from the system. Her father, Haku Kitsukumi, then detailed how he had a fated encounter with a long-forgotten Chinese god, which Kitsukumi names as either Wenchang or Wenchu. Majoring in Japanese history, he had chanced upon several ancient scrolls tucked between bundles of documents in a university library. These scrolls described Wenchang as a god of culture, literature, and the truth. Additionally, it detailed how to call upon Wenchang through prayers, incense, and rituals. Taking a secret trip through southwest China, her father prayed to a rundown temple in the middle of cypress trees. After saying the prayers and Chinese poet Du Fu's The Hope of Spring, strong gusts of wind passed by him. From within the temple, two humanoid entities resembling a young adult male and female and clad in a round collar robe with long sleeves emerge. The entities approach and hold his hands. The group walks toward a 2-meter wide sheet of paper hanging between the two cypress trees. Her father and the entities then pass through the paper. He reemerges in a heavily decorated temple and is soon greeted by Wenchang, who resembles an elderly scholar. The two then converse and debated for hours. Whew. Haku Kitsukumi describes the whole process as an event that destroyed and reformed his sense of history. Not fully believing it at first, Wenchang pointed her father to different locations throughout China, Korea, and Europe where multiple books, scrolls, and documents have been stored in secret. If he decides that they are consistent and authentic, then he may revisit Wenchang. 7 years later, her father does so. The manga fast forwards further to 2020. Hoshimi Kitsukumi herself states that her father effectively disappeared, apparently after a warrant from the Japanese media authority. Alongside his letters, however, he left behind troves of information and research secretly collected throughout 2 decades. Kitsukumi notes how her father was especially curious about early manga and the general comics industry in Asia, with him declaring that they should not have been left to stagnate or rot. The manga then detailed her father's tutorials on their general style and structure. End synopsis. Star commentary. Minoru Umino. A photo taken by Kitsukumi's father during his voyages for Wenchang, a Chinese god of culture. Looking good. I approached Hoshimi after she made me read this piece. After being allowed to enter her room, I saw that she was staring out the window at this point, wearing her favorite flower kimono. Let me recall the conversation. So, Hoshimi, about your father. I wonder if I have made him proud. Looking back, the old man was engrossed in his studies, though he did make a point of playing with me as a kid and having at least one substantial conversation with me every day when I grew up a bit. I'm sure he is proud of you. I explained to her how she had grown through her manga and illustrations, detailing the words of both the mundane and fantastical realities, how she had been studying history and literature worth centuries of East Asian development and culture, most of which had been sadly burned under the rising sun. Your father was a historian who, despite his entirely Japanese education, managed to dare himself to critically reanalyze history. I'm sure he would be proud of you, who also rose up to the challenge, I said. I see. She looks at me. By the way, Minoru, do you know what's supposed to be the concrete difference between a kitsune and a gumiho? What? It's something called a fox bead. How do you say it in Korean? I got it. Yowug Jusel. It's a bead that I put in my mouth. When I kiss someone deeply, I can pass on the bead to him. Then he gains some of my and my ancestors' memories. According to my father, my grandpa feared that his family would be hunted down due to his Gusuel, which can contain a lot of ancestral history. Your grandpa turned into a traitor because he was trying to save. Maybe. One hand, if he didn't do it, it's completely possible that my mother and aunts would have ended up as comfort women, sex slaves for the Japanese soldiers. All of our land and businesses would be confiscated and resold to settlers. It would have been a very tragic ending for a once aristocratic family. On the other hand, she then faced me. According to my father, my grandpa once heard that the Japanese had captured a gumiho. This gumiho, which already had 9 tails, was called the Vixen. Plus, this fox supposedly had rather screwed up morals, so her selling out the other guhimo, particularly the secret of the memories contained within a fox bead, wasn't out of the question. In any case, she also got likely dissected by the Japanese, who might soon consider us a threat due to what we know. Your Foundation, has it ever recorded the Vixen? Your Foundation, has it ever recorded the Vixen? I hesitated to tell her about SCP-953, which somewhat matched what she says. Our own records are extremely sparse regarding 953, and we can't even fully confirm if it's an actual anomaly. When I read the file from the Japanese branch, I had doubts about how it seemed one-dimensionally brutal, deceptive, and bloodthirsty. It wouldn't be surprising if it was just a smear article to justify genocide against Guhimo. But if extremely genocidal empires can exist without much of a problem in this world, I guess these kinds of Guhimo can also do fine for at least a little while. I'm not sure if the Vixen is the one we have recorded. The info's too inconclusive. In any case, did the news about the Vixen scare off your grandpa into submission? Maybe not. He was an opportunistic bastard who was already planning to collaborate with the Japanese for family prestige. What he couldn't do at the time was fully convince the family, especially the more dominant women, to follow him. Paranoia revolving around the Vixen was a very good excuse, however, for him to repress the females. He told us to act like kitsune, which are fox spirits that didn't have any beads. We didn't have much of a choice back then, and here we are, living almost like kitsune. Hoshimi was silent for a few seconds. In any case, I think I should use my Yeowu Gusel in a way that actually upholds the honor of the Kitsukumi family. Though, who should I share it with? She suddenly turned away from me. However, fluttering like plum blossoms, she soon approached me. I am not yet ready to give it, still too early, and I'm sure Miss Kinoko will hit me on the head if I do so. Plus, I'm not sure if I deserve to even give it in the first place, since it's a unique thing to a gumiho. Well, tell me, do you feel like a kitsune or a gumiho? I'm practically a kitsune. I feel like I'm lying if I said I'm a gumiho. I occasionally don't know much about the Korean spirit world. Well, not for lack of trying, since a lot of writings is burnt to rot, so... She manifested her Volpine ears and one small brown tail. I have 900 years until I have all 9 tails, and by that time, I might still probably be thinking about this dilemma. As a kitsune capable of shape-changing into multiple things, identities are fickle. Much more when you have an empire chasing after your tail. Minoru, what do you think? Well, why not do what your father did? Accept the good things that make you Japanese. Go on, Minoru. Let me hear it. She covers her mouth with a fan while chuckling. What I mean is, if you still feel like a part of you is Japanese, wouldn't it still be a Japanese thing to be honorable and civil? In the history books I have read, Japanese and Koreans can afford to be cooperative, particularly with being scholars and exchanging wisdom and information. I mean, that's how the Japanese imported kanji from the mainland. Of course, this relationship has a lot of ups and downs, and they occasionally went to bloody wars with each other. Still, in the 17th century, Korea was one of the few trading partners of the isolationist shogunate, and they regularly sent envoys to celebrate each other in goodwill events known as Tongsinsa. That's a new thing for me. In my history books, Korea was an overseas province since the shogunate started. They really made a big fuzz about the Japanese kingdom of Mimana and how it protected us. That's because of the empire trying to rewrite history. Anyway, my point is that it's not out of the box for a Japanese to be critical, scholarly, and open-minded. Therefore, it won't be strange for me to still be a sort of Japanese while doing rather anti-Japanese things? You're too blunt, but yes. Hoshimi chuckles. Eto, I was actually trying to convince myself that I'm helping the Empire as a bona fide citizen. The Empire as a whole has stagnated. No anime, no manga, and very strict censorship rules on games and entertainment. Quite honestly, a boring country stuck in the past, which is bad. Long before we met, I had been hearing news of protests and rebellions, as well as the Soviets making a move. It wasn't long before something came out of that. I see. That's not a bad perspective. Whew. Of course, I'm no Arminius, that German hero who could suddenly switch over from his Roman education and lead his own tribe to victory. I'm just a simple fox girl, long due for a marriage interview, who managed to wrangle her way out of the Zaibatsu by gathering enough wits to form a breakaway faction and go on escapades with a dragon. In any case, Minoru, give me some time. With your words, I think I can sort this issue out soon. But I promise to be loyal to you. She turned away and towards the window again. There's silence for several seconds. The moon. I hope it still shines beautifully in November. End commentary.
Whew. All right.
Woo!
During preparations for Phase 2, the leader of the Occultist Workers Coalition movement, Saki Matsumoto, called for an emergency meeting to discuss her group's reluctance to fully participate in Operation Filibusterismo. Due to Umino's extensive experience with mainland politics, he was sent to negotiate with Matsumoto. With Umino citing security risks, Kitsukumi did not accompany him to the meeting, although she stayed in a nearby underground outpost. Sovereign Mission 7000-03. Code Papa Lundagen Moba Ang Insang Ilau Sa Ilog? I don't know. Filed under document type MIS-0815. Date November 18th, 2020. Sovereign Mission 7000-03. Image caption: the meeting venue between Saki Matsumoto, leader of the Workers' Coalition movement, and Umino. Before starting the meeting proper with Saki Matsumoto, an hour was dedicated to all participants watching an animation film called Voltin, produced under Operation Filibusterismo. Voltin is focused on 5 Earthling pilots of a 20-meter tall robot called Volt, like Voltron, right? Made to fight against repressive Solar Dominion. The Solar Dominion is an interstellar oligarchic monarchy focused on forcibly assimilating egalitarian planetary states into a state of absolute uniformity and obedience. I just realized this is what it's like when someone has the power of God and anime on their side. In the end, the pilots, who are nearly destroyed via missiles alongside Volt, inspire the abused workers of the central planet of the Solar Dominion to rebel, severely weakening it. Do you want to do the reading? Because you did the voice. I'll be Matsumoto. If you want to
Sure.
be me now.
Mrs. Matsumoto, this film, Voltin, required the best out of our animators and writers, and we needed to pour at least $10 million into making it. And that's without the do-it-yourself robot figurines that we already have mass-produced in a few factories. Places an assembled toy robot on the table. But many of these will be wasted if you don't cooperate with us, Mrs. Matsumoto.
You know, kid, our issue is not just about the effort. I know that whoever you are, Aviatica, is it? A cover company used by the Philippine branch, is rich enough to fund metric truckloads of these anime and other propaganda pieces.
So, Mrs. Matsumoto, would you be...
Our question is, what's the assurance that we won't be left hanging out dry after all these? You focus so much on the propaganda and the flashy stuff, but when the actual day of the revolution comes, you might suddenly wash your hands of us. Wash your hands off us. And also, what's the price?
Umino sighs deeply. You want to know how much we have invested into this whole operation, Mrs. Matsumoto? $2 billion. That's not accounting for the prior support we gave to you in the past decade so you and your little band of occultists and workers' rights advocates can buy ammo and build up intel. The amount we splurge is a good chunk of Korea's GDP, but we sure can't afford it.
Oh, left cheek. So it really is a massive investment on your part, but still, what comes after all of it? After all those robot anime and propaganda?
A new beginning, Mrs. Matsumoto. He stands up. If you were to ever break off from our movement here, you'll be losing out your voice to speak out together with the other workers' rebellion and cultural revivalist movements that we are currently bankrolling. It's a sad fate, considering that you are especially proud of your magic as a weapon of change. Too bad, though, that there are many more delusioned residents in the Empire who can fill in for you. Disillusioned, sorry.
Are you underestimating me and my group?
No, you're actually rather strong, especially with how you gathered a lot of influence despite being on top of the Red List. But the Empire is something you can't screw with so easily, even if it's rotten to the core. It can still stomp you flat, even with your decades of occultist know-how and thousands of rallyists, Mrs. Matsumoto. We are pretty careful with dealing with it. Think about why we're so focused on subversion and not on actual war, Mrs. Matsumoto.
It doesn't not answer the question of what comes after all of these, though. Would you puppet us Koreans? Is the endgame being that we become independent from Japan, but not actually free? You do have many of our information networks, propaganda, even our supply chains.
We can't, and that's the good thing for you. Once everything in the Empire comes to a boiling point, it would make it very hard for us to do something more substantial here. Being separated by thousands of kilometers will do that. You will functionally become independent even from us. You and workers can set up shop by your own, and you will have a lot of room for that. Though there's this concept in our culture called Utang Nalub. We poured $2 billion into supporting your activities, particularly your ammo, intel, and propaganda. We did so much for you. So wouldn't it make sense to at least stay as friends?
Sang Basango, Boisuka. They mean give and take in the old language. Are they what you mean? Still, it's a very complicated situation. We aren't even sure which country you come from. Some say you are funded by the Russians. Others say you are part of a secret Chinese enclave somewhere from the south. A few argue that you are a bunch of war profiteers from the Southeast Asia.
Siguro nya, parang Russia, minsan ang Galawan namin, and muka namin akong sino. Footnote. Filipino for perhaps, yeah, we do act sometimes like Russia, and I do look like a Chinese. Well, you're way off the mark. But tell me, Mrs. Matsumoto, do we even... Where'd it go? Do we even really have much of a choice here? Oh, Matsumoto slightly flinches and frowns. Let me recall an old story you told me a few months ago. As a man who has been alive and kicking since the 1920s, you have been unsuccessfully doing multiple uprisings and revolutionary attempts against the Empire. Is it Mrs.? But
I know. I saw that. I thought maybe there was like a second person in the room or something, but no, it's not. I think it's a mistake.
Maybe. All right. As a man who's been alive and kicking since the 1920s, you have been unsuccessfully doing multiple uprisings and revolutionary attempts against the Empire. All of them were stomped down, but for some reason, you keep escaping and managing to de-age yourself with some techniques. You have lost a lot of your family to the Japanese purges, and you even talked about how some of your subordinates were carted off to laboratories in Manchuria. You saw your culture wither away in this empire. Umino pours another glass of wine for Matsumoto. But no one outside Korea cared. To the Americans, your Korea was a rebellious backwater Japanese colony. My country was an American puppet at that point, and we had to deal with a lot of ethnic troubles too. To the Soviets, you were something used to draw borders in the Far East. But now, you are lucky to have us. Someone willing you to go through thick and thin with you. Someone willing you to go through thick and thin with you.
Luck, eh? There's no such thing as a miracle or a lucky break on the geopolitical stage. Only trade-offs.
Maybe, maybe not. But you finally have a chance to turn things around for your culture.
It's no longer even about the culture at this point. That's why I'm rather confused about your intense focus on all that cultural revival stuff. It's been decades since the native culture of Korea has been extinguished. And even I can no longer remember much about my childhood in the 1900s. The fog of time has caught up so badly, it doesn't help that only a few of us remember the time before the Japanese came. So I personally see it as pointless. Culture can't feed us, especially once it's long dead.
Cultural revival, eh?
You did tell a story about how your family wanted to restore the culture on this godforsaken peninsula, right? How you came all the way for your culture. Too bad it's not what the workers or even the common masses want.
Umino stands up and drinks a shot of wine. He is silent for several seconds. You do have a good point there. Cultural genocide over the decades is certainly hell to deal with, and it's nothing like what happens in the movies. People just don't magically regain their culture and sense of pride after decades of oppression. Hell, some of them even go back to glorifying their oppressors. But you forgot a certain point.
What? You want to wax poetic about culture?
Sure, let me do so for a minute. Cultural revivals may not really feed mouths, but it can feed dreams. And, puts down his glass, if you want an actual revolution to succeed, you need a myth at the center of it all. A legend. Desperate masses don't simply cling to promises of food and land. They need to grasp an idea. Even if the idea or culture itself is bastardized, people can base their egos and hopes on it.
Just letting you know, Cimmerian is ready to come on. I don't know if that would help make this article go a little bit quicker, but he is ready at some point.
I can do the Zoom invite. After this dialogue, I'll do the Zoom invite for him while you're
just
reading.
Informing you. Yeah. Even if the idea is false, right?
Sure. Millions can die for an ideology or culture that they might not really fully understand. Even the Japanese think that their samurai honor code, the Bushido, actually exists, when in fact it was actually invented by someone wanting to suck up to the Americans. We're all based on convenient lies, but it comforts their pride, and that's the important thing.
Big words for a pawn like you. Well, it's not as if I can talk.
Even if I'm a pawn in the whole grand scheme of things, I can assure you they're all my words, and that they're true. I wouldn't have graduated from an expensive as hell university like De La Salle if I didn't know how to make bola bola. Filipino for flattery. Alrighty, enough talk for now. I want to show you something, Mrs. Matsumoto, that will serve as my promise that this operation will succeed. On the other hand, it will signify whether you are willing to take the cards we offer you. Umino signals an assistant to unravel a thaumaturgic flying lantern on the meeting table.
A lantern?
It can transform into a mecha, you know. I call it Lantron, and it can fly, explode, and accelerate time. It's kind of like Voltin. If you want to get in the mood while activating it, you can even shout Voltin. Trust me, it works.
Really?
Of course not. We don't have the budget to actually make it transform into a robot. We aren't making toys after all. It's true, though, that it can fly, explode, and accelerate time. If you think about it carefully, those are what a mecha can do.
Stop joking around, you damned rascal.
On a more serious note, this lantern is the best sabotage technology we can afford and sneak into the festivals. We have already mass-produced the lantern within our factories in southern China, Manchuria, and Vietnam, so you don't need to worry about running out of them. Once thousands of these lanterns explode at the designated time above a certain city, a very wonderful thing will happen to the city. Via the meeting room's TV, Umino then displays a short snippet of a video simulating Phase 2 to Matsumoto. The details have been limited to prevent information leakage. Once all the lanterns explode, communications can become limited throughout the city. Although we will be sending in journalists and social media influencers to cover you, so we can make sure you got your voice to the audiences.
Just how far are you willing to go?
In any case, here's the deal, Mrs. Matsumoto. If you back out from Phase 2 of Operation Filibusterismo, you lose out on all the opportunities that you can get from being an influential occultist member. And quite possibly, you and all your workers get fired or even executed due to charges of treason. I think we all know how paranoid the Japanese can be, right? Plus, if you hold your rallies without us, I'm not sure that many of you will be safe or even survive. If you agree, though, we would like to
cast all the necessary thaumaturgic spells on these lanterns.
At the same time, we ask for your men to carry around the festival stalls and telescreens. We can't showcase all the animation without screens, after all. And how can we sell these toy mecha if we don't have a table to put them on?
Can't you send all your personnel? It's really a goddamn proxy war, isn't it?
Personally, I think you should see it as a way to trailblaze your own destiny amongst all the crappiness of this world. Plus, think of our help as just lucky charms. We certainly increased your chances, no?
Let me think about it for a second.
You have the option of extinguishing that lantern. There's a creek nearby where you can jump off together with it. Though, why you would waste such a good and bright lantern? You haven't even let it fly yet.
All right. We will cooperate with you, but only for the festivities. After that...
Sits down. A new sun will be rising soon. On that day, the Teguk, harmony, would stand. Get Sim.
See. Only what, 6 collapsibles left? Six collapsibles.
All right. Sim is invited.
Excellent. I'll put a just tag him in the chat so he knows. Great. Let's see. Operation is timelines next.
Right.
That's a shorter collapsible. That's good. I can take that one. We're waiting.
If you want to start on the Imperial Festival declaration, I'll keep an eye on Sims in and out.
Certainly. All right. It is Philippine announcement concerning Operation Matsuri. Filed under document type JPL 0815. October 21st, 2020. Operation Filibusterino Declaration. Padayon, people of the Philippine branch. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Operation Filibusterismo is now in full force due to the geopolitical serendipity of the Japanese branch's actions. There were several means for the Japanese Empire to respond to the core gambit of Operation Filibusterismo. The first is the most straightforward. Directly funnel their funds and resources into destroying the Operation Filibusterismo collaborators. They have attempted to do so with varying levels of success. However, the Empire is ossifying under the bureaucratic weight, holding the bulk of the great East Asian co-prosperity sphere. And more importantly, their deep economic recession is ravaging them. Second is more apt for the highly honor and superiority-bound culture of the Empire. Outmatch everything it deems inferior. The Philippine branch wagered that the Japanese branch will also possess the same outlook, and judging by the Japanese branch's response, it played its cards right. It also put its trust into the actions made to gain Japan's trust, using the artifacts and bloodline of Korea and China as tools, stock and bait.
Are you in the, are you in the Imperial Festival announcement?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I see. Stupid collapsibles getting all ahead of me. All right. My bad. I'm going to read the actual, the photo caption first.
Gotcha.
Philippine contributions to Japanese preparations for the annual November festivities. Okay. Oh, Cimmerian's deleting. Okay. Imperial Festival Declaration Operation Matsuri. Filed under document type JPL 0815, 10/20/2020. My bad. Operation Matsuri Declaration. To the good and loyal subjects of the Empire and the Japanese branch. Investigations indicate that activities undertaken by Mizame-type entities, footnote, Japanese classification for Korean and Chinese anomalies aiming for cultural revival, have increased in terms of frequency and intensity, particularly in the peninsula and Manchuria. While previous endeavors, such as Operation Hinode, have pacified chances of national awakening, Site 731 specialists and MTF symbol-02 Ninja Raccoon Dogs raised urgent concerns involving a wide-scale Mizame-involved phenomenon, often referred to by captured entities as the Comic Convention. Available intel indicates that the Comic Convention is an attempt to showcase multitudes of cultural relics and propagandistic works, particularly literature and illustrations related to anomalous peninsular and mainland cultures. Plans for the Comic Convention had been set into motion as early as 2 decades ago, with as many as 130 principal Mizame anomalies funding and coordinating their schemes discreetly. They have opted to relaunch them this year, coinciding with the deep economic recession that the Empire is currently facing. As counter-operation, the Director's Executive Committee of the Japanese branch and the Foundation has convened and decided to implement Operation Matsuri. Operation Matsuri is composed of two parts. First is a grand stockpile of films, literature, poems, and play scripts created in the last decade, designed to overwhelm plots similar to that planned by the Mizame anomalies. With executive control of the divine winds over the linked net, the Foundation Department of Propaganda can further amplify the effect. The second part, meanwhile, refers to live stage concerts, performances, and celebrity showcases to take advantage of celebrity worship of the normal imperial citizens. For proper conduct, Operation Matsuri sets the Japanese branch on Class A Red Alert, dedicating a minimum of 10% of the branch's personnel and resources. The Imperial Army and Navy are also on high alert. Operation Matsuri will be fully realized during November, when annual Imperial festivities are underway. Further benefits of Operation Matsuri are stimulated economic activity and boosted morale over citizens. With the recommendations of Site-731 and the Philippine branch, a significant amount of the Japanese branch's resources have been directed to Operation Matsuri's promotion. Meanwhile, one of the Empire's longtime allies, the Philippines, will serve as a further reassurance to the success of Operation Matsuri. In exchange for improved trade deals, the Philippines has delivered $200 million of assistance and funding to Operation Matsuri. The Philippine branch of the Foundation is also committed to sending approximately 13,500 personnel, many of whom are field agents and thaumaturges, to the Empire. Previously, many of these personnel have enthusiastically contributed to the end of the Mizame phenomenon, providing valuable intel on artifacts, but note, these artifacts were hoarded by the Philippines since 65 years ago and were planted into specific vantage points throughout Europe. And entities, footnote, only entities deemed insignificant to Operation Filibusterismo, as they were given warnings to escape. As such, they have been deemed trustworthy and committed to the imperial cause. The Empire is not stagnant, nor is it overreaching. Operation Matsuri is the demonstration of Japan's superiority over anomalies and inferior entities, and it shall be the highlight of one of Empire's most sacred month. The situation will be developed necessarily to Japan's advantage. Tenno Hekai Banzai. And I will just redo that next. I'll just do the whole thing for the Philippine announcement concerning Operation Matsuri. Filed under document JPL 0815. October 21st, 2020. Operation Filibusterismo Declaration. Pedayan, people of the Philippine branch. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Operation Filibusterismo is now in full force due to the geopolitical serendipity of the Japanese branch's actions. There were several means for the Japanese Empire to respond to the core gambit of Operation Filibusterismo. First is the most straightforward. Directly funnel their funds and resources into destroying the Operation Filibusterismo collaborators. They have attempted to do so with varying levels of success. However, the Empire is ossifying under the bureaucratic weight of holding the bulk of the Great East Asian co-prosperity sphere, and more importantly, their deep economic recession is ravaging them. Second is more apt for the highly honor and superiority-bound culture of the Empire. Outmatch anything it deems inferior. The Philippine branch wagered that the Japanese branch will also possess the same outlook, and judging by the Japanese branch's response, it played its cards right. It also put its trust into the actions made to gain Japan's trust, using the artifacts and bloodline of Korea and China as tools, stock, and bait. Lastly, it is within the Philippines' luck that Japanese entertainment has stagnated over the last few decades, only relying on highly censored or supervised live-action dramas, literature, and more recently, video games. The wasted and disillusioned talents of the Empire have been recycled into uncontrollable inspirations. In a way, the lack of Japanese creativity in certain areas, such as comics, is a stroke of luck. There is no independently organized comic convention that will be complete with the Empire's Operation Matsuri. After all, the comic convention is Operation Matsuri. The true meaning of filibusterismo, subversion, thus comes into play. All personnel, resources, and produced materials of Operation Filibusterismo, online or offline, are mandated to arrive at designated positions for the second phase. The takeover, lasting 1 day in real time, will be sufficient to deal a blow to the complacent empire. Should the empire be sufficiently weakened, the Philippines and its foundation branch moves further in establishing its brand of normalcy based on 3 core tenets: securing dominance and a stronger voice among all branches, contain the possibility of the sovereign dreams of superiority, and protect normalcy from oppression. The 8-rayed sun of the Philippines will triumph over the smoldering red sun. The Philippines offers the empire the following words: Mene tesel fares. Footnote: your days are numbered. Mubahay ang maharlita. Next caption: paper lanterns released over Shinsu, accompanied by fireworks. For Phase 2 of Operation Filibusterismo, the pair was transferred to Provisional Site 444, 50 kilometers away from Haejo, Korea. Haejo is one of the key cities of northern Korea due to its ancient cultural prestige, population, and industries. It is also the site of the Workers' Coalition movement's planned protest, thus serving as an ideal location for Operation Filibusterismo. First footnote: Sovereign Mission 7000-04. Filed under document type MIS 0815, November 1st, 2020. Sovereign Mission 7000-04. Image caption: created by the Propaganda Division for later dissemination. This illustration depicts Kitsukumi as a kimonoju. Footnote: derived from kimono, a traditional Japanese clothing, and oju, meaning a high-class, wealthy girl. Location: Haejo, Korea, formerly known as Pyongyang. See, you want to do the voices? I can do the reading of the
Sounds good.
Like narrative stuff. Yeah. Kitsukume and Umino are on a mission to patrol Haejo and monitor the progress of various Operation Filibusterismo personnel. Haejo is currently celebrating a variation of Gion Odori, Japan's main November festival, originally localized to Kyoto. After the opening of festivities, Haejo is currently packed with 3 million residents. Hundreds of stalls, fairs, and stages line the streets of Haejo. Their first stop is the Haejo no Yasukuni Shrine, which glorifies the soldiers and officials in charge of the Japanese invasions of Korea and China. Inside, a drummer hits a 1-meter-tall Mitsudome taiko drum, signaling all residents in the vicinity, totaling up to 100, to enter and pay their respects to the shrine. Umino signals a hesitant Kitsukumi to enter the shrine's torii gates. Kitsukumi pouring water on left and right hands via a ladle as a mandatory purification ritual.
Shouldn't we go away? This shrine is something we shouldn't pray to, right?
Quietly chanting a thaumatic ritual.
Play along for now. We have to first check the people here.
At the main hall, Kitsukumi and Umino wait for their turn to ring the main bell and make 5 yen offerings. Umino rings the bell again, thrice this time, before also clapping thrice.
Aren't we supposed to ring the bell and clap twice only? That's a signal. Look, that shrine maiden over there, the one with the brown hair, the lamp in hand, and a bird perched on her shoulders, is looking at us. That's our accomplice.
Umino then sends a small stream of water upwards, where he directs it towards the shrine maiden. Approaching the alerted shrine maiden, the stream of water forms into rows of small kanji characters containing the checkup message. The kanji characters disappear after 5 seconds. The shrine maiden then blinks the lantern thrice.
They're A-okay. Let's go now, Kitsukumi. This shrine will blow up in the next few hours. Next stop would be the theater.
At the shrine's gates, Kitsukumi nearly bows as a sign of respect, but stops herself.
Hoshimi, don't you think the gods should bless us since we did all the proper rituals? I wonder.
They then course through the Sekkei Mondori Street, leading to the Haejo Grand Theater. The theater, formerly dedicated to operas featuring revolutions against Korean and Chinese invaders and barbarians, had been renovated into a film-centered establishment. Umino then sends another stream of water towards one window. He then returns.
What's their response? I hate to break this to you, but the anime our personnel were carrying suddenly became anomalous and trapped them in the anime's worlds. We have to free them. What? Just joking. The Dokkaebi in charge of taking over the theater managed to shapeshift all our personnel inside, and they knocked out all the original Japanese staff. They're busy configuring the theater software with the anime films we produced. They asked us a favor, Hoshimi. Can you change the film billboard to instead feature the anime film's titles? Sure, but won't it reveal our positions too early?
Takes out anime primers and begins chanting the pertinent spells.
No, not really. Just make sure that it makes people think that they're really the title scheduled for the theater.
A mechanical bird sent from the propaganda division approaches Umino, providing him with a news scroll. In exchange, Umino jots down notes and gives them to the bird. I knew they weren't real.
All right. At this point, everything's A-okay. The last stage would be to get to the show warehouse. Walking there would take us through the heart of the city and into the outskirts. Wait, isn't that where you'll be getting ready to fly the propaganda packages soon? Yup. In 3 hours, Phase 2 will officially begin. Walking to show warehouse, we'll need at least an hour or an hour and a half. Then another hour for me to transform and get the packages loaded onto me. I see. I can take you back to Site 444 if you want. At least you're safe there. No. I should see this through to the end. Okay then. Let's just enjoy the festivities for now.
The pair then arrives at the Grand Pavilion, filled with bustling shops for food and stationery, towering bathhouses, and Ajo's MRT and LRT lines. They then ride the train, disembarking at the Takuni Plaza station. Several hundreds of citizens, young and old, have gathered in the plaza. A group of intricately dressed geisha perform a flower dance, which the two watch. Kitsukume rejects several beggars approaching her for alms. She then notices policemen silently taking them away soon from the streets.
A quick interruption to welcome Dr. Cimmerian to the stream.
Hey, buddy. Nice to see you.
Hello.
Ahoy, ahoy.
We are 2 hours and 75% through our first article.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. You know, I did warn you guys or at least in chat when you first started about how long this was going to be. I don't feel good about being right, but I am right.
Hey, this is all for you, buddy. You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah, but that's why I was warning you. I'm like, are you guys sure you want to commit to this? That's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we are noticing policemen silently taking away beggars, and then don't pay attention to them. The police here like to keep every man and woman here happy. They aren't counted as people.
Kitsukume frowns. They then proceed to the Silver Horse Mega Market in the Eastern District. They haggle with an old, scarred vendor for fried liver. Afterwards, they approach a maker of flying lanterns. Be the lantern. Or Cimmerian, do you want to just jump right in media res, or do you want me to?
I've got to figure out where you guys are at.
That's fair.
What's the collapsible?
Yeah, you know what? You can catch up. It's fine. If you search Lantern Maker, it's the first instance of the Lantern Maker, Lantern Dash Maker.
That's good, but I need to open the collapsibles to know.
Just open them all. You know, it's maybe like the fourth from the bottom. It's called Sovereign Mission 7000-04 of 12 collapsibles. You'll still need to search it just because it's a long one.
I actually already was searching. That's how come I know I needed to open the collapsibles, because I was searching for the words you were saying to see where you were.
Yeah.
Okay, what part? I heard
first instance
here.
Yeah.
Kitsukume frowns. Okay, where are we at?
We're at Lantern Makers. First line.
Oi. Okay. Oi, young lady over there. Oh, and a favored customer.
The Lantern Maker quickly chants a spell, to which Umino responds by clapping thrice.
How are the sales?
Well, we nearly got discovered by the Japanese branch. Man, this is a terrible accent. Many of the agents, I think around 23, are prowling around the streets. Looks like they caught up some wind of the whole thing. They checked the flying lanterns.
I thought they got distracted enough by the comic convention's fake locations. Did they see them?
No, we haven't fully applied the spells to them yet. That's going to happen in 1 hour. And the final touches will be applied by batch. Plus, the vast majority of flying lanterns are in the Philippine factories and warehouses. Is the girl part of those who will defend the city in the takeover?
Kitsukumi nods.
Well, good luck to both of you then.
Let's hurry, Umino.
Kitsukumi and Umino then pace through the busy streets where the vendors sell yakitori, takoyaki, candied hawthorns, sushi, and rice rolls. They briefly stop in front of the digital screen explaining the fabricated Japanese origins of flying lanterns, which are originally only used in Korean and Chinese cultures.
Starting since the rule of the most honorable Emperor Daigo and the proud Japanese of the Peninsular Kingdom and Mimanas meant to symbolize the resistance against invaders from the mainland, these are all false, no? Yep. The Japanese had the idea of assimilating flying lanterns into festivities, probably because they were pretty. So they created a whole mythology behind them. Very effective, honestly, since even the Philippines didn't know at first what they're for. But now, we're going to take them back to where they should belong. I see. Yeah, we should join them then, as a sort of advanced celebrations? If you want to, though I think it's a bit too early.
The Grand Imperial March, composed of 1,000 soldiers from the Chihue and Higashi-Dain-ri barracks, is starting to assemble near the city center. On the other hand, protesters on the opposite district are congregating in buildings ready to come out upon the signal. In a secluded area, Umino is sending out streams of water upwards to serve as messages to various collaborators. Meanwhile, Kitsumi is buying various mementos, including a fox mask near the shop. It is 1 hour before the climax of Phase 2 commences.
You know, Umino, I have a question. This is it, right? Yeah. This event's the culmination of an operation decades in the making. It's pretty much the luckiest opportunity Koreans, Chinese, and the Philippine branch will ever have. I see.
Kitsukumi stops walking. She then takes off her fox mask and clutches it.
The Japanese Empire and its Foundation branch will probably take quick action. The whole thing, after all, is objectively an anomaly. Even the officials back at Site 444 don't know what will exactly happen afterwards. Especially to us, too. You will be flying through Korea delivering stuff, while I will be helping out and setting up the lanterns and the time barriers. Both are extremely risky, though hopefully things work out.
Kitsukume tries to smile, although she falters, coughing due to the smoke from a stall. She nearly bumps into a youth.
Oi, watch your steps!
Clutches Kitsukumi's shoulders.
Let's keep going to the warehouse. I know a secluded spot near there where we can see the fireworks and the lanterns pretty well. Are you looking for one last good time with me? In another sense of the word, yeah.
The pair then takes 10 minutes to travel to the spot. It is a desolated Buddhist shrine, albeit with an intact bench where they sit. Kitsukume partially wears her fox mask on the side of her head. The pair stays silent for a few minutes.
Minoru, as a writer and illustrator, I wonder if this is really how our story together should be. I occasionally dream about a sort of what if. What if I didn't find any letters from my dad? And if I didn't bother drawing silly little comics to share with the revolutionists? You know, that sort of thing. We would never meet, right? Probably. Though I would still be kicked to this godforsaken empire to do dirty work. It would be extremely unlikely for us to meet, though, even if it is just second-long eye lock. Say, Minoru, do you think we're lucky to have gone through all these stuff together?
Faces Kitsukume.
Perhaps quite? No, I'm definitely sure that the answer is yes.
Covers her face with the mask.
Your definitely there didn't sound too definite. Even if Operation Filibusterismo rattled the Empire, I'm sure that your family will bear its effects, and you will still be safe and sound, but I personally think that our story up to now is a good stroke of luck. You get to write your manga and have adventures an ordinary person wouldn't have in their lifetime. Meanwhile, I wouldn't have to always go curse my luck in getting assigned to missions.
The pair is silent for a few minutes. Soon, fireworks light up the sky, while bombastic orchestral music can be faintly heard from the pair's location. Kitsukume faces and embraces Umino.
It's almost time for us to head to our stations. Do you remember the Yuujutsu? The fox marvel that Gumiho keep in their mouth? Did you know that it's for good luck? I thought it contained knowledge. A book I once read said that good luck is merely a result of multiple calculated moves made through the power of wisdom and foresight from available information. When you will soon be flying, you would need a very good awareness of your surroundings, you know?
Umino stays silent, with eyes closed.
I guess it's time to act like an actual young lady for once.
Stands up and bows.
In any case, let me express my gratitude for letting me experience all of these. Thank you very much, too, for letting me have the chance to redeem my family's name.
Umino stands up.
You're welcome, Hoshimi. All right, then, let's go to the...
Kitsukume then kisses Umino. Sorry, there's someone screaming in the background. I didn't know that was it. on my end. Kitsukume then kisses Umino, delivering the Yue Gusel. After the kiss, Kitsukume hurriedly puts on the fox mask. The two are silent for several seconds, although Umino grasps one of Kitsukume's hands.
That was, just for good luck. Anyway, I hope that tomorrow we wake up to a world where the moon shines more beautifully. Then, please take care of this ex-airheaded fox girl in front of you, Minoru.
Umino sighs and embraces Kitsukume.
Sure, Hoshimi. Let's do our best then.
Several flying lanterns float amidst the fireworks. They soon begin their thaumaturgic mechanisms from medic influences. Operation Filibusterismo signal flares also cross the skies.
You guys want me to do the entirety of the Filibusterismo
That would be great.
log? Just give you guys a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So I'm not going to try and read that. I think that is probably Filipino.
Yeah, I was trying and then I stopped. I don't really know the phonetic.
I'll just screw it up, and that would be more insulting than not doing it at all. Filed under document type X01 1102 2020, Operation Filibusterimo. Make sure I'm getting that right. Filibusterimo. Resmo. I'm missing the S. Timeline log. Begin log. 10% of all flying lanterns launched throughout SCP-7000 during the November festivities, a total of 120,000, manifest their thaumaturgic capabilities. They first envelop the target city in a temporal manipulation barrier, accelerating the flow of time within the city. In theory, 1 day inside the time barrier is equal to half a day outside. As a result of this barrier, most communications outside the cities have also been cut, aside from the linked net. Additionally, they emit a mild mimetic effect on the populace, urging them to consume the media and propaganda used in Operation Filibusterismo. Third, they explode near military barracks as well as Japanese branch sites. Through proxy networks set up in 7000 and its neighboring countries, the Philippine branch conducts multiple large-scale cyber attacks on government facilities and Japanese branch communication networks. The hacks were based on Foundation cybersecurity protocols shared between international sites, as well as Japanese branch protocols obtained via infiltration and social engineering. Sufficient care has been taken to avoiding servers needed for containment of the Japanese branch's anomalies. Furthermore, Japanese social media sites and their linked net in general have been flooded with content such as manga and animation related to Operation Filibusterismo. SCP-7000's Divine Wind protocol for their linked net has been partially circumvented, although the Japanese branch web crawlers and cybersecurity specialists have stemmed progress. One moment. 04106. Stalls providing manga, comics, illustrations, and art for free have been launched throughout a total of 79 cities, such as Haijo. Multiple telescreens showcasing animation have also been installed in conspicuous locations. Additionally, deepfake videos depicting the apologies of major Japanese officials, such as Yusei Tojo and the Emperor, have been prepared. These videos focus on apologies in the term of displaying the truth of our shared history. To provide plausible deniability, multiple Philippine factions, embassies, and establishments were severely bombed or damaged by Operation Filibusterismo personnel. Philippine branch agents present in the region have vowed to superficially cooperate with the Japanese branch. The time barrier, supported by Scranton reality anchors and the thaumaturgical chance of personnel such as Kitsukumi, withstand multiple attacks and bombings from the Japanese branch, which has mobilized faster than expected. Kitsukumi and other content creators with thaumaturgical capabilities are located in their own stalls, alternating between catering to customers and festival goers and chanting. Approximately 740,000 Korean and Chinese entities, such as SCP-7000 Hatai and SCP-7000 Dokkaebi, are now present and active in assisting Operation Filibusterismo forces in repelling the Japanese branch. SCP-7000 Hatai, currently located in Haijo, has been thaumaturgically neutralizing fires and reality manipulation bombs dropped on the city. Meanwhile, draconic entities such as Umino have been delivering animation telescreens and comics throughout rural areas in Korea, Manchuria, and China. Umino, in particular, was soon redirected to the Yellow Sea, the body of water separating Korea and mainland China. The region has multiple Japanese branch sites and SCP-7000's Navy bases, all of which are on red alert. In the region, Umino and his companions have to contend with dogfights against jets and airplanes deployed from aircraft carriers. They were considerably damaged from energy blasts from the experimental thaumaturgical guns. I know it's thaumaturgic, but I keep saying thaumaturgical. Guns of ships such as Yamato. Therefore, the Japanese branch set out MTF, I don't know what that symbol is, in something -1 cowhands, composed of shrine maidens, thaumaturgic specialists, and monks. The MTF was airdropped from planes and fought draconic entities while in parachutes. Umino and the other water dragons stayed at an instructed vantage point in the middle of the Yellow Sea and activated his hydro-manipulatory capabilities. There is a lot of technical language in this. During this process, they were protected by their compatriots. After 30 minutes, a low-pressure area was created in the region with multiple whirlpools and storm surges. Multiple wounded dragons have also conducted kamikaze attacks on the bases themselves. Meanwhile, the MTF specialists have also besieged cities taken over by Operation Filibusterismo. Within 6 hours of the takeover, 9 cities have been retaken, although the vast majority of Philippine branch personnel and Korean and Chinese collaborators have either escaped or self-terminated. 15% of all collaborator entities have been redirected to Japanese branch sites, such as Site 335, Site 731, and Site 333. The vast majority of these entities were terminated by the sophisticated defenses of the sites, although they managed to divert or waste personnel and resources. Divert or waste personnel? Okay. And resources away from Operation Filibusterismo hotspots. At 8:01, as of this time, approximately 126 million residents throughout SCP-7000 are still affected by Operation Filibusterismo. Surveys taken by personnel indicate that 61.3% of the respondents feel a mixture of confusion, interest, and disillusionment against SCP-7000 after consuming Operation Filibusterismo. On the other hand, the Japanese branch has managed to repel a considerable amount of cyber attacks and have regained control of the Divine Winds protocols and SCP-7000's linked net. It has also mobilized the standby Japanese army forces. Worker rights, cultural revival, and formerly underground revolutionary protests and rallyists have also broken out in 40 cities still under Operation Filibusterismo. At least 3 cities in the northwest and northeast China have been taken over by independent rallyists. God, that is incredibly loud in my background. Can you hear that?
I don't hear anything.
Good. Okay, perfect. It's incredibly distracting to me, but it's all right if you guys can't. The Japanese branch was has successfully used Inui level amnestic agents and NPF forces on 23 cities, breaking them away from Operation Filibusterismo control. Philippine branch medic agents, however, have stemmed the effects. At 12 and 5 seconds, Operation Filibusterismo forces and collaborator entities, now only operating at 51% of capacity after all the attacks, are preparing to escape. At this point, objectives of Operation Filibusterismo have been met. Remaining Japanese social media sites have been inundated with propaganda, while multiple announcements have been released declaring the festivities to be canceled. Meanwhile, amnestic agents targeting memories of the Philippine branch among the majority of collaborator entities has been released. Japanese branch forces have been severely weakened and scattered throughout the vast reaches of SCP-7000. Analysis indicates that the destabilization is underway, particularly in the northern and southern regions of China, as well as Manchuria. Breakdown of the veil within SCP-7000, particularly in more distant Chinese territories, is also expected. However, regions and territories near the Japanese home islands, such as South Korea and Taiwan, are still stable. End log.
Cool. And we can account for that if you want to just like in the future we can do like short things like dialogue we can dedicate to you like last time. The long
No, if you guys can't hear it, I can
I'm hearing it a little bit, but like as
Okay.
long as it's not coming through on the stream or whatever, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. As long as it's if it's not
More
distracting
to
to the
your
audience, we're good.
distracting, to you, it's distracting to you. That's all.
No, I'll be all right. I'll get used to it. It's just a matter of
Depicting Kitsukume and Umino in the final hours of the operation, a log illustrating the Operation Filibusterismo escape plan has been provided below. Sovereign Mission 7000-05. Filed under document type MIS-0815. November 2nd, 2020. Sovereign Mission 7000-05. Image caption: the collapse of the temporal acceleration barrier for containing Heijo. Location: Heijo, Korea, formerly Pyongyang. Start log. Foundation-made thaumaturgic time sinks have been set to self-detonate. The time-accelerating barriers are on the verge of collapse, while the remaining flying lantern weapons have been deployed. Signal lanterns are blinking thrice every 3 seconds, indicating retreat mode. During retreat, however, Kitsukume was separated.
Damn it, where are they now?
Operates her transceiver.
No signal. I guess this is it then.
Kitsukume disposes of her bulkier equipment and lights them on fire, while she transforms into her vulpine form. She then begins to run through the streets of Heijo, which have been emptied of citizens and personnel. She courses through partially destroyed buildings, although she becomes cornered by an array of flags suddenly blocking her path. 5 beeps can be heard in the vicinity. Japanese Foundation branch agent now Ashinaka Kura, alongside MTF symbol -1 shrine maidens and priests, corner Kitsukume. They fire their thaumaturgic exorcism guns and spears at Kitsukume, wounding her shoulder and transforming her back to her humanoid form. I was doing it before, but I only had like 2 lines. If you want to do it, it's fine.
It's fine. I'll take it. I see. Fox girl, we have met in the past, haven't we? It's unfortunate for you that this is how it ends.
Kitsukume fires a fire-based thaumaturgic spell towards her pursuers, but the shrine maidens swiftly block it. However, she then manages to escape towards another building. She positions herself in a narrow corridor while she successfully wounds 1 agent. She then transforms back into a fox and digs her claws beneath the ribs of one of the agents, conducting a pinpoint attack on the liver. She manages to heal back by ingesting the blood from the liver, soon escaping. In an open area, she launches a rescue flare. Multiple flags fly towards her, stabbing one of her legs. She then shifts back to a humanoid form and vocalizes a call for help. MTF-1 surrounds and prepares to exorcise and neutralize her. MTF agents now chant purification prayers. Furthermore, they dance using taiko drums, leaf branches, and paper fans for the ritual, imitating the moves of Yaigaki and Niche plays. Kitsukume attempts to crawl away, but her arms are pinned down by Japanese flags.
It's such a shame, isn't it? But this is a small price to pay for what you all did to the Empire. The Japanese branch is doing its best, but I wonder if it's enough. Soon, hungry ravens might descend on the Empire, and all people living in it will suffer the brunt of the chaos.
Offers a cigarette to Kitsukume, who is currently accumulating injuries from the ritual. Kitsukume coughs up blood.
Don't you have somewhere else to be?
Ashi Kenkura sits down.
I guess I am too responsible for cleaning up messes. Anyway, you're a defector from a family of Trader Kutsune, no? I wonder if you've really fulfilled your goal, because your country might end up puppeted by another.
Kitsukume's body has considerably faded due to the purification ritual. However, high-pressure jets of water target and scatter the MTF agents, while groundwater erupts beneath Kitsukume. A film of water envelopes Kitsukumi. Ashin Kankura is considerably injured. Meanwhile, SCP-7000-Haite lands near her, emitting a loud roar. In the distance, Umino's draconic form is flying, blocking multiple roads with 1-meter saltwater bubbles. Several Dokkaebi also arrive with levitating logs, followed by SCP-7000-Dokkaebi. SCP-7000-Haite's remaining eye is wounded, while its scales have sustained severe damage. Meanwhile, Umino has gaping holes and severe burns on its arms, chest, and neck. SCP-7000-Dokkaebi is mildly injured compared to them. I never thought I would lose my last eye in an honorable battle. It's a battle well fought, isn't it? Heir of the Miru and the Imugi. Checks Kitsukumi. The young fox still breathes. You made it just in time.
Good.
Cradles
Hoshimi.
Kitsukumi.
Hoshimi, are you still awake? Umino, you're still here.
Oi, you two be careful. The Shrine Maidens and the Flag Girl are back on their feet. Orders its subordinates to battle Ashikankura and the MTF agents. Ashikankura gasping.
Lion, dog, dragon, fox, and demon. Damn it. So you really are on the same place.
Aishin Kankura waves 2 Japanese flags on each hand, waving them in a cyclical motion. Multiple patterned energy blasts strike SCP-7000-Dokkaebi. Aishin Kankura then plants a flag deeply on the ground, which rapidly manifests a row of flagpoles which neatly skewer Umino and Kitsukumi. SCP-7000-Dokkaebi and its subordinates then lunge towards Aishin Kankura, fighting using their clubs against Aishin Kankura's flag and sword. The Shrine Maidens of the MTF agents fire at Umino and Kitsukumi using their automatic rifles, but Umino summons a shield of rapidly solidifying seawater. Kitsukumi bleeding.
Was it a good fight? Did my Yuo Giselle help you? Yeah. I could see the ships and the jets in front of me much more clearly.
Kitsukumi then grabs onto Umino, kissing him.
It's somewhat spent now, but there's still a lot remaining. Please, use it as much as possible. Don't worry. We'll get you out of here, okay? Mino, make me promise something. Once all of this ends, let's go back to writing and drawing and okay? I wonder what kind of stories we will have. Okay, I will try as much as possible to do that. I'll just make sure I will just first make sure that you're safe. Dawa, can you get away from here with Hoshimi?
SCP-7000-Dokkaebi has mostly repelled. The symbol is N, it's just the N sound. So it's MTF-N-1 into retreating, at the cost of several subordinates and a wounded arm. At this point, Kitsukumi has become unconscious. Sure, kid. I know how to get out of here, though methinks I heard some bad news about the retreat.
What?
We were supposed to scoot out through some subs and boats in the Yellow Sea as you Operation Fill of whatever folks told us. The routes, though, are blocked by Nihonjins and soldiers. We need some firepower to go through them.
I see.
Umino remains silent for a minute before he summons his Yaoji orb. SCP-7000 gasps slightly but also falls silent. One wonders if you are truly prepared to make that decision, heir of the Miru and Imugi. Using it for something so grand will utterly destroy your mind and body, to be frank. Let me serve in your place when it comes to clearing the routes. I'm the protector after all. I'm ready to shed my blood on the soil of this country.
You might still speak like that, but you look like a statue that's seen better days, Lord Haite. You won't last out there.
Well, I accede to that. But you are very young, with a bright future, Umino. It will be such a waste, and the little fox will need you.
She can manage. She's a strong young lady who knows what she does and what she wants to do. Plus, I vowed to her since the start that she will make it out of here safe and sound. Anyway, this is what my family would have wanted.
Umino directs a stream of water towards the orb, which began to glow immediately brightly. He then faces SCP-7000-Dokkaebi and Kitsukumi. Umino bows.
Well then, Miss Dawa, please take care of her. And see you on the other side.
SCP-7000-Dokkaebi and her remaining subordinates escape alongside Kitsukumi. SCP-7000-Heite and Umino silently stay at the plaza. After several minutes, Umino then chants towards the orb. SCP-7000-Heite provides the last piece of Umino's Yoju orb. The orb begins to levitate and spin rapidly. Umino then puts his hand over his heart and begins chanting towards the orb. SCP-7000-Heite also rapidly increases in size while also chanting in the extinct Korean language. Video recordings obtained from nearby drones drastically degrade in terms of quality and become filled with static. Monitoring stations more than 1.5 kilometers away report visuals of a 100-meter-long draconic entity wrapped in rope-like aquatic formations. It carries a 10-meter-high orb decorated with repetitive curved patterns and characters with the long-dead Korean script and Chinese Hanzi. Meanwhile, a 60-meter-high leonine entity, surrounded by levitating aquatic formations shaped like swords, accompanies the draconic entity. Multiple high-speed streams of water attack the Japanese branch agents, blocking the way to the evacuation. Using water formations, the pair proceeds to generate a multitude of Chinese and Korean script characters, alongside sceneries depicting vignettes or activities in daily life within a 100-kilometer radius. Their forms bear the style of Kitsukume's drawings, indicating that they were formed due to the Yuagwai Gishu. To illustrate, 1. A girl in hanbok playing with a young boy in the garden labeled Helim Park. Historically, this was turned into a factory. 2. A Manchurian adolescent exiting from a textile factory. He soon returns to his home, where he hugs his sick brother. 3. A game developer playing on a band console, rapidly smashing buttons. 4. A room of Mangaka and her assistants rushing to draw and polish a chapter. 5. A girl and a boy in festival clothes embracing each other amidst the fireworks and lanterns. Approximately 700 members of MTF-N-1 were soon airdropped from multiple planes and helicopters, conducting a heavy synchronized fan and drum dance in the sky. The dance manifests it as a multiple high-intensity thaumaturgic blast towards the pair, neutralizing many aquatic water formations. In return, the pair shot out high-intensity water jets and strong gusts of wind, although the Shrine Maidens were able to counter with the kinetic paper fan chant. MTF-N-1 soon retreated via teleportation talismans. 15 minutes later, Japanese branch army forces barraged the air with volleys of thermobaric and small-scale atomic bombs. These attacks, combined with MTF-N-1's damage earlier, caused the pair to crash into the buildings. The bodies of the pair soon turned into water and levitating bubbles, flooding Heijo. SCP-7000-Dokkaebi later reported that a single jet of water traveled to it and Kitsume just as they were about to board an evacuation submarine. The stream of water formed into a message in Korean script characters declaring Jalgayo, or farewell. The jet of water slightly impacted the awakened Kitsukume's hands, disappearing. End log. We got the aftermath log.
Can we just, for 1 second, marvel at paratrooping, taiko drumming,
I know
spirit priests.
It really plays out like an over the top kind of like anime on purpose, obviously.
I have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, I was like, yeah. Welcome to the story.
All right, after
20,000 words in. Do you want me to read this one? I got it.
Word.
Operation Filibusterismo Aftermath Log. Filed under document type MIS-0815. In December 1st, 2020. Operation Filibusterismo Aftermath Log. Photo caption, Greenbelt Park, Makati, Metro Manila. Landmark of Site 063. Start log. So let's see. I can be 0513. Does someone want to be Alta Vista?
I'll take Alta Vista.
Sure. Operation Filibusterismo Director Ezequiel Altavista has discussed the results with 0513. The discussion has been translated into English. Altavista commits the handover heart salute.
Mabuhay ang mahalaga sumun.
Mabuhay, Ezequiel. Before we start, here's some coffee straight from the Cordillera. This is not even the hardest thing. Cordillera Highlands. Apparently, they're experiencing good harvest.
Thank you. It's delicious, Simon.
How's cleanup going?
It's going rather smoothly. We managed to evacuate most of our personnel. While we're sure that enough Korean and Chinese collaborators escaped with us, Those that couldn't escape either died or went their own separate ways. In any case, the Japanese link net is exploding with social media posts and websites detailing all our works of art.
Good. Very good for a $2 billion project. He slumps in his chair. I have seen a little bit of the footage myself. God, those lanterns were a sight. Rizal himself would be proud. Unfortunately, I had to deal with a lot of paperwork, especially with the ramifications of us designated Japan as SCP-7000.
Simon, we're going to be lit dead by the rest of the Foundation if they find out what we're up to. From a certain point of view, we went rogue. Wouldn't be out of place if the Philippine branch lands itself a slot on the list of SCPs, especially with how we used Chinese and Korean anomalies.
I guess that means burnt at the stake. Dead. Ezekiel, isn't it fun to set records? Like being the first Foundation branch to land itself a slot in the main list?
First, Japan already broke that record, technically, thanks to us. And second, it wouldn't be so funny if our containment class ends up as neutralized, Simon.
Don't worry about it for now. I've been busy making sure that no word slips away from this country. O5 perks, I guess. Still, our luck hasn't run out yet.
I always had the feeling that SCP-7000 was a convenient excuse to mobilize the Philippine branch. I just hoped it was really anomalous, so at least we would have something to defend ourselves in court.
It sort of is an excuse, especially if we just limit our definition of normalcy to our timeline. In our world, the Japanese Empire is a normal fact of life. We trade with them, butt heads with them over rather trivial political stuff, and collaborate over things like science. Hell, they even thought that our Foundation branch is trustworthy enough.
So we had to be creative with multiversal stuff.
Yes, that's correct. Although we do have an anomaly on our hands. Thousands of alternate histories where we studied say that Japan should have lost the war. China joining the Axis powers, though possible, shouldn't have happened. Why is it that it only happened in our timeline? We can make a good case for it, I think, especially with how the Japanese threatens the balance of power in the Foundation.
Interessant. Though from an objective viewpoint, SCP-7000 wouldn't just be Japan, it would be the whole world, including us. If Japan went Axis, who knows what would happen to us?
The Philippines turns into a failed state over the next few decades. Not helping is how stupid Filipinos can be when it comes to electing dictators and populists.
Just a moment. Whoa.
Yeah, I know. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I guess we're very lucky then, and we have the Japanese Empire to thank for that. We should soon change its designation to Thamil.
Though Korea and China didn't have it so good in this timeline.
Simon, in the grand scheme of history, someone loses, someone wins. That's just how things work in reality. Plus, those who care about what it actually means to be Korean and Chinese are desperate enough to be under our wing. You can't find tools like them anywhere.
Well, we gave the Koreans and Chinese their chance. Speaking of them, Ezekiel, have you taken care of the new Korean and Manchurian Foundation branches? We still have to resolve the problem of redistributing the balance of power, given how the Japanese branch will likely implode.
Not really. That's still in the works. So far, I've only taken care of filling the legal and political departments of those branches, but my collaborators are rather cooperative. We're also getting offers from some of our allies, like the Russians. Looks like they all want a piece of the cake, but at least we have a few allies in the Foundation that can legitimize the new branches.
0513 sips coffee. Good. Looks like the Foundation is unraveling. Japan is currently investigating the aftermath. It's only a short matter of time before they start pointing fingers, especially at us. It's fairly obvious that someone in the Foundation set up the whole shebang.
It's time to consolidate our power, Simon. I plan to contact the Indonesians and the other branches in Southeast Asia soon. Maybe they would help us out, seeing that our government did put a lot of work into solidifying our alliances. Should I do so now?
Ha! We wait a little bit for now, since we have to make sure these guys won't turn against us. I'm especially wary of Thailand, whose king has been sucking up to Japan and Vietnam, which had a bone to pick with the Chinese way back then. The Indonesians might be good partners, but their ties with Australia and by extension the western branches are a little suspicious.
Oh, don't worry, Simon. I won't say a word about filibusterismo. All I would say is the Japanese branch might no longer be fit for duty, seeing that it got overwhelmed in the recent attacks. Like, who knows if it can survive another wave of anomalies? It would also help us out in legitimizing the Korean and Manchurian branches. Going by the logic that delegating things to smaller but more focused foundation groups is the best option.
As for the other more neutral foundation branches, do we have evidence of the Japanese trying to puppeteer neighboring branches, right? Oh, we do have evidence of the Japanese trying to puppeteer neighboring branches, right? Like putting them in debt traps and aggressive dealings. We could say that they were preparing to strike.
I remember filing those documents away. We can just make the issue overblown enough that the Foundation will go into red alert when it comes to the Japanese.
I can see how we go about this, Ezekiel. Hopefully this would strike a big enough political blow to Japan and reduce its influence to a low enough point for the grand finale.
Simon, are we really going forward with the next operation? I thought it was merely a hypothetical plan, at least for now. Are all of these things really just preparations for that?
It's still all hypothetical. We still have a long way to go before we can actually implement Operation Downfall. Very on-the-nose operation name. Despite the rest of the Empire not faring so well, the home islands are very well guarded. And they can have a very firm grip on their citizens. Being told that they're superior beings over and over again will do that to you. Best we could do for now is isolate them.
I see. We're going to implement the Sakuko. Sorry, let's get this right. Sakuki. Nope. Why am I having trouble with this word? Sakoku. Yeah, Sakoku. Implement the Sakoku decree, Filipino style. All right, then. By the way, we're still going to have to devote millions of dollars to Operation Filibusterismo, right? What I worry about is that the propaganda and militia funding might take a toll on our finances. We also have to train new agents and personnel from our stock of East Asian people. $2 billion has already been a lot for a rather small country like us.
Don't panic over it. That's why we're going to get the other branches discreetly involved here. The resulting arms deals will be very good plus points for us. I also personally know GOIs that we may contact for help.
Simon, we're going to end up causing a worldwide occult war if we continue with this. I'm not entirely opposed to the idea, but we still have to secure, contain, and protect stuff as part of one foundation.
One foundation, eh? Never really understood why the Foundation is so united and monolithic, even if we're composed of wildly disparate cultures, interests, and circumstances. I guess this is why the Foundation really likes Japan. It's very good at enforcing uniformity and a normal world. But I think that a normal world like that isn't enough if we actually want humanity to progress. So, Ezekiel, we have to do all that we can, even if it means war. Altavista taps his coffee cup repetitively.
Progress. It's a very fun word, especially for us Filipinos. A word so fun it's going to redefine normalcy. Anyway, there's nothing normal in a uniform yet rotting world. It's time to shift the balance of luck and power towards those who deserve it and are prepared to have it. Simon, I will see what I can do.
That's the spirit, Zakir. Mubeang Maharlika. I bet that a new golden 8-rayed sun will be rising soon. Topical. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't think I can fairly evaluate this, so I'm not
No,
even
you
gonna try.
no, yeah. A lot happened before you came in. Certainly
Certainly seemed like.
You
certainly a
missed like
lot.
all the anime.
Yeah, all the anime except for that battle at the end, which is very which reminded me of an anime with the flying taiko drummers and the scrolls and the water fighting. It's pretty cool. It's very good imagery, I thought. I don't think it needed to be that long. That's the only like my main input is.
I mean, just that last log felt like it was maybe 3 times as long as it needed to be to get its information across.
Yeah, and it didn't really have like a stinger that I think it was trying to hope for. Like, oh no, but like, it's good, well written. There's a few mistakes here and there, but that's to be expected with 21,000 words.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Overall,
unacceptable.
I think it's good. I'm upvoting it.
Yeah, it's good. I don't think we need too many stories about the branches like fighting each other. That's all.
I will say that moment where what was it? Was it Indonesia or the Philippines?
Yeah, they called them they called Filipinos stupid. I mean, it's kind of tinged with that, like how they keep, whatever. There's a lot of animosity there in the characterization, but I'm sure that's.
I mean, I guess the context isn't Alta Vista a Filipino?
Yeah, yes.
So yeah,
and possibly 0513. Who knows?
That would probably be the context that makes it less. But still, I don't know who the author. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that they have some. This is Veralta. I don't know. Let's see.
That was super troubling. That's all.
This is very troubling.
I know, at least for context, at least my understanding is that in our media in America, the current President Duterte of Philippines is who it is, right? Have I got the right country?
I believe so.
Yes.
At least American media paints him as pretty brutal and dictatory, so maybe it's something that is their culture and they're commenting on it like, man, wouldn't it be if we were in this other universe where it was like that? That's at least what it seems to me.
The author is Filipino.
Okay.
I've confirmed that. Well,
overall,
the author
really
says
good
it.
Story though, like I enjoyed the anime bits.
Yeah.
I enjoy
so like some of the dialogue kind of felt a little like you were watching a movie, kind of like dramatic and flowery in a way that I don't think would be necessarily the case in real life, but it was still entertaining to read. Mm-hmm. There were articles half that length that felt like they took twice as long, is all I'm going to say.
Yes. There was only one shot where like chat's going to see I was like yawning like 3 times in one section where I was like, this is hard.
Yeah.
But then the action scene and the characters brought me back again.
For sure.
Like when we were interviewing the entities in the beginning, I was all in. The anime stuff was good. Then it got a little bogged down. Then we got back to the good stuff again.
I upvoted, and now we're moving on to the next really long one. Let's go.
Mysterium by Worm Almighty. But before we do that, remember advertising very quickly. Our advertising is coming up because this is our ad break. The reason we're here, the tree that tried to kill Cimmerian and missed. Please donate to our amnestic fund. Every dollar purchases 1 milliliter of amnestic so Dr. Cimmerian can forget this ever happened to him.
Absolutely. We need every dollar we can so that that Cimmerian's entire county is treeless and hopefully the entire state eventually.
I'm going to make them pay. I will say I would love to be able to be here for longer than I already have, which has only been like an hour, but things are too distracting around here. So
totally
I think I'll pop back out.
Okay.
Rightio. Thanks for joining us for a little bit.
We'll be here tomorrow if things are a little better.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And if not, next week for sure. Peace out, guys.
Take care. Just stopping in.
And for Billith and I's personal ads, I'm going to give you guys the announcement that Gib Games has announced SCP Infohazard, which is a VR title that they are developing. I am working with them as a creative consultant on story beats and voice acting and stuff like that, as well as you can see, advertising it. So go check out the blog post of their announcement and see what the dealio is, and keep your eyes on social media for that.
Yeah, I saw the announcement for that. That looked good.
Billith, and you released your album now.
Yes, the SCP-OST, my first volume, a 33-track album of various songs that are themed by and theming various SCP articles and elements and whatnot. You can find that on my Bandcamp and on SoundCloud. Bandcamp is slowgramming.bandcamp.com. SoundCloud is slowgramming. That's soundcloud.com/slowgramming. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It took me a long time, and I was very exhausted by the end of it, but it was a lot of fun making still. And I hope you enjoy it. All the download proceeds go directly into Cimmerian's PayPal. Anything you buy on my Bandcamp, it goes immediately to him.
We're all in and bringing this all together.
We're all in it. Absolutely.
All right. And following that ad break, let's jump right back in because the marathon continues.
It continues.
SCP-7000 Mysterium by Worm Almighty.
Fantastic.
We went back and forth a bunch on this one, so I guess I'll take this one from the top again.
You know what? This one isn't that long. It isn't as long as the other one.
All right.
Okay. No collapsibles. All right.
Oh, boy. By order of the SCP Foundation Department of Applied Esotericism, the following document describes a Blavatsky-class hypersigil and is Level 5 7000 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Item number, SCP-7000. Classification Level 5, Top Secret. Containment Class Keter. Disruption Class Amida. Risk Class Critical, so, it's bad news. Does the Black Moon howl? It howls in remorse when the song it sings ends the world. Special Containment Procedures. The SCP Foundation, United Nations Global Occult Coalition, Republic of India, Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, and People's Republic of China have signed the Treaty of Everest to establish indefinite and reliable containment of SCP-7000. It stipulates the following initiatives be carried out to address the object. 1. Every year from the 1st to the 8th of July, the Foundation is to work with all members of the treaty to entirely prohibit entry into the Himalayan mountains. A suitable cover story pertaining to the prevalence of deadly avalanches at that time is to be created and disseminated by the aforementioned parties. Footnotes. Avalanches are notably most common during the summer months when snow and ice begin to loosen and melt with rising temperatures. 2. An annually assembled Joint Task Force, JTF Theta Mendez 7000, codename 7th Spear, composed of at least 1,000 available troops sourced from combat-capable mobile task forces and at least 2,000 troops sourced from the Physics Division of the GOC, is to be stationed at the base of the Himalayas for the 192-hour period, or 192 hours during which the above protocol is active. During this time, all members of Group of Interest Alpha 19, codenamed Serpent's Hand, and Group of Interest 231, codenamed Children of the Scarlet King, detected by Theta Mendez 7000 within their area of occupation, are to represent security breaches of the highest priority and be terminated on site. Pictured above, JTF Theta Mendez 7000, codenamed 7th Spear, pictured surveilling the Himalayas. Description: SCP-7000 is a 7-day, or 168-hour, long ritual performance of Russian composer Alexander Scriben's Mysterium. Though a famously unfinished composition according to mainstream belief, the complete composition of SCP-7000 repeats and augments several parts of the Mysterium, throughout them extensively integrating other artistic, religious, and ritual demonstrations that cannot be definitively located as belonging to any singular historical source. Footnote. Though overtones in Neoplatonic and Theosophical esotericism are the most obviously noticeable influences upon examination of SCP-7000 ritual elements, they also integrate composite elements sourced from various old world mythologies, particularly the Daevite religious system. Most intriguing, recovered notes by the Scriben, I'm going to call him Scriben, in which he details the manner in which SCP-7000 is to be performed, mention use of musical instruments and other technologies of origin in non-human, extraterrestrial, and extra-dimensional civilizations. The Mysterium has been described as a synesthetic piece, able to induce a multi-sensory experience by use of music, and also including visual performances alongside thaumatological ritual elements. Scriben's esoteric, spiritual, and philosophical view, similar to theosophy, is known to have influenced his compositions. A link between these esoteric beliefs and the ritual nature of SCP-7000 is exceedingly likely. Extensive thaumaturgic working and collusion with pluripotent or theological entities to aid in the process of SCP-7000's composition would likely have been necessary to achieve its degree of potency. Pictured above, Alexander Nikolaevich Scriben. Handsome devil. The existence of SCP-7000 and associated ideas pertaining to the prophetic, spiritual, and or ritual powers attributed to works of music has been confirmed to have notable influence in the human noosphere, and is therefore reliant upon several concepts invented and imagined by humankind. As such, the finished Mysterium composition has been designated a dormant Blavatsky-class hypersigil. Footnote. An idea, concept, or creation of the conscious mind embedded within the noosphere that, through belief and ritual, is capable of altering reality through thaumatological means. Research by the Pataphysics Division of the Transphysical Mechanics Department, the Thaumaturgistics Division of the Department of Occult Sciences, and the Quantum Supermechanics Division of the Research and Experimentation Department to determine whether hypersigils function through narrative intervention and or manipulation of probabilities, as is the case with more localized sigils, is ongoing, so a little bit of our luck. A Blavatsky-class hypersigil of Type 9 eschatological severity by the research head for SCP-7000, with approval of the chairs of Foundation Departments of Applied Esotericism, Psychology and Parapsychology, Emimetics, and Countermimetics. Notice from the Department of Temporal Anomalies. Much of the following information pertaining to the chronological events and effects of SCP-7000 originates from the doomed alternate universe hereafter classified AU-7000 UK, as per Statement 3.1 of the 1981 Multi-Foundation Coalition Agreement, an interuniversal concord that ensures all documents containing information relevant to an irreparable K-class scenario in any given alternate Foundation's universe be autonomously transmitted to other Coalition members for cautionary and informative purposes. To be properly executed, SCP-7000 is to be initiated and completed at the base of the Himalayan mountains, beginning on the 7th day of July. Footnote. In both the month, day, YY format and the day, month, YY format, the 7th of July is expressed as 7-7. Though the number 7 has proven significant in occult workings, particularly those with pertinence to SCP-001-Tufto and related anomalies, use of the Gregorian calendar to implement this occult symbolism seems completely arbitrary. This is likely due to the fact that SCP-7000, an anomaly that functions within the collective unconscious, manifests through the system of time used by the majority of the world, and therefore has the majority of influence in the noosphere. So 7th of July. The beginning of the performance produces an immensely powerful telepathic signal, contacting all sentient and non-sentient life on Earth and compelling them, in what has been described as a spiritual or religious experience, to make an immediate pilgrimage to the site at which SCP-7000 is being performed. Non-sapient life forms, including even those without rudimentary external awareness such as plants or fungi, assume an unknown elevated state of consciousness as to obtain sapience and be affected by SCP-7000's compulsion. Entities in extra-dimensional spaces and or metaspatial pocket continuums adjacent to Earth on a multiversal or narrative level, such as denizens of SCP-2264-B, Oniroi, entities occupying the Wanderer's Library, and the rather strange fellows of the Sevenfold Woods are also compelled by SCP-7000. Consistent nomenclature redacted per Protocol 4000 issue. During performing of the anomaly, SCP-7000 allegedly induces a profound transcendent or out-of-body experience in those who witness it. A common theory among the Foundation of AU-7000-UK being that the piece overstimulates every sensory mode of human perception to the point of forcing one's spirit out of the body through astral projection. Execution of the entire piece involves, among other elements, dances, a procession, a burning of incense, mass distribution of psychedelic substances, displays of multicolored lights by use of a system of reflective prisms, and a variety of illusions. Sounds dope. When can we go? Of the performance itself, Scriben wrote, "There will not be a single spectator. All will be participants. The work requires special people, special artists, and a completely new culture. The cast of performers includes an orchestra, a large mixed choir, an instrument with visual effects, dancers, a procession, incense, and rhythmic textural articulation. The cathedral in which it will take place will not be of one single type of stone, but will continually change with the atmosphere and motion of the Mysterium. This will be done with the aid of mists and lights, which will modify the architectural contours.
Scriben, like, he parties, you can tell.
If SCP-7000 remains uninterrupted for the entirety of its execution, its impact upon local and existential reality will continually increase in severity. As documented by its SCP Foundation, events in AU-7000-UK caused by the continued performance of SCP-7000 progressed in the following order when it was performed. Note that this timeline pertains to the context of AU-7000-UK and would likely not transpire in an identical manner were SCP-7000 to be initiated in the prime timeline. Time from initiation of SCP-7000 and the event. Approximately 10 minutes. All conscious life forms on Earth and adjacent dimensions are simultaneously made aware of the existence and location of the SCP-7000 ritual within the unconscious mind. Despite cognitive difficulties with consciously associating this revelation with a literal event at first, affected entities unfailingly conclude that they must make a pilgrimage to the site of SCP-7000 within minutes of this effect's initial onset, almost certainly initiating a BK-class Broken Masquerade scenario. At approximately 30 minutes from the time of initiation, Hume levels of the Earth and the surrounding area within a radius of approximately 0.67 light-years begins to steadily climb throughout the duration of SCP-7000, reaching a climax of around 500% in excess of normal levels. At approximately 24 hours, manifestations of extra-dimensional phenomena within baseline reality reach unprecedented length, frequency, and clarity. At approximately 32 hours, ambient Akiva radiation present on all Akiva-sensitive areas, or, quote, holy sites, on the planet rapidly increases to unnatural levels over the course of around 6 hours starting at this time, before abruptly shooting downwards to near zero for the duration of SCP-7000. Over the coming days, anomalous phenomena destroy several of these sites by apparent overwhelming force majeure. The noospheric and physical influence of theological memeplexes, worshipped by humanity, deities colloquially, weakens continually as this process continues. Make music, kill God. All right, baby. 65 hours. Beginning at this time, numerous unprecedented geographical changes occur within a short amount of time, most of them occurring within 48 hours or less. The sudden rising of most of the Zealandian continental crust to above sea level at approximately 68 hours displaces an immense amount of water in the oceans, as does the sudden emergence of two large land masses shortly thereafter, one in the mid-Pacific Ocean at approximately 75 hours, and one in the Arctic Ocean near the North Pole at approximately 81 hours. Starting at this time and until the conclusion of SCP-7000, several new islands emerge from under the sea, some existing ones sink or are destroyed, and the position of several existing islands and continents is shifted. Overall, for the duration of these events, significant natural disasters including volcanic and tectonic activity, flooding, and tsunamis severely impact almost all islands and low-lying coastal areas on the planet. At approximately 70 hours, a remarkably destructive series of volcanic eruptions causes a blanket of ash to block sunlight from reaching the Earth. At approximately 90 hours, several operatives of Group of Interest 231, Children of the Scarlet King, vanish through unknown anomalous means, spatial and/or metaspatial displacement likely, oh no. 120 hours, through unknown means, SCP-140 achieves full chronological completion and breaches into the present moment. I knew it! At 144, SCP-001 Lily's proposal is triggered, initiating
Fantastic.
an event known as the Final Day of Flowers. Oh, man. I was going to say how much this reminded me of that, and here we are. Footnote. A recurring span of time in the history of the planet Earth lasting from sunrise to sunset of a given day, during which time every flower on the planet is said to simultaneously bloom in exquisite color and variety. A day of flowers always directly precedes a catastrophe of immense magnitude on the planet the following day, usually representing the extinction or near extinction of one or more dominant species. Also at 144 hours, SCP-7000-XK fully manifests in baseline reality. At 150 hours, an estimated 90% of contained sentient and sentient anomalies have breached containment in an attempt to reach the site of SCP-7000. At approximately 157 hours, the human noosphere and the regions of physical spacetime to which it is associated, namely all human-inhabited regions on the planet, cease to exist individually, fully merging into a composite pocket dimension in which the gap between consciousness and matter is fully reconciled, and the cognitron a theorized subatomic particle existing only in the noosphere and dream space, which allows lucid thoughts and intentions to interact with the fabric of mental realities in which they exist, can directly interact with physical particles before first undergoing cyogenesis. The anomalous process by which a conscious intention is transformed from a conceptualization existing only mentally within the noospheric realm into an instance of psychic phenomena able to affect the physical world or the minds of other conscious entities. SCP-7000-XK is a currently unidentified entity that manifests on the 6th day of SCP-7000. Though definite information on the nature of a fully manifested SCP-7000-XK is scarce, footnote, due to the only time of its manifestation being the 24 hours during which AU-7000-UK was immediately facing a UK-class end-of-universe scenario. All Foundation staff being subject to the conciliatory anomalous effects of SCP-001-Lily during this time made rigorous documentation even more difficult.
Did you read the 168 hours thing?
Did I?
The last
I
log
did
of the
not.
chart.
You're right. I missed it completely.
It's okay.
In fact, for some reason, it looks like it's new. Like it wasn't on my page a minute ago. I think I'm tripping.
I just added it there. Yeah.
Damn. At 168 hours, the eschaton occurs in full, triggering a UK class end of the universe scenario. Thanks for catching me on that.
I know you're good.
The following description of its appearance has been gathered with relative certainty. An indefinite number of dark feathered wings ranging from 7 to 97 in number. An approximate wingspan approaching 1 kilometer. 2. A roughly geometric form that constantly shifts to and from several states that resemble polyhedra with equilateral heptagons in some or all of their faces. 3. Unknown or incomprehensible color and texture. 4. A kaleidoscopic variety of features that resemble eyes, mouths, and limbs. Said features constantly shift in and out of the boundaries of human perception on the surface of the creature, but are always present in a number that is evenly divisible by 7. 5. Class 8 type black, otherwise known as divine, ontokinetic capabilities, though the entity has not been observed using these directly. Depictions of beings that fit the description of SCP-7000-XK have been found in several ancient cultures worldwide, especially with reference to the Scarlet King. As such, common theories posit that, like SCP-2317-K, SCP-7000-XK may be an aspect or expression of SCP-001 Tufto. Addendum 7001 Discovery. The existence of SCP-7000 first came to the attention of the Foundation following the 1962 Alexandria incident. Footnote. An event in anomalous history wherein a large number of Serpent's Hands operatives under the guidance of 0510 defected to the Foundation. The Alexandria incident marks an important increase in anomalous knowledge accessible to the Foundation, as significant portions of the library were allegedly stolen or copied by the defectors during the chaos and later disseminated among Foundation ranks. References to it being noted among the immense collection of esoteric scripture that was brought back to Reliquary Area 27, when the incident's aftermath necessitated the immediate evacuation of all SCP personnel out of the Wanderer's library. Among the recovered texts are several grimoires written in the Old Davite language, which contain instructions on performing SCP-7000 and the consequences thereof. Said texts cannot be identified as originating from any definite point in time and possess several incongruent temporal signatures and greatly disparate eras, notably appearing to be at least 800 years old upon physical analysis, yet directly citing the Mysterium itself, supposedly left unfinished upon Scriben's death in 1915, a clear anachronism. A common thread between most texts recovered from the 1962 Alexandria incident, particularly those which reference SCP-7000, is a frequent association of SCP-001-Tufto and associated divine entities with apocryphal, eschatological, infertile, and otherwise fringe Abrahamic symbolism, particularly those Abrahamic symbols with connections to the biblical revelation or end times. Many later occult texts with mentions of SCP-001-Tufto that are known to originate from the Wanderer's library, such as those obtained from the Global Occult Coalition following their raids on the Serpent's Hand, footnote, mentioned texts related to the Scarlet King were provided to the Foundation by the GOC as part of an agreement between the two organizations to contain Object Redacted, GOC Classified KTE 2013, Kapala Mendez, The King's Spears. Seem concurrent with the Alexandria incident texts in their portrayals of the Scarlet King and the symbols of its worship. This evidence seems to strongly suggest that the ways in which the library specifically portrays SCP-001 Tufto are somehow unique and further implies an unknown connection between the Serpent's Hand and the children of the Scarlet King. Following discovery by the Foundation, containment protocols within the Himalayan area were temporarily imposed while additional research could be concluded. Though this research proved relatively unfruitful, the dissemination of documents from AU-7000-UK in 1994 enlightened the Foundation to the truth of SCP-7000's existence and its true dangers. Shortly thereafter, a treaty to establish intensified defense measures in the area was ratified. This agreement, the Treaty of Everest, remains in use to this day and is thus far proven effective in disarming any third-party attempts to initiate SCP-7000. Addendum 7000-2. Recovered documents. The following incomplete set of recovered texts, understood to be written by Scriben himself, details the precise mechanics of SCP-7000 and the circumstances of its creation with reasonable accuracy. The documents are written in a mix of Russian, Ancient Greek, Enochian, Atlantean, and Old Davite, and are encoded by a use of a complex cryptomantic cipher that has yet to be fully cracked. Footnote: believed to be either of Schriftsteller or Giftschreiber origin, or partially devised by involvement of one of these groups. Despite years of collaborative effort between the Foundation and the International Center for the Study of Unified Thaumatology on breaking this cryptomantic seal, the following transcription is not currently fully translated. Completely untranslated phrases will be expunged, and words or phrases with more unreliable translations will be marked with an asterisk for clarity. 2nd November, 1913. Magic is a thing of innumerable swirling thoughts, dreams, and probabilities. But for all its cosmic impossibilities and inconsistencies, I gotta get this accent right. We're Russian, and what I just did was bubbles.
Well, it's okay. We're rushing. That's the problem.
There we go. It was a thing of the fates that compelled my soul to a new aim. I'm not going to do an accent for this, I'm rushing more. A final and magnificent expression of rebirth, an exaltation of the immortal spirit's divinely inspired myriad arcane awarenesses and ecstasies. My final piece will be of these as they have inspired me. The secret doctrine teaches that throughout the entire duration of intelligent life in our world, a clear chronology of major civilizations can be drawn, each emerging after the previous and each acting as a major agent of change upon the world. In time immemorial, the untranslated instated themselves as the first such civilization. Turnus installed humanity as the sixth when building their first great city. And though they fell, humanity again proved their worth, re-emerging after extensive competition with the children of the night and stars, jeopardized the legitimacy of our claim to the title of sixth great civilization. The seventh, extensively predicted but never identified, is forthcoming. We have references to Project Paragon, SCP-4840, SCP-1000, and Ralliston's proposal. The ancient masters lie this information out for us in its totality. Their wisdom is paragon and undeniable, and it is informed by their teaching that I believe the seventh realm of our world, as it is called, is imminent. I wish to welcome my own fate and the fate of the world, and to end our time in this realm with celebration should our predestination be the superseding of our dominion by that of a more advanced species. My next piece will be a recognition of humankind in the grand face of the infinite cosmos, to be played preceding its inevitable end. 19th of May, 1905. The work I have done for my latest project is of a truly arcane nature, and it has humbled me with a newfound majesty for the grand harmonic confluence of probabilities which make the vast realm of magic in which we exist possible. Our standing in the cosmos is but one level in an infinite structure of countless rising and falling planes of existence. Octave over octave over octave, the nature of the arcane ascends further still. It is truly amazing. Yesterday, during hours spent researching at the Rossakaya Goristvanaya Bibliotheka. Footnote: the Russian State Library in Moscow, a site known to bear a stable translocational gateway to the Wanderer's Library, which opens during a full moon. A faceless cloaked man with forearms, 4 vaguely arachnoid legs, and all manner of arcane symbols painted upon its reptilian flesh emerged suddenly from in between the bookshelves in a manner I can only describe as hallucination-like. It approached me and placed in my hands a large green and gold leather-bound tome with the symbol of the World Tree cast upon its cover in brass. At first frightened, my demeanor quickly changed to utter astonishment when I realized that the tome was tangible to me, and the experience that I had been almost sure was hallucinatory was entirely real. The mysterious creature, surely some kind of angel of wisdom to bestow me with the text and its vast knowledge, then promptly melded back into the surrounding environment and vanished. I have thought for many days about what occurred at that library, coming only to one conclusion. It appears that in my work of honoring the infinite and the arcane, it has responded and shined its wisdom upon me. What serendipity! The tome which I have obtained is itself extraordinary. It teaches me far-flung civilizations across the universe, and of their customs and traditions. It teaches me the intricacies of ancient rites lost to time everywhere else but in its very contents. It teaches me of the long-forgotten history of our own world, and of the myriad ways in which the breath of life expresses itself and creates intelligence. Its teachings will surely be instrumental in designing the rites necessary for my peace. October 23rd, 1908. Years of work on my final project have thus far continued smoothly. All great wonders and horrors of which I learned throughout my continuous study will be integrated and invoked in the performance, and each spirit and deity recognized and thanked for its role in our realm's mortal experience. The tome bestowed upon me by the Untranslated in 1905 has since taught me the intricacies of the library, the realm of infinite knowledge from which it presumably originates. I've also since translated the true name of the text, the sixth tome of Apocryphal Visions, one of many texts within the library containing similar wisdom. I sometimes experience visions of the library. In its winding halls, I see creatures nearly identical to the angel which handed me the sixth tome. I have designed rituals to invoke the heavenly spheres for their blessings upon the coming age. In ritual, I have communed with each planet and star in the night sky, with each's logos, and with each's people. Footnote. The theosophical concept of a planetary or stellar logos describes the existence of a governing deity, intelligence, or abstract essence for different celestial bodies in the universe, particularly habited ones. These entities govern over their respective bodies and are conceptually and theologically linked to them and their inhabitants. A planetary logos is often described as its spirit or the fundamental essence that esoteric traditions believe to imply that the planet itself is a living being, similar to the concept of Mother Earth. And with each people's. Though in contemplation of the many spirits and masters with which I have sought guidance from in their respective teachings, one thing stands out. I believe there to be some form of untranslated, governing over the spaces between the stars. This possibility is equally exciting and frightening. It is a common conception that advanced civilizations undergoing a significant change in consciousness or physiology through esoteric means endure a 3.5 day period of total darkness, emerging changed after emergence from the void. If the power of this void can be contacted, it would be crucially useful to ease the upcoming shift into oblivion which humankind will doubtlessly face with the arrival of the seventh realm fast impending. When the end comes, I will accept the infinity of fate with open arms and make humankind's dissolution into the calm finality of ultimate annihilation as painless as possible. I will contact this mysterious force and use its power to compose the ultimate spell. July 6, 1910. I have recently made contact with a mysterious and elusive entity which I believe to be the force with which I have been attempting to locate. Text damaged over the interstellar void. Its dominion, which it often shows to me in my dreams and visions, is a serene void positioned between the quantified realm of structured and ordered concepts and the infinite chaos of primordial unknowns. When I am taken there, I can feel the minuscule interactions that one's body usually makes surrounding air and dust give way to the numbness of an absolute vacuum. I have been led to the knowledge of this entity's existence by way of the library's tome, but it contains no further information concerning this matter. If I am the first to reach this strange realm, this point in my mission may be as far as the tome is able to take me. Entities which occupy the void realm are utterly foreign to my understanding, but do not appear hostile. As I make further progress into my work and progress to a more and more advanced understanding of the seals and rites I design, now approaching their final phases, the fact that I need the void's power for assistance to accomplish my goal becomes more and more obvious. I will continue to attempt negotiation. For the good of all, I unwaveringly continue in the development of my ultimate working. 4 years later, August 9th, 1914. Faust once made a deal with the devil. In exchange for his immortal soul, Faust attained all worldly knowledge and ability which could be possibly imagined. Faust would become the most talented magician of his time, the most talented alchemist of his time, and fortune would always look upon him favorably in the world of men. But none of this mattered, for in the kingdom of God, Faust was utterly corrupted. His soul always belonged truly to Lucifer. I too, unbeknownst to myself, have fallen victim to such a bargain.
I didn't see that coming.
Not at all. The Void's voices with whom I made a covenant to create my final work are not who they claim to be. I have discovered, but indeed only servants of the Crimson Beast, Karak. I thought it was going to be Bill Cipher. Lord of darkness below, God of the Deva, a treacherous and brutal scourge existing only to devour and defile all things holy. His is a raging, spiraling, insatiable typhoon of primeval wrath, gluttony, dust, blood, and corruption. The king revealed his true nature to me only after he agreed to my terms for use of the Void's power in my workings. He has defiled all that was once sacred and divine in my magnum opus, destroying years of work, years of dreams. He has defiled and perverted the magics of my intricate composition, transforming it into an aberrant tool of destruction. It appears that his influence has turned my work, once dedicated to easing the pain of a dying humanity, into the very thing that will destroy it. Despite all this tragedy, it is far too late for me to stop. Fate has already dealt her hand, that of annihilation, and as such, I am resolute in accepting it. Regardless of the innumerable and ungodly terrors which the fruits of my pride may be doomed to inflict, it is fated that the work will be completed, and as such I must complete it regardless of the cost. Faust once stood at the gates of hell in infamy. All at one moment, the weight of his guilt crushed him. Starting in early to mid-April 1915 until his death, Scriben was rendered bedridden due to an infected sore. As his writing from this period is featured below, note that, according to Scriben's doctor, he exhibited signs of deliriousness during this time. April 7th, 1915. Karak is a thing of innumerable swirling tensions, impulses, and misfortunes. But for all his cosmic impossibilities and inconsistencies, Karak is also a thing of the fates. He is inevitable. Time and time again, the king makes himself visible in my dreams. At times of fear, delusion, and delirium, he brings with him in his wake all the infinite horrors of his damning void realm, and all cosmic cataclysms inflicted by his terrible legions of scourges and devourers. The realm of the sixth is fated to fall, and in its ashes, the realm of the seventh must rise. If this transition occurs only through him, there is no imaginable impossibility which may protect us from it. This too will be an act of the fates, and it is my duty to complete my work regardless of its cost. As the life fades from my own body, I feel more and more the impending onset of a new age of life everywhere on Earth. If the gods of fate and fortune shine their light upon us before the king butchers them whole, the end of the human race will be met not with apocalypse, but with a clean slate and a new beginning. Scriben would pass away 7 days later, on the 14th of April, 1915, in his Moscow apartment due to severe complications from the infected sore on his upper lip.
It's a rough way to go.
I wonder what the significance of that being the placement of the sore is. Is there, I wonder.
God only knows.
I have a simple review of this article. It's very quick. I saw like it's the most dangerous gosh darn thing in the world in the beginning, and I was like, okay, I'm humoring you here. And then everything from the special containment procedures to the first mention of the Scarlet King, I was just ramping up. I'm like, this is so badass. This is like Lily's proposal, but like on steroids. This is crazy, and music and everything. And I was super hyped. And then the Scarlet King got mentioned, and my interest immediately faded. And this isn't saying it's bad yet. This is just saying, like, I immediately went like, oh, we're linking it to this thing. Okay, I guess, I knocked myself out of focus in the camera. There we go. Just like linking it to something so prominent and so often mentioned in the lore, and I was like, I don't know.
There's all these interconnections. They're mentioning Admonition, the metaversal, the multi-foundation coalition agreement, and they're referencing Lily's proposal, and like all this, like, you know, the woods which have no name. All this that's very cool. A lot of elements here. I was happy to see, and I wanted to see them all work together somehow, because I was like, the more they loaded on here, I'm like, wow, this is a lot. You know, they mentioned like 3 proposals. You know, for 001, I'm like, okay, all right. The chart itself is really good. I like that the timeline.
Oh, the timeline is lovely. I was like getting hyped and hyped the more that went
Yeah.
on. And to finish what I was saying, I was like unsold for a minute, but then the way that the documents went and getting into like the Faustian bargain aspect
Yeah.
immediately brought it back to character and made it like an interesting back and forth rather than just like, rocks, Scarlet King falls, everyone dies.
Yeah.
And so 100% like big fuck yeah to this from me. I am upvoting this so hard.
Yeah. I think, like I said, I think it's a little bit predictable towards the end there with the whole
Yeah.
Faustian bargain thing. I kind of was like, oh, okay, there he's communicating with it. He's going to attempt to, yeah, okay.
Uh-huh.
But there's nothing wrong with that if it's told in an engaging manner, and I do think it is. What was my? I'd like one thing, but I don't think we have time for it. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, just the fact that you did the big bad. I'd rather be some sort of like force than the Scarlet King. I feel like Scarlet King, 399, 3125. They're all things that like people bring in sometimes they think they're really really badass, and then like you don't have the support for it. I don't know. It's just at least 3125, for example, and the Scarlet King are both overwrought in a lot of ways. But this is good. I will upvote this.
Indeed. I was like turned off immediately because it's overdone, but then this like came in and like it did a good job with it.
For sure.
I like the first half a lot better. Like if this ended with like a mystery like
Oh,
Lily's proposal does or something,
Yeah.
then I'd be like freaking the fuck out because I want to go to the frickin' Everest Music Festival now, man.
Yeah, that was cool. That part was neat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good work, author.
Good work.
Worm Almighty, you got me. I'm on board. Oh,
Worm
look who's
Almighty.
next.
I know. I looked. I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be fun. And it's just mentioned him too. So speak of the devil. Speak of the Scarlet King, maybe. Yeah. That's SCP-7000, the Neon God by Tufto, and I will start this one off. We'll see how far I can get.
Indeed.
All right. The day we buried my sister, it was sunny. It was scorching. It was a little cemetery by the city, a scrap of dried out grass, yellow and burnt. When I think back on it, it doesn't feel like home, but I suppose it must have then. I'd never known anything else. I didn't cry. I don't remember much, but I remember that. The shock was too deep. I couldn't understand what had happened to her. I stood there, between my parents, my mother veiled and my father racked and sobbing. I was only 8. She'd just been smiling up at me. The day wasn't anything. It meant nothing. It didn't feel like any funerals I'd seen on TV. Those sealed markers and endings. It was just a day, while the grasshoppers hummed and the wind blew through the stalks. She wasn't gone. She was right there, in that box. There was no story to be told except that of the gravedigger's earth, rhythmically drumming on the coffin. When we left our new house in the country, we took the train. My parents tried to talk all afternoon, but I didn't need them to. The wheels slipped across the tracks, embedded in the grass and the wire, with greenery outside flowering further and further. And I felt happy. Now I could see it, the escape, the recreation, the play of the clouds, the wind in the air, the apples of the autumn. I write this on the last line back to normalcy, only to find that the O5 Council has gone insane. They're burning the Foundation from the inside out. Kells is probably drunk on the floor, cursing himself and everyone around him. And the Neon God prays at my periphery, almost seen, almost there, but always towering above all else. Nobody will read these words I write. But, oh, my dearest friends, you don't have to. The words will stand regardless. Dr. Rosie Hartlepool, SCP-7000, the Neon God. By order of the O5 Council, the following file is sealed Level 5/7000 classified. Authorized access is forbidden. Item number SCP-7000. Object class, Baumail. Image caption. A train from SCP-7000 passing between the universe A001 Prime to universe A051, quote, Infinite Mongol Empire. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 has been placed under the purview of the newly founded Department of Interdimensional Logistics, which currently operates out of Site 565 and is provisionally headed by Dr. Rosie Hartlepool and Dr. Simon Kells. Current operational guidelines, rather than focusing on containment, have been designated to continue to facilitate communication and travel across the multiverse. For this reason, an unusual degree of latitude has been afforded for the hiring of personnel and access of non-Foundation personnel to SCP-7000. Some containment measures in Universe A001, quote, Prime, have been deemed necessary, however. Specifically, Foundation personnel have secured all known entrances to SCP-7000, preserving the public nature of the buildings where appropriate and otherwise creating temporary research sites to allow Foundation members to easily travel between universes. The use of insights gained from SCP-7000, especially the observation of different anomalies in different universes, has been greenlit for the purposes of improving the containment of anomalies in Universe A001. Description: SCP-7000 is a multi-dimensional transport network, commonly known as Lampeter. SCP-7000 consists of a number of conventional forms of transport, including, for example, trains, automobiles, planes, hot air balloons, and the Mongol Yam system, which have been anomalously altered to move between different timelines, universes, and realities. SCP-7000 also contains a number of pocket universes, especially designed to serve as intersections and transport hubs. SCP-7000 plays a critical role in the interdimensional communication and transport for both the Foundation and anomalous underground at large. Its full extent, both in this universe, A001 Prime, and others, comprises over 4,000 known universes, with many more suspected to exist. 12 departure points are known to exist in A001 Prime, but many more are known from anecdotal evidence. The following are some examples of departure points from A001 Prime. A small wooden door in the back of a church in San Paolino, Lucca, which leads to an underground tram station that takes the traveler to a larger tram hub in Universe B723, quote, Hospice. An abandoned and cordoned off jetty in northern Ishikari, Hokkaido. Stepping onto it takes the traveler to a large seaport in timeline Q944, quote, Mintuchi. A lost and found office in a train station of Lima, Peru, which connects to a large train station in Universe H020, quote, Great Inca State. The back entrance of an Ilkhanid-era caravanserai in Kerman, Iran, which takes one to a nesting series of caravanserais, which are all located in 10 separate timelines simultaneously. A patch of sky above northern Mongolia. Aircraft passing through this area will be taken to an intra-universal airport designated SCP-7000-77A, which services at least 350 universes in what the network's station masters commonly call the far southwestern corridor. SCP-7000 was founded in the 13th century in a presently undiscovered universe, Universe Z999, quote, Halogen, by members of the Lampeter family for an unknown purpose. It was run by the Lampeter Non-Euclidean Shipping Company, LNSCC, from the early 17th century until 2021, when the LNSCC went bankrupt. Since then, Foundation has stepped in to administrate the network in order to prevent a complete collapse in the trans-dimensional communications networks and the numerous Z-class scenarios this would probably precipitate. The Foundation control currently extends to... Oh, I can hear myself. You're echoing.
There was a... Say again?
I can hear myself on your speaker. Oh, is that better? Yeah, it's better. There we go. Foundation control currently extends to only 832 distinct stations. However, it appears important routes on the broader network continue to be maintained by groups of volunteers, small-scale private enterprises, and agreements between multidimensional worlds. Full Foundation control is expected to complete in 2035 is stricken. 2050 is stricken. Current date being 2070. The sheer scale of SCP-7000 is difficult to describe. Every time we find another gateway, another door in a train station or portal hidden in a marsh, I keep thinking about those first Lampeters, what they must have achieved. The amount of power it takes just to send messages from one universe is immense. It requires an anomalous power source capable of routing staggering outputs to extra-physical realms. We've read the Scranton account of the place between realities. I assume that's 3001. Yep. Now imagine trying to find the parameters of that nothing place, that limbo. Trying to define the undefinable. As far as we can tell, no new universes have been added to this network in some time. Technology seems to have been lost decades, maybe centuries ago. We haven't got the slightest idea how it was done. The Lampeter records were lost in the final years of the LNSCC's existence. Some station masters have spoken of great images and murals detailing the technique, but we found no trace of them. Maybe one day we'll find the fabled Z999. Maybe there'll be an answer to this question. Who was mad enough, daring enough to punch that first hole between universes? What kind of brain is able to work through these endless, anomalous problems of physics and reality? We have no idea what kind of twist in the head is necessary to see the world in the right way. The physical space Lampeter holds is immense yet negligible. It's a network known only to those who know. Its stations hidden in the most remote places or the most unassuming. Its very existence is an enormous technical feat. I like to picture it a network of stations and resting posts stitching together different lines and threads, existing on an entirely separate axis to the ones we know. But that's not it at all when you look at it. It's just sheds and warehouses, a cascade of back rooms. A lot of very tired employees. And an interminable decay. Dr. Simon Kells. The following is an interview between Dr. Hartlepool and M. Ramo, an employee on the SCP-7000 in Universe G299 Thayer Tombs. This was conducted as part of Dr. Hartlepool's attempts to gain a greater understanding of the history and nature of SCP-7000 due to the loss of a vast bulk of the LNSCC's archival records. Do you want to be Hartlepool or Ramo? It's your choice.
Either way, I guess I'll go with Ramo.
Sure. Begin log. The camera opens on the mountainside. Dr. Hartlepool is heading towards a small wooden cabin some 70 or 80 meters away. It is heavily snowing, and the sky is a solid gray. After a minute, Dr. Hartlepool reaches the door to the cabin and opens it. Inside, a figure, Ramo, can be seen on the right of the cabin, sitting at a table with a headset on. A bed can be seen at the far side. Several prints, mostly paintings of cherry blossoms, are plastered on the cabin's walls. A small table is sitting in the center, and a kitchen area with a kettle and a hob is visible on the far left.
94, 942, 94. Nope. Southeastern. Eastern. Jerry, do we have to go through this every...
Hello?
Oh!
Ramo turns abruptly.
I'll call you back, Jer.
Ramo puts down the headset and gets up, smiling.
I'm so sorry. Wasn't expecting any visitors. Please.
Ramo gestures to the table at the center of the room. Dr. Hartlepool sits and smiles at him. Ramo starts making 2 cups of tea in the kitchen area. I won't bite. Ramo laughs.
When you live in a small wooden hut hundreds of miles up the side of a mountain, you don't often expect visitors.
I don't suppose Lampeter ever considered moving you to somewhere more reachable, somewhere that didn't require a ludicrous amount of power and precision to jump to.
Oh, but it didn't. Back in the olden days when this place was inhabited.
And how long ago was that?
Centuries. This was a tomb world. Have you met many of those?
A few. I passed through at least 3 on my way here.
They're taking the ski lift over there?
There is a short pause. There are protocols. This is technically classified by the Foundation as newly reclaimed, which means...
But you're Rosie Hartlepool, aren't you? Our lady and mistress?
Didn't he say it was a... Okay, never mind. Look, if I do it, it looks bad for the whole department. Ramo laughs.
Fine. I'm not offended. But the line is safe, really.
Not the way I hear it. 7 missing in this quadrant alone.
But none at this station. I run a tight ship here.
So why doesn't everyone else? Ramo turns to the table with 2 mugs of tea. He places one in front of Dr. Hartlepool and sits opposite her, stirring his tea and looking intently at her. She takes a sip of tea, staring back.
You never saw this in the good old days, did you?
Did you?
What's that meant to me?
The Lampeter lines have been here for centuries. The golden age must have ended long before the company fell into disrepute. Didn't the last member of the family burn himself alive?
That's a rumor.
A rumor that's impossible to confirm, given what happened to the archives.
Okay, fine. I never saw it in its glory days either. But I've heard about it. We all have. The story is down the line, passed on by passengers and station masters. A little stop like this would have had 3-4 employees at all times. Constant maintenance. Hundreds of lifts running up and down the cables every hour. Dozens upon dozens passing through,
And the people all flying to so many stations.
Golden palaces, they said.
They always say things like that.
But it makes sense, though. Whoever the early Lampeters were, smashing holes in reality, they must have had big ambitions. A lot of capital behind them.
Yeah, they must have.
But now, look, I'm not saying that you people didn't do a good thing stepping in as you did, but it's getting harder. One of the cables snapped last month. We were out of action for a week.
I'm sorry, but I don't get to decide how much money you were allocated. I try to tell them, but...
No, I know how it goes. The Elnesk, yeah, okay, it wasn't much better towards the end, but it's cold up here. Shifts are extended. I live here half the year now, barely getting home at all.
You don't have a home. There is a short pause.
My adopted home, then. A place that isn't a hut on the side of a frozen mountain.
Fair enough.
Things are straining. The network can't go on like this. A whole chunk of the line is being routed through here through a ski lift station. We don't have the manpower for something like that. The only reason we have stations like this is because the holes had to be here or something.
Dr. Huddlepool leans backwards. Had to be here.
Look, I don't know. It's just old station lore. There was something about the locations they chose. Weak points or something. Places where it was easier to build.
The two are silent for a few moments, drinking their tea.
Why are you here anyway?
I got curious. I thought I'd ask around, talk to some of the old hands from the LNSEC. They have no archives, so I thought...
You have to start somewhere.
It's not exactly a professional interview, but I had some free time. I just wanted to see it for myself, I suppose. Ramo nods.
I get it. Lampeter, SCP-7000, I suppose I should say, is important. It binds things together. All reality.
Did it need binding, though?
Oh, yes. How else will we find God?
You think this is all to find God?
I don't know what it's for, but it's the only way to do it. And I guess it doesn't have to be God exactly, but there's nothing else beyond this. Every possibility contained in every universe stretching on to eternity. It really is the final frontier, this multiverse. If anything can find a hidden unity, it's Lampeter.
Maybe there are multiverses beyond this one.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Just something my colleague, Kells, was talking about.
Ah, our Lord and Master.
So he likes to think, but I don't think I agree with you.
All reality, bound as one. It's as good a dream as any.
But a dream as big as that has to be better than as good as any. Nobody can escape a thing like that. There won't be anywhere left if things get weird for all reality.
Maybe. But what else have you got?
There's another pause. Dr. Hartlepool gets up, walks over to the window, and looks out. Do you know what happened to the archives? Is there any station lore about that?
Oh, yes. They say that John Lampeter, the last of the family, went mad.
So he did burn himself to death.
Well, maybe. I will not speak ill of the dead. But they say he found something somewhere deep in the east of the line.
The East? There are no compass points in the multiverse.
Nah, but it's easier to think of it that way. All the area you control is the West. You got more of it than you think. Then there's a center full of interchanges and half-abandoned stations, a broken network that was once Lampeter's crowning glory. Then there's the East. Nobody knows what goes on there.
Why?
Like I said, I've been working on this part of the line my whole career. I don't get a lot of time to talk to the passengers. The lifts all pass above my head.
So, John Lampeter found something out here.
That drove him mad. Yep. And then the flames roared bright and high.
Poetic. Dr. Hartlepool peers out the window. The snow remains too thick to make much out, though, but a small light can be seen coming from the base of the mountain. What's the light?
This was a tomb world.
Most tomb worlds are, well, full of tombs.
Exactly. The retrenched priests of the Flaming Heart believed in the glory of decay itself. Each one of their tombs burns eternally, keeping each corpse in a constant state of destruction. Ashes fall off continually, transforming into fuel as they float to the ground. The body's never destroyed, but it's always losing more of itself.
Do you know how many files we currently have in the Foundation database? 7,000. 7,000 individual anomalies. 7,100 even. And yet, barely 10 universes away, the laws of entropy are suspended, and thousands of tombs litter the surface of an alien world.
Is that meant to be shocking?
No, I suppose not. Dr. Hartlepool returns to her seat, staring into her mug. You're a creature of decay too, I suppose. Are all you station masters? Seem to be.
Are you trying to rile me, Doctor?
Maybe a little.
I was born the son of a Foundation researcher. I grew up to join the Hand. When I was 30, I stumbled across a Foundation file that told a story of how Matthew Rumsfeld fell through time as a teenager, changed his name to Ramo, and lived a broken and unhappy life in a distant past. He grew old and died. But you knew all this already.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm a rat of the rails, Rosie Hartlepool, like we all are. Like you are. I took my other self's name to remind me that if I wasn't here, I'd be there. Or somewhere else entirely. Here, though, on the boundary between possibilities, maybe I really can find God.
I hope you do. Dr. Hartlepool stands up and heads for the door.
Hey, wait.
Dr. Hartlepool stops and turns. Ramo moves over to his work table and writes something on a piece of paper. He hands it to Dr. Hartlepool.
If you really want to know what's out there, try this guy. Universe F433. He used to work in the East, apparently. He might know something more.
Thanks, Matthew.
Anytime, Doc.
Dr. Hartlepool opens the door and steps out. She looks back one more time as she does so and sees Ramo back at his desk, putting his headset on again.
65, 93, 3. Jeff, for the love of...
The door closes and lock. Following is a personal log recovered from a train station in Universe L453, quote, Harold's Hole, a universe located in the central area of SCP-7000 referenced by Ramo in the previous interview. It is believed to have been composed 300 years ago. Today we logged 456 refugees from the east. That's over 12% of all traffic through the station. We're a small station, to be sure, but the numbers of those who run is staggering to me. They wear whatever they had, whatever they could take, and rely on the mercy of the station masters to keep them in food, water, clothing. We did our part, gave them what scattered rags we had, whatever other passengers gave to us. I wonder, sometimes, at the High One's plans. Our Scarlet King is kind and merciful God, to be sure, but why does so many pass through here? They come in so many different forms. There are the rich, or once rich, wandering in ragged suits and golden coats. There are the poor, faces ironclad against the deprivations they've seen. There are children, some who think this is all a game, some who understand that their homes are gone forever. There is such variety that all I have said seems cheap. Just petty categories that even I don't understand. There is as much suffering as this in the terrestrial realm, but not so spread out. All possibilities now collide into one another. And there still is something we must flee from. We have heard of what dwells in the east, what spreads its tendrils place to place. I cannot quite believe it, but the evidence is reflected in every passing iris, every haggard eye. I was raised, as all the Ghul are, in the far desert, in the sands under a black sky. Our only dwellings are collections of tents and the occasional shelter shrine erected by the long dead who came before. I never knew the city until I came here. Like the desert in its own way, there's a purity to it, a rejection of all that is wild, despite the wildness within. In its desire for conglomeration, it creates its own wilderness. Okay, see what you. Okay. I've heard tell of other worlds where our king is not the benevolent red-crowned sky, but a vicious creature of spite and envy, an idea born of the crushing weight of suffering. It is hard for me to believe, and yet I will still make the offerings of stone and cobalt in the hopes that our king hears us. When I see the suffering, I'll remember well the luck he has bestowed upon me, and one day, I trust, all the realms will be united, and the East will be free again. One day, I hope, we will feast together in the halls, his halls, the rich and poor alike. The following document was found in the ruins of the Lampeter archives. It is one of only a handful of documents that was not destroyed at the end of LNSCC's existence. The city shines. I see it from my window. It is within my window. It has taken most of the bedroom now. Only the bed remains. I don't know why I can see it when others can't. It's so obvious. There's the city, and then there's the rest of the floor. And then there's me. The city shines against the night and is beautiful. I used to hate it, like the others did, but now I love it. The more they move through it slowly, still trying to find spaces in it, hoping to get out, get away in the car. They never find them. They'll learn to love it too. They'll have to. Its sprawl extends outwards gradually, caressing all it touches. They rise, the steel and glass twisting upwards like strange plants over what was the Mojave, crushing the cacti, burying roots into the sand. Does physics allow the Earth's molten crust? My cat's meowing. Does physics allow the Earth's molten crust to be converted into condominiums? Will the lights go out as we fall into the sun? That doesn't matter either, because the sun will become a part of it. I have not yet been taken, but I want to be. I bear my heart, I give it my skin. The city aches, cradling its way across the world, its slithering trains creating new jobs where once there was only farmland. The concrete slips and slides, playing in mixers, splattering across the valleys, the Welsh hills becoming slag heaps once again. The Kazakh steppe, absorbed into greater Almaty, into greater Novosibirsk, into greater Beijing. I love the city. I love it all. I love its alleyways and its theaters, blaring white light into their moaning and shrieking faces. I love the pristine slums, scrubbed to the bone, like any self-respecting city should have. I love its ancient monuments, destroyed and cast again in metal, to be destroyed again and recontextualized in the future. I love it all. And most of all, I love the lights. I love the lamps on the cups of the buildings where mountains used to be, where tombs used to be. I love their colors, flickering red, green, and yellow. The grass looks lovely, splayed in yellow. I want to be in it. I give myself to you, O city. I want to be one of them, a neon light, flaring outwards. Outwards, outwards, forever. Let me light the world. Let me show you how it's done. Let me show them how it's done. The following interview is between Dr. Harubin and Titus Quaker, a station master in Universe M433, quote, the Hollow. Take Quaker?
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Harubin is in a lift, which is heading to the top floor of a building. The walls and floor of both the lift and the building are made of glass, allowing the occupant to view the entire structure. It is extremely large, several hundred meters in height, divided into a number of square rooms with no visible furniture or inhabitants. Through the external windows, a huge volcano is visible. The building is apparently constructed on the edge of a caldera. A number of metal platforms can be seen jutting over the caldera's edge, upon which a large number of hot air balloons are visible. These balloons appear to be both ascending to and descending from the clouds above. On the platforms, a complex series of passenger exchanges are taking place. Dr. Harubin reaches the top floor of the building. An elderly man can be seen on the other side of the room some meters away. He is dressed in black, holding a silver cane, and staring out into the balloons. At the balloons. Dr. Hartlepool leaves the lift. Oof, it's a long way up.
Yes.
Dr. Hartlepool approaches Quaker. My name is Rosie
Hartlepool, yes.
Dr. Hartlepool sighs. Look, I work for the Foundation. I've had it up to here with cryptic responses from interview subjects. You don't have any tricks up your sleeve I haven't seen 100 times before, and if you've got magic powers, it doesn't make you special, okay? Quaker turns and smiles.
My apologies, Doctor. I was miles away. Do come and join me.
Dr. Hartlepool approaches the window and looks out at the rising balloons. Do you have any idea why?
I'm told it was the only way. The hole had to be built next to the volcano. The balloons, well, I don't know about that. But this was according to ancient station master lore.
Gossip.
The only way they were able to set it up. Dr. Hartlepool, is there something I can do for you? Or did you come all this way to interrupt me with snide remarks?
Sorry.
Don't mention it. Now.
I was sent here by Matthew Ramo, Universe G299.
Ah, yes, the man on the mountain. I met him briefly at some function or other in the dying days of Elnusk. We've talked a few times. Good chap. A bit isolated, I think.
Isolated? You're in a glass building the size of a skyscraper with nobody else in it.
Yes, but unlike him, I get in a balloon at the end of the day and return home to my family. You should try it sometime.
That's fair. I don't have a family.
Get a new one then. There are a lot of them out there. Some that are the same as your original one, but missing a Rosie Hartlepool.
Is that what you did then? Get a new family?
Good gracious, no. I don't go in for that sort of depravity.
Dr. Hartlepool looks askance at Quaker. Depravity?
Oh, yes. You see, well, I was born in a world that snowed all the time.
What fun.
Yes, it was. The snow did things to you. It changed things. Changed how they'd always been. You'd wake up and people you'd known your whole life had never been born. Every possibility altering, changing, shattering around you. Eventually the entire timeline disappeared, destroyed by its own contradictions. It's no way to live, moving between the possibilities of life, seeking to hop between timelines to satisfy your longing to fix past mistakes. We all have our paths, and we should stick to them.
Okay, well, I have no plans to find copies of anyone in my family, thank you, but I'll keep that in mind. Now...
Don't be so flippant. The possibilities out here are endless. You can move from poverty to unimaginable wealth, be the lint inside your because the lint in your pocket is worth more than anything to some half-baked reality off the Eastern Arm. You can lose yourself in it, pleasure after pleasure, mirrors beyond mirrors.
Did I fall asleep? When did we put on Rick and Morty? Okay. I wasn't being flippant. I understand the temptation, but it doesn't bring them back.
No, it doesn't.
There was a pause for several seconds.
Now, I think you want to know about my time in the East.
Did Ramo tell you?
No, I simply know how this works. Why would you want to come here otherwise? There's nothing here. This was once a bustling building until
decay got to it. The NSEC folding and so on. Yes, I've heard it before. I want to know what John Lampeter found in the East. For your size.
What he found is what any Easterner or anyone from the center could tell you lives there. What he found was the Neon God.
There was a pause. And what is the Neon God?
The Neon God is what you get when you mess around too much with the fabric of reality.
Meaning?
You don't have to go there. Ramo is full of idiot ideas. He's young, idealistic. We all must forge our own.
I don't care. Tell me. Says again.
There was a world far away from here. A universe. It had an Earth, like so many of them. It sounds quite similar to your own. There was a village in this Earth. A village called Perient in the Argentine.
A village.
Yes, it was a village. Then one day, One of the houses started to grow. New rooms grew on it. Normal anomalous stuff. So their foundation stepped in.
What do you mean grow?
It just appeared. Another room, then another. Extending and expanding, moving from house to house. No two quite the same, but all in keeping, I suppose, with the village's aesthetic. At first, anyway, before they started becoming more generic. Concrete, glass, metal.
A village just expanding?
Yes, and it kept on going, forever, without stopping.
Is that the architect? Is that 184?
That's what I'm hearing in my head.
Yeah.
It took decades to cover South America, decades more to cover the whole Earth. A single metropolis, expanding onwards and onwards, high-rise over high-rise, eating everything in its path. The people in it, they stopped eating, drinking, doing anything. At first, they became manic idiots. But after it had finished, after the world was a single city, entire connected, they just stopped. They broke down, they wept, they beat their fists, they cried, and then stopped, staring up at the stars.
You know a lot about this. You know about this in a lot of detail.
Because it didn't stop there. It happened again.
Oh? Oh.
The East is broken, Dr. Hartlepool. It's little islands of civilization between worlds that have become the Neon God. The first one in Perient was millennia ago. We only found out what happened where it started because of archaeologists who went back into dead world after dead world. They never dared step into the original universe. Now, there are hundreds, maybe thousands.
Thousands?
Yes, people have tried everything to stop it, but nothing works. They've tried blowing up whole planets to stem the tide, and it just happens again, and again, and again, and it's still going on.
There was silence for some time. How did we not...
Refugees don't often make it all the way to the west. Lampeter is vast, and has been ill-managed for a long time. The Neon God is just another piece of lore, long forgotten. It's one tale out of 100 that comes from far-off lands. But the further east you go, the further it becomes a reality.
There was silence for several minutes. Dr. Hartlepool continues to stare at the hot air balloons as they ascend and descend. So, there's some kind of virus turning planets into cities.
Hold on, there's a porn bot in the chat.
Oh, holy. Yeah, that's a spam.
Spam, yeah.
I don't know where our mod team is, but you can moderate.
I got it.
Mod me as well. I can help out when you're talking.
I will do so. Say something in the chat, Billith, so I can find you and mod you.
Sure.
Because the funny thing is when I'm streaming, my YouTube acts very, very slowly. And so there's like a huge lag with every button press. All right, you have the power, my friend.
All right. Yeah, so it's turning planets into cities, and I'll continue.
Turning planets into cities. Anywhere there's sentient life.
And then the trains take survivors away.
Yes.
Including you?
Oh no. My world died because, well, that's a story for another day. It doesn't exist anymore. It never did. I got out when I could and left the rest behind, and now I stand here, day after day, staring at the balloons, doing my part as I understand it.
And that gives you comfort. Quaker turns and looks at Dr. Hartlepool for the first time.
What else is there?
Dr. Hartlepool puts her face in her hands. There's a virus turning worlds into cities, consuming them and leaving the people gibbering idiots on the floor. Thousands of universes have succumbed, and it can't be stopped.
Maybe it can. I don't know. I just run the station.
Good for you. Whatever makes you happy.
Oh, go on. Try to stop it. Maybe you'll be the hero. I will keep the station running, keep allowing whole lives to be lived when, otherwise they would be stopped by the Neon Plague or something else. Generations are alive because of our efforts.
Generations more could be alive too. How could you not tell us? Quaker continues to stare out the window.
I've done my part. My conscience is clear.
Dr. Hartlepool stares at Quaker for several moments before turning and walking away. End log. Report by Dr. Kells on the Neon God. We're not completely ignorant of this Neon God that Quaker described. We'd heard stories, especially those with knowledge of the multiversal East, as we're provisionally calling it. Stories about cities that take over the world, mock cities that imitate the real ways people live, build, and develop communities. A nightmare city, a shadow of reality. That's the thing about cities. They're essentially conglomerations of people stuck together. The first cities were formed because farming allowed people to specialize instead of spending all your time searching for enough food to get you through the day. A smaller subset of the tribe could provide food for everyone. So that meant some people were free to do other things like build, trade, pray, so on. Conquer, rule, become a living god. A lot of these things needed to be done in specific places with other people. So cities were formed, people coming together. It's a simple matter of cause and effect in a way. One thing happens, so another thing happens. But in all the stories we heard, in all the texts and legends, the same thing kept coming through. The city just appears. It starts growing. It's not a real city, a human thing that makes sense according to how individuals live their lives. It's just there. The same symbols of our reality replicated over and over, constantly. I grew up in London, huge city, vast metropolis. The central city was a little thing clinging to the banks of the Thames, a rival to nearby Westminster. Then different settlements merged together into something larger than themselves, but they were never entirely pulped out. There were old remains, walls, bits and pieces, the boundaries of neighborhoods. The city has none of that. It's a grotesque parody, transforming itself over and over again, like it's trying to become a real city, but doesn't know how. Maybe it's just a glitch in some system we can't see. It'll be thousands of years, probably, before it reaches us, but it's still a threat. We are the Foundation, after all. We have to find some way to contain it. That's what we do. That's what our purpose is. And we're being given a shoestring budget to do it. The following poem was recovered by Dr. Hartlepool while traveling to the, quote, multiversal center. Traveling has one L. In circles come around the muddied wind. In circles comes the muddied mind that hurtles round the railway lines. It spins its top across the bow and seeks to answer where to go. Okay. But there is nowhere to go. The ash aligns with the steel as it punches through card, and paper slicing round a new world where you're born again, another. You're stuck in the mud and circles come. The paper train screams your name. The neon god has marked your time. Your world is halogen and luck. You in circles bless the mud where you were born, where you discussed. I'm confused about the rhyme scheme here, but I guess it's freeform. Your choices made 100 times. The tree branched out across the line. Lampeter stretches in the dark, and in its veins, the blackened bark. The neon god is rushing through. Its tunnels found, its rain pushed through. And it circles, all your choices come, and the lanterns sway before your tongue. All the world is steel and glass, now in circles beneath the grass. Jean-Antoine Delacroix. I'm going to assume this is from a universe where it's acceptable to rhyme through and through. The following log is an encounter made by Dr. Hartlepool while in universe Q685, quote, grasslands. I guess you'd be POI 7000A, and maybe there's another one, but I've seen one so far. Yeah.
I got you.
Begin log. Dr. Hartlepool is on a large open step. In front of her, a stable and small wooden structure can be seen. They're reminiscent of a 13th century Mongol yam station, a waypoint for messengers in the Mongol Empire, where they would quickly exchange horses, allowing them to take long journeys in a very short amount of time. Around the buildings are several large rocks. Most have weathered carvings on them, which are largely unrecognizable. Some appear to have newer, albeit cruder designs, displaying a series of forking wires and pieces of string. Dr. Hartlepool approaches the nearer building of the way station. Hello? No movement comes from inside the building. Dr. Hartlepool moves closer. Hello? Is anyone there?
They won't come.
Dr. Hartlepool starts, and turns around. A man in his mid-40s, dressed in furs, is sitting on one of the rocks, whittling a stick.
They're not there. They'll be back soon.
You startled me.
Come, sit.
Are you the station master?
Somewhere, probably.
I don't like the
Tick answers. Yes, I didn't think you would. Foundation generally doesn't. Very well. My name is...
It's a lovely name. Rosie. It's a lovely name. Rosie, Dr. Hartlepool, nice to meet you. Why are you sitting by a rock in a multiversal EM station?
It passes the time.
Dr. Hartlepool sighs. POI 7000-A laughs. I'm looking for information about the Neon God. Do you know anything about it?
Oh yes, but it doesn't really matter. Come sit with me. Let us play a game of chance.
Oh, chance?
Yes. One of us tells a lie about our past, and the other tells what actually happened.
How? And how's that a game of chance?
This is a station between realities. The fabric of things is different here. The right answer should be easier to guess. As to how it's a game of chance, well, everything is happening somewhere, right?
Right.
It's all luck. There's an infinity of Dr. Hartlepools, an infinity of... with every choice or proto-choice and every branching possibility creating new realities from there. But why are you, you? Why do you feel the sensations of this one Dr. Hartlepool?
POI 7000-8 gestures widely.
This step exists as part of a cluster of universes, where the Mongol Empire never ended, where the entire world became a dwelling place of nomads. Only a few are connected to Lampeter, but the universes are all there behind one another. So many steps, so many camps, so many yurts. Choices upon choices. But each individual is still a person, whole, unique, made of blood and flesh and bone. And yet each one must exist, because all things exist.
Why do all of you keep trying to...
Because talking about this kind of thing passes the time up here. In the rigging behind the scenes, each universe is so full of narratives and meanings and everything else that all we have to talk about is, well, how weird it is. Makes sense, no?
Of a sort. All right. I'll play your games of chance.
That's a girl. All right, I'll start. When I was a child, I learned to play the clarinet. What's the truth?
Dr. Hartlepool stares at him for a moment. You learned to play the piano?
Violin. But you get the idea. Okay, your turn.
Okay. I've been divorced twice.
All right.
POI 7000-A rubs his chin for a few seconds.
Once, I think. 8 years ago, you were in a place called San Francisco.
Dr. Hartlepool leans back sharply. Porous walls in the universe can do that?
Oh yes, come, you try me again. I was born in Idaho.
No. You were born in a place like Idaho that would become Idaho, but was called distortion.
Yes, spot on, you're a natural.
Thank you. But, okay, if everything's a game of chance, what does that imply?
About what?
Well, everything. What's the meaning of...
The meaning of life? Come on, we're not children. It's whatever you want it to be. You are who you are because of the luck of the draw. Relax, enjoy yourself. Every good moment will pass eventually, so hold on to them while they last.
That's only comforting to people who are experiencing good moments.
Well, okay, fine. But what else is there?
I met someone who lived on a mountain. He thought the entire point of being able to see the multiverse, to see every possibility, was to find God.
But if you found God, another set of realities would be formed where you didn't find God.
I don't follow.
The multiverse isn't the end of the line, see? No. Look, the point is that just as every decision in a universe creates a new universe, Every decision in a multiverse creates a new multiverse. When you break the barriers between timelines, it's just a universe on a bigger scale, which means its counterpoint has always existed. Mirrors upon mirrors.
That the logic there seems...
What else could there be? Your neon god will cover all the multiverse, the world will be as one, and then another multiverse will come to mirror it, where the neon god never existed. It's very simple. Now, it's your turn.
All right. My sister is a marine biologist.
No, that's not right. No.
POI 7000-A tilts his head on one side.
The truth is that you left the city on a train when you were a girl.
What? Dr. Hartlepool stands up abruptly. She starts looking around, apparently panicking. What do you mean? How did you... Who the fuck are you?
I told you.
That's not a name. That's a sound. It's the sound of, I don't know, film crackling? What the fuck is happening? Where am I? Dr. Hartlepool backs away fast. POI 7000-A continues whittling his stick slowly while staring at her.
You're backing away, Rosie Hartlepool. That's where you are. You're backing away. At the same time as you're playing another round. At the same time as this stick runs through you.
Fuck. Dr. Hartlepool runs to the stables and mounts a horse. POI 7000-A continues to whittle and stare. Dr. Hartlepool rides away. End log. Now this is a twist. A report by Director Kells. The refugees have started to reach us, or maybe we've just been able to spot them. Now we know what we're looking for. Now we know to locate stories of cities in the middle of so much confusion. And once we began, there were so many. The anomalous ghoul described them as ironclad against the deprivation they have seen. I'm not so sure. I don't see people who have built defenses, but people who are put on masks, trying desperately to seem normal when nothing is. From what I've heard, the people who are infected by the cities become like manic, gibbering idiots. Doesn't seem right. It seems everyone is affected differently by them. Some of them manic, some begin to despair, others become bright, strange fanatics, preaching gospels of urban planning and high-powered development schemes. There is no one reaction to the neon god. Produces no patterns, no consistency. At first. Eventually, the same thing happens to all of them. At least 24 were too far gone to be saved. We placed them in observation, but after a while, when all the rage and desperation had finished, there was nothing left to observe. They lie down on the floor and stare up to the ceiling, eating nothing, needing nothing, feeling nothing, as far as we can tell. It's like there's nothing left to move for, to get up for. Physically, we can find no problems with them. Mentally, they are whole and intact. There was no anomalous effect we can detect, just what we can observe. Silence, bug-eyed and beautiful. People keep trickling away from the research team. We've been working out of two buildings near Site 565 with a burnt-out skeleton crew trying to coordinate hundreds upon hundreds of way stations. It's not working. We need more funds, but the O5s keep diverting them away. What is happening up there? Don't they understand the importance of Lampeter? The principal organ of interdimensional travel, our only way of communicating with all that's beyond us. Yet the council seems more and more apathetic. Barely anyone's bothered reading this page in months. It's just degenerated to Rosie and I writing down notes, interviews, and reports. There's nothing systematic here at all. How can I make them understand? I could write reams about SCP-7000. I could use this space to map out the network, describe every scrap of its history we've managed to recover, detail legends from the old lines, the Golem Cascade, the Coriolis incident, the Lamplight prophecy, but I don't. I write down my impressions. I write down what seems important in the moment. I don't know what any of us are doing. The following is a letter discovered on a refugee from the, quote, multiversal East. Although its authenticity has been established beyond doubt, it is not known how this document fell into their possession, as they succumbed to the effects of the Neon God shortly afterwards. To whomever it concerns, last night I dreamed I went home. No Lampeter had been home for centuries. We have told tales of it. We had carved murals into the ceilings of our trains and trams, our ski lifts and saddlebags. They all show the same thing: grotesque men, the early members of our family, heaving and carving and building things that should not be built. I don't know what the world looked like, but I can guess. It was an Earth world, one that standard pattern that's so common between our trains. It had a New York, a Tower of London, a red fort with all its guarded ceremony. It had an Isfahan, sacked by the Hotakis like 1,000 others. It had green forests and Moroccan lamps, spires, and symphonies, iron gates and Wyoming nights, and all the things that I and others have seen so many times before. I've seen cousins of mine settle on such worlds, play acting what their presents, their pasts might have looked like. I've seen them set themselves up as princes over their own fiefdoms. But who was the first Lampeter? Was he a king? A rich man? Or was he a predator? A poor man who saw a way to make himself rich at the expense of his brethren? We all enjoy the fruits of his labor. The lines have made us rich. We are prosperous, respected, loved. The tickets fly through our stations, building up our capital, making us unstoppable. Even the decay, the slow collapse of Lampeter, has not done lasting damage. But I am the final Lampeter, the last one still holding on to our name. And I found something far in the east. I found our home. I pinpointed in a derelict navigation room above a distant star the exact origins of the Lampeters. Surrounded by skeletons and burnished corpses, I retrieved the last fragment of a half-burned computer from centuries ago, a thing of bronze and iron carved by the earliest grandchildren of our house. I found our home. And it was the first one, the very first one to succumb. The mythical universe Z999 is the birthplace of the neon god. And it doesn't it all make so much sense? I saw images of it, grainy, pixelated things, continents covered in blue-gray cladding. I saw in that moment why all of it had come to pass. What the Lampeters were, how they had, in an ignorant desire for power, unleashed hell upon the multiverse. Because that's how it spreads. It must be. It spreads along Lampeter. Our network and the neon god are inextricably linked, because one is a pathway for the other. We did it. Our hubris, our desire for connection, our purpose, for more and more and more, for the destruction of countless universes in the name of one single reality. Individuals living whole lives on our line with no connection to land and time. We did this. We wanted a unity of all things, and we got one. A unity buried under a city of the night. The archives of Lampeter sit under a vast blue dome, stuffed with papers, documents, microfilms, hard drives. There is no backup. It exists in the only place it can, a pocket universe outside time and space. We'll go there tonight. I will bring fire. I cannot destroy the line, but I can destroy us. I can destroy all that remains of us. Lampeter will burn bright as fuel, as shining light in this multiversal sky. And every world that dies in the dark can rest easy, safe in the knowledge that their vengeance has been sealed. John Lampeter. The following log is an incident experienced by Dr. Hartlepool in universe Z987, quote, line's end. And you can be B? Let's see. Begin log. It is nighttime. Dr. Hartlepool is in a train depot, which belonged to the LNSEC before its dissolution. A fairly large bonfire can be seen 20 to 30 meters away. An indistinct figure can be seen behind it. It is wearing a pair of large sunglasses. Around Dr. Hartlepool are a series of wrecked trains, apparently from multiple different eras of the 20th century. Some of them look unusually weathered, as if they had been gradually affected by varying climate conditions over the course of several centuries. Dr. Hartlepool moves closer to the fire. Hello, is someone there?
Oh, hello. I'm so sorry. I wasn't expecting any visitors.
I wasn't really expecting to be here. What is this place?
This? Oh, this is a depot, my dear. It's a place where old trains go to die when the lines don't need them anymore. You see this one?
POI 7000-B gestures to a carriage.
This one was one of the first. It was launched from only the 5th universe that the Lampeters discovered. It is timeless and forever.
You can see. What a strange thing. We have trains like that on my own universe, but none have grown so old that they look like that. What are those carvings on it?
Oh, aren't they beautiful? They're the Lampeter's own carvings. All the old ones have them. They tell the story of the first Lampeters, how they built a device to break through the walls of reality itself.
Dr. Hartlepool moves closer to the train and shines a light on it. A set of weathered carvings in the metal of the train can be seen, apparently showing several men and women laying bricks on a huge wall. Extraordinary. How do they do it?
I don't know. I'm just a minister. It's not my place to describe the insights of the prophets.
Dr. Hartlepool turns back and looks at POI 7000-B. Prophets? The Lampeter's?
Of course. They created the network. They allowed the Neon God to enter into everything.
The Neon God. Dr. Hartlepool slowly begins to edge away while keeping her eyes trained on POI 7000-B. POI 7000-B laughs.
Yes! Have you not heard of us, his church? His servants in these many worlds?
You worship it.
I do. I understand what he is, when so many others don't.
It seems to be an unstoppable force that turns worlds into cities.
Oh, but he is more than that. Come and sit by the fire. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Dr. Hartlepool stops. After a moment, she approaches and sits across the fire from POI 7000-B. All right. Got nowhere else to go. I don't even know how to get home at this point.
You're from the west?
The farthest west. A001, although I think we changed the name when we took over.
We?
Do you have a foundation here?
I don't know what that is. Foundation for what?
Do you know? I don't actually know. Just the foundation. The SCP Foundation, if you're feeling formal. It's always been a bit vague.
Well, Foundation girl, you're always welcome around my fire. It never stops burning. Did you know that?
A little bit like Adam Sandler.
Little.
I didn't.
I've been sitting here for so long, I've never known it to go out.
It must get annoying in summer.
Yes, I suppose it must.
Hartlepool tilts her head quizzically. POI 7000-B smiles.
So, you want to know about our master?
If he's not a virus, then what is he?
He's our salvation. Do you know what a city is, Foundation?
It's a conglomeration of people in a particular place. What happens when you start to specialize as a society?
Go on.
People come together because when you start farming, there's enough to go around so that not everyone needs to farm, so they can do other things and often do them best in close contact. It starts with temples, barracks, warehouses, and it gets bigger.
Yes, it does. Factories, right?
You can make things, so many more things in the confines of vast buildings where everyone is concentrated together. No more cottage industries, weaving carpets. Now, a single room can produce dozens, hundreds every day. The city becomes a focal point for production.
Yes, and so it goes. The city exists to justify itself.
What does that mean?
Why make these things? What's the end goal? Profit? That'd be too easy. The strength of the nation? But the nation persists regardless. No, the city exists for its own sake, propagating itself as a system. The things we do, our reasons for getting up in the morning, they all just fall away. Don't you feel that?
Not for a very long time.
But you did, didn't you? We all did once. That's what cities do. When you realize that there's no point in any of it, the ways they came to be matter less and less and less. Until all you're left with is this image of a city. The roads are laid out for a reason. Old sheep trails, easy walkways. But they stop mattering. You can't see them. See how the skyscrapers rise and they lose their function in your head.
I don't...
The city becomes something more than a function. It's an image. 1,000 ideas circle in it. It's alleyways where the poor live and die. It's broadways of thieves and merchants. It gets too big. You can't see the logic anymore. Oh, books describe it, but you can't see it. You know this city is built on a hill or a harbor, but when you look up, there's just more of it. Buildings doing arcane jobs you can't understand. Nobody understands. It's just there. It's just more of itself.
POI 7000-B stands up, spreading his arms wide.
Oh, and isn't it beautiful? I used to be a pastor. I would lead flocks in the worship of the Lord. But then the neon glare came to me, and I saw what I thought was reality was just so many lights, so many sounds. And what beautiful lights they are.
At this, lights corresponding to a city skyline lights up all around the depot. A large series of skyscrapers can be seen, fully illuminated. Dr. Hartlepool abruptly gets to her feet, staggering backwards. Oh, God.
Yes! This is one of his! He took this world long ago. We are so much blood and matter.
POI 7000-B removes his sunglasses. In place of his eyes are two fog lights coated in dried blood, which shine on the ground a short distance from Dr. Hartlepool. Dr. Hartlepool moves quickly behind a train where the light cannot reach her. Oh, God, oh.
You're one of his too, Foundation. Go on, go onwards. Find him at the end of the line. He will show you all he knows.
Dr. Hartlepool runs to the entry door to set SCP-7000 100 meters to her right. As she does so, other sets of fog lights can be seen, standing behind trains, on top of warehouses, among the wrecks. They appear to be moving at random, but humanoid figures can dimly be made out. Which they are attached to in the same manner as POI 7000-B. Dr. Hartlepool reaches the door and swiftly exits. Laughter can be heard behind her. End log. The following log records an interview between Dr. Kells and 059.
The
059? Yeah, I was going to say. Begin log. Sir?
Kells, keeping well?
I can't complain, sir.
Family all right? Still alive?
Still amnesticized and far beyond where I'll ever be able to see them again, sir. Yes.
You really mustn't hold that against me. It had to be done.
As you say, sir. 59 sighs and gestures to a chair opposite his desk.
Okay. Please, take a seat.
Dr. Kells sits down. 059 leans back, staring at the ceiling. Sir, I would like to know why, after 7 requests in the last month for an increase of funding and manpower, I have now been told that you are slashing our budget by 10%. A tenth, sir. On research into the most momentous discovery of our age.
Kells, you are not the only department that needs funding. We have dozens, hundreds even, of potentially world-ending threats on the books. Research is an important part of the Foundation's modus operandi, but containment remains our...
Sir, with all due respect, Lampeter, SCP-7000, it contains an infinity of anomalies, all of whom could end us so many times over. It contains examples of how we, the Foundation, have defeated any threat you could think of, sir. In theory, it contains everything. I have given my life to this organization. We have here a tool that can solve our problems. You're just ignoring it, sir. There's a pause for several seconds as 059 stares at Dr. Kells.
I could have killed you in under a second and you interrupt me.
What did you say to me? Are you going to kill me, sir? 059 stares at Dr. Kells for several more seconds before smiling at him.
I'm not. And I think you knew that.
Then will you tell...
Do you really think our council was so wholly ignorant of the multiverse as you suggest?
No, but we...
Lampeter is not our only route out there, Kells. If you could see what I can of the archives, of the hundreds upon thousands of anomalies we have charted, Lampeter is nothing. It's just another route out.
And this is why you deny us funding?
I deny you funding because I just don't care, Kells.
059 sighs and sits up in his chair.
Do you know how many of you I have seen? There is a Simon Kells who fought with the Devourer and died. There's a Simon Kells who unleashed an ever-changing blizzard on the world, annihilating timeline upon timeline, forever, constantly creating whole realities that never existed. There's a Simon Kells who spent a century becoming a tyrant, locked in a forever war with an ancient monster. And a Simon Kells who killed himself so that would never happen.
I don't...
There is a Simon Kells who walked through dead Earth to see his wife, and a Simon Kells who snapped her neck. I have seen you burn in the half-light of a dying sun to save all humanity. I have seen so much of you, Kells, and you're still nothing more than a blip on the radar to me.
How can that be? How can you say this? All of that...
Matters? Don't you get it? It has to happen somewhere. Everything does. Don't you understand what Lampeter is, Kells? It's a mirror for you, for me, that shows us that all we are is the luck of the draw. I give you money, I withdraw it. I go insane, I maintain my sanity. The agony of choice is no agony at all.
059 laughs hysterically. Kells gets up and heads for the door.
And you'll go back to your office, and you'll sit staring at the screen, waiting for Rosie to send you more reports while you're stuck here, Kells. She'll send you more and more, and maybe you'll reach for your bottle, or maybe you won't. Maybe you'll die, maybe you'll live. Maybe.
Kells exits the room and log. So they are going a little nuts up there.
Oh boy.
Final report from Dr. Hartlepool. I write this from the last train out. I write this looking up at those murals carved in the train's ceiling as it blurs through ice, fire, jungle. I look up and I think about my sister, about my world before she died. I arrived at last at Universe Z999, largely because I didn't know where else to go. I emerged somewhere. The coast of South America, I think. But the city is even spreading along the water. There won't be much left of the ocean soon. There are no people now, not even the starers. The sun does not come up anymore. The water glistens black, and the corpses of fish rise to the surface, desperate, cloying. The scent of so many bodies washing up from them. I found a train line and headed south. The trains had adverts on them with no words, only images that could never exist in that world anymore. They changed as I looked at them. I wondered why I was not being affected as the others were, and had no answer to give. The city burnt, the city shone. Plumes of fire rose from factories that produced nothing. The cityscape looked like a microchip, strange buildings with no purpose rising and falling again and again. It had dingy alleyways and shining offices, industry in commotion. No people lived in it. I couldn't figure out what to do with them. I arrived where Perian had been, where it all began. If Titus Quaker is to be believed, I thought at first I was back at the train depot, with great husks of metal surrounding me. It looked like a scrap heap, a graveyard. I didn't know where to look, until I saw the neon lights. They were scattered around the station, twisted metal tubes growing and flickering faintly. There were dozens of them. They were hanging from the roofs of buildings, emerging from the tarmac of the roads. They clustered together, following lines, patterns. Skyscrapers littered the air around me, and I followed the lights inward. There were so many colors: red, blue, purple. As I got closer and closer to some imagined center, they started to become white, yellow. Everything looked yellow in that light, that burning light. The streets wound large and small, twisting in unnatural directions. The suburbs were becoming a labyrinth. Finally, we stopped. And there, where it all started, I saw the neon god. A wall 100 feet high, over 50 feet wide, jutted up from the ground like a shard, a stalagmite of steel. No more sound could be heard, not even the wind. Like it was straining to hear something. All around, the yellow lights were strewn, scorching patches of cement like a graveyard. The lights were bound to the wall, attached irregularly with metal and wire. They were arranged in rows and columns. I wasn't sure what it was, an attempt at art, a warning? But no, I realized finally that it was meant to be writing. It was meant to be a message. The lights were trying to spell out letters, but they didn't know what letters were, what a sentence was, what a word could mean. It was an uneven scrawl and symbols that did not exist. And all above us, no stars shone. There was nothing left in the center of that devastation but these things. These yellow and staring lights, trying to be something and failing. Now, I'm here again, on another train, heading out of the city, writing these words. Above me are images of men and women with hammers and chisels, carving out a hole in their universe, striking out into infinity. And it was while looking through this mural that something occurred to me. John Lampeter was wrong. Delacroix was wrong. The first Lampeters did not spread the neon god through their workings. That wasn't it at all. They were escaping it. Lampeter, SCP-7000, this entire endeavor, these centuries of construction, longing, dreaming. Lampeter, those lonely nights of station masters in ski lifts, volcanoes, stables, wishing wells, whatever else, as they stared up to the sky at stars at once. As children, they had thought promised infinity. All of them driven by something more than mere flesh and matter. Lampeter is an escape route. It was built without hope, without design. It was built as an act of crazed desperation in the dark, as the suffering tried to get away, get out, to remove themselves from that neon void that lay before them. And in doing so, Lampeter has allowed billions upon billions to live their lives. Entire histories, entire civilizations living and falling. Who cares about luck when there's life to be lived? There's no steel and glass here. It doesn't move with the winds. The murals are chiseled, hard and firm, into the forms themselves. Whatever luck or chance has influenced their designs, in the enormity of things, are irrelevant. The day we buried my sister, it was sunny, and I fled from the city. I took a train out, away from that day, as the sun burnt and the mourners swayed gently, where nothing made sense. I took a train out of the city, and I became Rosie Hartlepool. Out among the autumn leaves, the apples I would eat, the all-burned sun as it hit the grass. I took my chisels from my sleeping hands and carved murals into the air itself. I carved them into metal and russet red, into the lines upon the train track, as I took myself away. And so I stood before the neon and its yellow and blinkered heart, and saw it for what it was. Not even nothing. Well, I like that a lot.
I am a big fan.
I think that there's a, like, you know, I like that they're talking about how, like, you know, everything trends towards the city, but like also, you know, agriculture still exists. So I don't know, you know, there's always going to be a need for some open tracts of land somewhere. But yeah, it's, you know, I like the imagery a lot. It's very cool. I like I always like the locations that are like spawning infinitely. Like I mentioned 184. That's like my favorite. I think maybe my favorite, or maybe the SCP that got me the most into the Foundation was 184. It's good. It's a definite upvote for me.
This is... The chat was so excited. Most of them have already read this. You can see the 215 upvotes.
Yeah, that's,
And,
you know.
Yeah, this is a banger. This is a banger right here. Damn.
Multiverse is such a great way to introduce luck. It's very, you know, they go hand in hand in terms of probabilities. So I don't think that this doesn't feel like luck was just associated with it. You know, it made sense.
The multiversal, like, transit authority.
Yeah.
Like, I could see that in a Miyazaki movie, the way this is framed. Like, the big, just, like, things happening to someone as they, like, travel from place to place talking to people.
It's like Spirited Away.
Exactly. The character work is, like, the dialogue is on point. That was really fun to read.
Yeah.
And the characters were very distinctive, at least in my head when I gave them voices.
Yeah, I mean, I screwed myself over because I started doing a very distinctive accent for Hartlepool, and I must have misread the you know, whether or not I should have done a masculine or feminine voice, but that's okay.
All right, it is 8:30, and
see if we can maybe we can fit one more.
Maybe we can fit one more.
Depends on what it is. Let's see. Alfredo with a side of quantum entanglement. Oh, this is short, maybe. Wait, hold on. Actually, no. This. Oh, it's a list pages. That got me. It got me.
No.
Let's see. I'm gonna look at the. I'm looking at the. On the source to see how many pages it has. Okay, there's two. There's two fragments. We might be able to bang it out. I don't know.
All right, let's go on the attack. I'll make it a little bigger over here. I'll make it look pretty on the YouTube. And my phone is recharged, so I can turn on the TikTok stream one more time and get people to come from over there.
Perfect.
We are live in 2 places again, starting now. And I dropped it, and I picked it back up, and it's fine. Here we go. All right. Article, clean looking. Item number, SCP-7000. Classification level 3, confidential. Containment class, Keter. Disruption class, Eki. Risk class, Danger. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is to be on suicide watch 24/7. Struck through. So now, through observation of the anomaly's behavior and his reaction to certain tests, it is not possible to kill SCP-7000 or cause permanent damage to the subject. An on-site rapid reconstruction team should be ready to be activated in case of a destructive SCP-7000 event for short-notice recontainment. The present containment procedures are currently not a feasible or cost-effective way to contain SCP-7000. SCP-7000 is currently contained of his own volition. Due to the unpredictability of the anomaly's circumstances at any given moment, containment should instead focus on persuading SCP-7000 to remain in containment, as this appears to be the most effective method of containment thus far. Description: SCP-7000 is a 36-year-old man of average build, named Raymond McConnell. He displays no anomalous properties himself. Rather, surrounding SCP-7000 is what researchers dub a probability inversion and fluctuation field, in which events that are normally unlikely to occur become likely to occur within the field. Pictured here, SCP-7000 shortly before both he and the photographer were hit in the head with solid gold bars. Ouch. These events are either extremely destructive to the environment around or to SCP-7000 himself, or extremely beneficial to SCP-7000 in various ways. It is noted that a beneficial event will always precede a destructive event, with the degree of benefit normally corresponding to the degree of destruction and vice versa. While SCP-7000 may be harmed during these events, the damage is never fatal even in the most extreme events. To this day, he has never failed to make a full recovery from all injuries sustained through non-anomalous means. Addendum 7001. Discovery. SCP-7000 was brought to the Foundation's attention when locals in Redacted, Tennessee, reported a man who had won the lottery 3 times in 2 months, after which he was then placed on the potential reality bender watch list. He was placed into Foundation custody, footnote. See Addendum 7002. After he was observed to slip on a banana peel, causing him to fall next to a $100 bill, after which the bill was struck by lightning while leaving SCP-7000 unharmed. Amnestics were deemed unnecessary due to the nature of the event and the lack of harm to nearby civilians. Interview log. Audio log. May 17, 2021. Interviewer, Dr. Edward Poe. Subject, SCP-7000. Do you want the doctor or the SCP?
I'll do the SCP. Why not? Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Mr. McConnell. How are you doing this morning? I bet the incident earlier probably gave you a scare, so I got us some coffee to make you feel more comfortable.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So it seems you're not too bothered by almost getting struck by lightning today.
Yeah, it tends to happen.
Interesting. Has this been happening for a while now? Could you pinpoint when exactly all of these extreme circumstances started occurring?
13th February.
That's quite specific. Do you happen to know how you developed your current condition? Did anything unusual happen around that time?
I had sex with Lady Luck.
Excuse me?
We'd been together for around a year before that point, and she was the sweetest lady. No, the sweetest person I've ever met.
Okay, were you aware that...
Do you know what I am?
Dr. Poe appears distressed. Dr. Poe gestures towards the security guards. I'm not really sure what you're referring to, no.
I'm past my 30s. The only thing further behind me than the American dream is my goddamn hairline. And she still saw something in me in that moment, and we met in the bar, and we just started talking, and oh my lord, it was cloud 9, son. I really thought I never would find love again, but holy cow, whenever I was with her, and I don't know how to say it.
SCP-7000 puts his hand on his forehead and looks down at the table. I see. Dr. Poe gestures towards the security guards again. Did she reveal to you her true nature at some point?
I guess so, but it ain't matter to me. We've been together all that day. Until that day, we made love, and she just disappeared. I tried looking for her, but now I'm scared to go walk down the street. I could leave my house, and an anvil falls and breaks my foot. It's horrible. I tried to kill myself, but it never works. The rope will snap, the shotgun shell happens to be broke, or the building I try to jump off beside is beside a goddamn bouncy castle. Oh my, I'm sorry for all this. I really am. It just kind of crushes your soul to second guess everything you do.
Several seconds of silence. I see how that would trouble you. But we digress. Do you have any control over the phenomena you experience in any way?
Not really, but maybe a little bit. Let me try something.
SCP-7000 takes the 2 cups of coffee and pours them onto the table. The liquid in Dr. Poe's cup melts through the table. Footnote. Security footage showed Assistant Gabrus accessing SCP-294, where he entered acid that looks and smells like coffee. Later investigation found that he was an undercover member of the Chaos Insurgency. While the liquid in SCP-7000's cup spills out as normal. Footnote. This was found to be high-quality cold brew coffee taken from Dr. Adams' flask. I should not need to remind my fellow researchers that it is rude to take the homemade food of another researcher without asking, signed Dr. Adams. Dr. Poe jumps away from the table in shock. Jesus!
Yeah, this happens often.
SCP-7000 is moved to a different room where the interview continues. Apologies for the interruption. How about this? The organization I'm part of specializes in studying phenomena such as the one you are experiencing, and I believe we can help each other if you stay with us.
I guess that's okay, Doc.
Excellent. That concludes our interview, and I'll be seeing you very soon. End log. Researchers note, the subject seems to be less concerned about his well-being and more so with finding this Lady Luck character, hereby referred to as Person of Interest 8338. Whether this is due to his goal outweighing his fear in this circumstance or if he knows he won't be killed for some reason is unknown. His nonchalant attitude to life-threatening near-miss scenarios suggests the latter. That being said, given SCP-7000's mental state, I recommend psychological counseling for him before he does anything to endanger the site or the personnel. Addendum 7000.3 Test Log. Footnote for test event. While some results were listed were a result of intentional tests, others are events that occurred outside of testing, which was noted down to show examples of SCP-7000's anomalous properties. So we have test event, result, and notes. SCP-7000 rolls two 20-sided dice. The first dice rolled 1 while the other dice rolled 21. The second die was not altered by any means and have later found to have a misprint where the 12 side was printed backwards. Routine full body scan. SCP-7000 was shown to have multiple tumors in differing stages of cancer development and metastasis. However, SCP-7000's blood was shown to have multiple rare viruses which have the specific envelope protein such that it only infects the cancer cells. The subject's body is in perfect equilibrium as new cancer growths are appearing as quickly as the viruses destroy them. The tumors also seem to be destroyed before they can cause significant damage to SCP-7000's body. SCP-7000 throws darts at a standard dartboard from a distance of 2.37 meters, blindfolded. The first dart lands on the center of the target. The second dart strikes the concrete wall. Unbeknownst to the researchers or the subject, a gas leak occurred in the testing chamber. The metal dart striking the concrete wall created a spark that caused a small explosion, setting SCP-7000's clothes on fire. The sprinkler system was activated to put out the fire, but removed the subject's clothes, which had disintegrated. Notes: SCP-7000 only suffered minor first-degree burns. Test: SCP-7000, or event in this case, SCP-7000 attempts to wash his hands. Result: a small Australian box jellyfish drops through the faucet and onto SCP-7000's hand, stinging him. While there was no medication or anti-venom immediately available to treat the sting, an instance of SCP-Redacted was held in a neighboring containment cell. SCP-Redacted fecal matter was shown to remove the effects of a box jellyfish sting if consumed. Notes: the actions done by the researchers and guards during this incident are undergoing Ethics Committee review. Test: SCP-7000 plays a 20-turn game of Mario Party TM Superstars for the Nintendo Switch with 3 other D-Class personnel. Results: Redacted. Notes: an unacceptable loss of life, Foundation resources, and a severe underestimation of the subject's capabilities. Test: SCP-7000 abstaining from food for 1 week. This is an event, I assume a hunger strike? Footnote. This was a presumed suicide attempt where SCP-7000 had been disposing of his food in the toilet without the guards knowing. Result: a trolley of ingredients from the cafeteria crashes through the observation window. The ingredients then mix together midair and land on the table, creating fettuccine alfredo by pure chance. SCP-7000 hesitates and appears distressed before taking a bite, exclaiming, "Fuck, it's delicious," before punching the wall, crying and eating through half the food on the plate before collapsing due to an anaphylactic shock as the dish contained peanuts. SCP-7000 is currently in a coma due to the allergic reaction. Footnote: I sent a sample of the dish to caretaker Tim Hyde, and we both agreed it tasted amazing. Look forward to lunch at the site cafeteria on Thursday. Notes, while the subject is unconscious, the anomalous effects are still very much active, as staff have been slipping on banana peels and finding valuable items while performing routine checkups on SCP-7000. This could be studied further. Addendum 7000 4-7, Laxmi Engine Project. Oh boy. I have to go to this offset before I read that bottom thing, don't I?
I was actually thinking that as well. I didn't know.
Why are we in deep well now?
I'm gonna assume it has something to do because there's that's the last one, but maybe it's I don't know.
Okay, yes.
I don't know. I'm gonna reserve judgment.
Return to main document for after accident interview log.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, good.
Interesting choice.
Okay, well,
I've never gone to a list page offset and then gone back to the main document to finish it. It's interesting.
All right. Addendum 7000.4 project proposal, Laxmi Engine Project, initial project proposal. Dr. Adam Neaton, project lead, applied quantum physics in engineering. Excerpt from the project proposal documents into the O5 Council, Laxmi Engine Project. While the current circumstances of SCP-7000 are unfortunate, it presents an opportunity for deeper studies into the anomaly. Within any situation, the subject is able to manipulate probability and outcome of his surroundings. My assistant leads and I have made great strides in theorizing how we would refine SCP-7000's anomalous property to create consistent and useful results. Imagine the improvement it could have on mechanical maintenance, mobile task force operations, or just everyday mundane activities to make the Foundation run smoother. The potential of this project could not be understated, and I do hope you accept our proposal. Result: with a vote of 9-2-2 in favor, the project was granted funding as per O5 Council approval. Lax Engine-1 mid construction. Purpose: use SCP-7000's comatose body as a medium for its anomalous property to be controlled, thus allowing for highly controlled and beneficial probability manipulation via the Laxmi engine. Abstract: consider a system within the larger macroscopic experience in any given system, described by a set of configuration variables. Typically, the action of an individual within said system is an integral of a system Lagrangian. The presence of SCP-7000 alters the quantum state of multiple variables within its probability inversion and fluctuation field, which results in two logically extreme outcomes. The Laxmi engine reduces the variables in a controlled system to near zero. Placing SCP-7000 within such a system allows for controlled manipulation of the quantum state of any object or personnel, completing an action within the specified chambers. While we may not be able to completely control cause and effect, it should result in some type of desirable outcome. Description: the Laxmi engine is a Foundation-designed outcome assurance device designed to guarantee the best possible result of certain experiments, operations, or missions. The device consists of three interconnected main components, which are Laxen-1, main holding chamber. Laxen-1 is a localized near-zero variance environment in which SCP-7000 is held. To support SCP-7000, advanced life support systems are present within Laxen-1. The chamber is lined with modified hypersensitive Akiva-volatilic panels to absorb all discharged anomalous radiation emanating from SCP-7000 once powered on. This radiation is filtered and fed into Laxen-3. Laxen-2, quantum spectrograph. Laxen-2 is located between Laxen-1 and Laxen-3. Consists of converging conduits from Laxen-1 leading into the quantum spectrograph. By acting as a filter, only the radiation that results in a beneficial outcome is fed into Laxen-3. The unwanted radiation is fed out of the site via ventilation. Laxen-3 output chamber. After desired radiation is fed from Laxen-2, it is fed into Laxen-3, where actions can be taken with an altered quantum state. The chamber is similarly a near-zero variance environment and is lined with maybe reflective, panels, which serve multiple purposes. To retain all radiation within Laxen-3, prevent leakage, and allow the radiation only to affect the action taking place within the chamber and not the chamber itself. Addendum 7005, Activation Log. Result: failure to activate, reason power failure. Notes: 20 seconds before the activation, a site-wide electrical surge occurred due to a short circuit within the Site 44 West Wing breaker. The backup generators were activated, however the insufficient power prevented the test from proceeding. Activation was attempted again following the restoration of full power to the site. Attempt 2, failure to activate. Reason: destruction of crucial mechanisms. Notes: During a routine check prior to activation, technician Mark Baker slipped on a banana peel, causing him to pull multiple wires during his fall. This caused multiple power cables and interface mechanisms to be damaged, preventing activation. Activation was attempted again following repairs. Attempt 3, result failure to activate. Reason, severe water damage to multiple crucial mechanisms. Notes, prior to activation, a rainstorm occurred around Site 44. The change in biometric pressure and humidity along with the architecture of the room caused the perfect conditions within the testing chamber to form an indoor rain cloud. The sudden introduction of water damaged numerous systems and caused multiple short circuits, necessitating immediate repairs. Activation was attempted again, following repairs. Attempt 4, failure to activate. Reason, circuitry failure caused by excessive radiation. Notes, before activation, high levels of Akiva radiation were detected within Laxen 1. This resulted in the overloading of all radio-sensitive panels and circuitry within the device. It is noted that unusual brain activity was observed in SCP-7000 before the equipment shut down. This includes a spike in delta brainwaves, occipitotemporal waves, and increased activity in the frontal lobe, indicating a heightened stress level and dreaming. Refer to Addendum 7000.6 for elaboration and investigation into this event. Post-investigation, repairs were completed, and activation attempts continued as normal. 4 activations omitted. Refer to Addendum 7000.7 for the latest activation incident, 7000-B. Moving on. Addendum 7006, Incident 7000-A. Forward! The following is a transcript of SCP-7000's brainwaves interpreted in audiovisual format. This was achieved through anomalous technology, which allows for the analysis and recreation of neural stimuli via mapping of residual brain activity. Begin transcript. Environment appears to be a 2-room apartment, later confirmed to be based on SCP-7000's residence. The audio and video backgrounds seem to be slightly distorted. Whether this is due to the experimental nature of the anomalous technology or due to issues with SCP-7000's memory is unknown. The video is from the first-person perspective of SCP-7000, who is sitting at a table across from a woman with blonde hair, presumed to be Person of Interest 8338. The two appear to be eating a meal while talking. However, due to audio interference, the conversation cannot be heard. Person of Interest 8338 appears pleased with the discussion as she periodically laughs throughout the conversation. From the hand gestures and the applied laughter through the video shaking, it is inferred that SCP-7000 is also in a pleasant mood as well. SCP-7000 rubs his temples, and the video pans around the apartment living room. While the room is generally distorted, certain fixtures, such as the pictures hung on the wall, the couch, the ceiling fan, and the small electrical socket, are able to be clearly seen. SCP-7000 begins to point at the distortion and point at the clear objects within his vision. Mid-conversation, SCP-7000 looks down at his plate for the first time since the video began. Fettuccine Alfredo is observed. SCP-7000 gets up from his chair suddenly. Person of Interest 8338 appears behind him. Short pause. SCP-7000 grabs her hand and the video begins to blur and liquid drips from the video's perspective. Person of Interest 8338's grip tightens, but she retracts her hand shortly after.
Is Fettuccine Alfredo the lead from Ratatouille, the main guy, the main character? It was Linguini. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, interesting.
SCP-7000 appears surprised and looks up at her face. Her face is Memetic Hazard Redacted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. I'm interested. Lady Luck, luckily her face is something. Simultaneously, SCP-7000's comatose body experiences a hypnic jerk. The video feed becomes distorted and is black for several seconds. The setting changes to SCP-7000's bedroom, where he is lying in bed. He then sits up suddenly, appearing distressed. He looks to his left, and the same blonde woman is laying down next to him. He breathes heavily and looks down at his hands. SCP-7000 turns to Person of Interest 8338, who is asleep and facing away. SCP-7000 shifts her body to look at her face. As she turns around, the video again begins to distort. Truly it is same redactions. SCP-7000 falls through the floor. He continues to fall for several minutes. SCP-7000 lands on the street and appears unharmed. The video feed pans around the street where the environment is distorted in certain areas but clear in others. The street itself and the people walking past him are able to be seen clearly. However, the faces of said individuals and cars appear out of focus. SCP-7000 attempts to run back to his apartment, but trips and the video feed is shown to fall onto a pointed metal fence. SCP-7000 falls through the floor before his eye can collide with the fence. SCP-7000 lands on the same street and appears unharmed. He struggles to stand and looks around. SCP-7000 proceeds to walk slowly down the street for 44 seconds before looking upwards where construction workers are fixing something on the 3rd floor of a building. The construction workers accidentally drop an anvil onto SCP-7000 and he attempts to avoid it, but he is unsuccessful. SCP-7000 falls through the floor. SCP-7000 lands on the same street and appears unharmed. He looks at his surroundings again, noticing the same environment. After several minutes, he sits down on the side of the curb and observes the cars before looking down at the road. A loud crashing sound is heard off screen, and SCP-7000 looks up at the source of the noise. A large truck had burst a tire on the road, causing it to ram into a nearby traffic light. The force of the crash caused the front left wheel of the truck to come loose and fly directly towards SCP-7000. SCP-7000 makes no attempt to avoid the incoming object. He is hit and falls backward. SCP-7000 falls through the floor. SCP-7000 lands into a black abyss and appears unharmed. Person of interest 8338 appears in front of him with her back facing him. SCP-7000 attempts to reach his hand towards person of interest 8338, but she disappears. She reappears seconds later as a colossal entity that the video feed is unable to display properly or judge its true size. Her face once again, redacted, 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 redacted. Person of interest 8338. Hark and heed my words. SCP-7000 attempts to step backwards. Why do you pursue me, mortal? The audio is now perfectly clear and her voice reverberates. SCP-7000 falls over and attempts to crawl backwards and turn away from its face. He is heard hyperventilating. Leave me and never seek my presence again. SCP-7000 clutches his head and looks away from its face. He screams in pain. Please. SCP-7000 stiffens and slowly looks back at her. She weeps. He pauses for several seconds. He gets up and reaches out to her. SCP-7000 slips on a banana peel and the audio-visual display ends. Womp womp. Afterward. Following this incident, SCP-7000's brain activity returned to the expected activity of a comatose patient. It was noted that SCP-7000 events have been occurring in higher severity after this event, as power outages, unforeseen breakage of equipment, and containment breaches have increased by as high as 24%. The project was set to continue as it was theorized that the increased strength of the probability inversion and fluctuation field would increase the effectiveness of the Luxmy engine. Starting the engine would also hopefully contain SCP-7000's effects to the localized area of Laxen 1, where the rest of the site would not be affected. Addendum 7000.7, Incident 7000-B. Location, Luxmy Engine Control Room, personnel present. Dr. Adam O'Nishian. Safety Inspector Saxton T. Cummin. Forward. After the previous 7 failed attempts, the research and technical staff in charge of the Luxmy engine attempted to activate the device again. Following activation attempt 7, it was mandated by the site director to have a safety inspector present at all times to prevent accidents. The transcript follows the security footage of a discussion in the control room. Begin transcript. Who do you want, doctor or safety inspector?
Safety inspector sounds good.
All right. This is Dr. Nishin recording activation attempt number 9. Priming in 3, 2, 1. Machine is primed, but it does not activate. Fuck! Why is this so hard to do? You'd think we'd be able to at least turn the damn thing on before we'd run into problems, but no.
Jeez. Calm down. We'll just flip it. We'll flip the switch on again. Go ahead.
I know. I designed that switch.
Right. Whatever you say, man. You're not the one who had to travel to another continent because of some computer glitch.
Footnote, due to an unforeseen error, Safety Inspector Komen from Site-133 in Europe was called instead of a Safety Inspector from Site-33, which is the closest neighboring site to Site-44. Yeah, I really don't see why you're here either.
Excuse me?
Wait, no, that's not what I meant.
Sure.
Never mind. I'm just hoping it's not what I think it is.
What?
Well, considering SCP-7000's anomalous properties in relation to our current quantum state, we might be deadlocked without being able to proceed with our current task, and also considering we can't actually power up our Akiva Votolytic panels, I have a theory that...
Yeah, saying that again in English would be nice.
What? Did you not read the briefing papers I passed to the staff?
Well, first of all, I'm not technically your staff, and also my car decided to break down while parked on the site, so I was busy getting it fixed. I should also mention that sleeping here is hell, because my first night here, 2 false alarm there were two false fire alarms, so I didn't have much time to sleep, let alone read. Also, they were called Akiva Relective and not Akiva Voltaic, so that was confusing.
Well, earlier today I saw you reading through the notes. Did you get anything?
I tried, and most of it's unreadable.
What? How is that possible when it's not handwritten?
How do I say it? Every time I try to read it, it's like descending through a concentric spiral where each try gets more unrewarding and more boring until I reach the end. I just got lost in all the jargon and I keep flipping through the back and forth and the index page and the back until my thumb was numb.
The jargon is crucial for the paper and for understanding what you're actually fucking dealing with.
Oh, and another thing. Where did this weird dream technology come from? You take like 2 sentences to explain this groundbreaking technology that can see someone's past thoughts like a movie? What's next? A machine that translates dead people's memories in written prose?
Well, I don't have to explain and break down every bit of technology to you that's relevant, do I? So now I'm not being verbose enough?
Whatever. Maybe if this was some kind of sci-fi anime bullshit some nerd would get a kick out of, sure. But for all I care, I just gotta be here to make sure no one trips on another wire.
We got another bot. We're popular tonight.
Oh man. No kidding. We got plenty of people in the chat that can take care of it.
Yep. I hit it. Y'all report the beast. Well, if you can function just fine without reading all, then I don't see a reason why you're still complaining.
I'm complaining because it's hard to read, and apparently I'm, quote, too dumb to get it.
If that's what you think, then whatever. If you really want to ignore it, then be my guest. I'm not your fucking mom. It's not like some sci-fi anime bullshit is going to be the death of the Foundation. Dr. Nishin throws his hands in the air in frustration. Without looking, he accidentally hits Inspector Komen, who was standing up.
Motherfuck.
Inspector Komen slaps Dr. Nishin on the head. Dr. Nishin gets up and attempts to fight back. As both are inept fighters, no urgent medical attention was required. Absolute shithead, you... Oh! Recoils from being punched in the stomach. Fighting continues for 2 more minutes.
Fuck you. Have y'all tried turning the thing off and on again?
Oh my god, can you shut up? I'm trying to...
Wait, what?
Dr. Nishin and Inspector Komen stop fighting. Several seconds of silence. Dr. Nishin and Inspector Komen glance at one another. Dr. Nishin and Inspector Komen both turn to face SCP-7000, who is conscious and mobile. End transcript. Afterward. Both Dr. Nishin and Inspector Komen were taken for disciplinary review, while SCP-7000 was taken for questioning. It is noted that along with his safety report, Inspector Komen attached a 2,000-word analysis of Dr. Nilton's personal character. Footnote, this document was preserved for the aforementioned disciplinary review. End addendum, return to main document for after-incident interview log.
I see what you're doing, and I have comments. We'll get there, but I like it a parody. I like a good parody. Trust me.
Interview log. Audio log. September 20th, 2021. Interviewer Dr. Edward Poe. Subject SCP-7000. Forward. 2 days after Incident 7000-A, SCP-7000 was taken for questioning. It is noted that SCP-7000 was previously in a comatose state for 12 days. Despite this, the subject has fully recovered after 2 days of rest and proper nutrition. Dr. Poe was chosen for this interview, and he had conducted the initial recovery interview and served as the subject's therapist for an extended period of time. Begin log. Hello, Raymond. How are we feeling?
Hey, Doc, I'm all right. At least I think so.
You know, it's quite miraculous that you recovered from that coma, right?
I guess it was pretty lucky.
It's great to see you joking more. It's a sign of your personal progress.
I guess it is. You know, the talks we've been having have been real nice. All of them tests have been distracting me and letting me think about what's happening. You know, Doc, I had a weird dream a while ago.
Really? Do share your experience. I think it gives good feedback into what you're thinking. Footnote, Dr. Poe has already been briefed on Incident 7000-A.
Well, it's kind of strange. Okay, well, I saw her and she was there, but it wasn't really her, or it was? I really got no clue. At least I got to see her again, which was good. I think I start getting killed, but then I see her again and she tells me to go.
You sound a bit hazy on the details, but that's normal for dreams.
I recall seeing her a little sad, but I felt the real sad too.
I'm sorry to hear that, Raymond.
Hey, Doc. I still miss her.
That's completely normal. Before my role in the Foundation, I had a short stint in a regular therapy clinic. I met a lot of post-divorce patients during my time there. Messy relationships tend to leave a lot of baggage for a lot of people.
You think it wasn't meant to be, huh?
Well, I didn't say that. In fact, from your stories, it seems the relationship was going pretty well.
Huh. Yeah, I suppose so. You know, I've been thinking about why she left, and I'm not sure how I can get an answer. I don't really know what I'm doing here.
I suppose so too. Anyways, I should get back onto the questions and not take too much of your day.
Do you think she's still out there, Doc?
Oh, most likely. If she truly is Lady Luck, then those kind of deities live very long, and considering your unique anomalies, I suspect she's a deity of some kind.
So she's really out there.
Probably. Anyways, I have some questions for...
Doc?
Yes, Raymond?
Is it me? The reason she left, do you think it's me?
Of course not. From our conversations, you seem like a pleasant person to be around, and from the way you talk about POI, how you talk about her, tells me that you really do love her. There's really no way of knowing why, save for asking her yourself.
Ask her myself.
Can I share for a while, Raymond?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Before uni, I really like thinking about how people think, and helping people out with their issues and making them feel better just really appealed to me. But in my second semester, I was really in a terrible mindset and I almost quit part way. After that, I thought about the passion I had before I got into all the nitty-gritty of studying and remembered what I love to do and just push forward.
That's an interesting story, Doc.
The point I'm trying to make is that we here in the Foundation can help you if we just keep on the track we laid out. Well, once again I digress. I have a few more questions to ask you. SCP-7000 stands up and begins shaking Dr. Poe's hands.
Thank you so much, Doc. I mean it.
No worries. May I ask what this is about?
I'm gonna go find her.
Pardon?
The only way I'm gonna know for sure is if I go find her and ask.
Right, okay, Raymond, I need you to calm down and think about this.
Oh, don't worry. I've had a lot of time to think during all the tests and talks, Doc. It's like you said, I gotta remember what I love and push forward.
No, that's not what I mean, or the point of the story. How do you even know how to get out of the site? Multiple small meteorites suddenly collide with the site at that moment, causing multiple containment breaches and the destruction of the wall of the interrogation room.
I guess that's my cue to leave, Doc. Might see you again. Who knows? Here I come, Lucy.
SCP-7000 turns to leave through the destroyed wall. Raymond, wait! Dr. Poe slips on a banana peel. SCP-7000 walks out of the site. As security personnel were occupied handling other containment breaches, he was able to exit the site without issue. SCP-7000 looks at the sunset.
Hot damn. Now, wasn't this a random day? Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Aw, shucks.
Okay. So it's funny. I like the banana peel bits. They're good.
That last banana peel bit was I enjoyed that.
That was well placed for sure. Two things. One, if someone doesn't want to be with you, you don't pursue them and you don't continue to bother them. That's number one. Two, if you're doing an admonition parody, you don't use list pages. None of the admonition articles use list pages. In fact, they're all meant to be designed as one continuous story that you read on one page, okay? It's just a small nitpick. You could have done is take the admonition theme from one of the admonition articles and copy it in. Huh?
Yeah, I think this is I think the humor just didn't work for me. I feel like it was a little too cliche, played straight for a lot of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe it could be as good as like a 7000-J, but even then, it's like, I don't know. It kind of teeters that line, and I've told other authors this before. But if you're gonna write like a funny main lister, you got to make sure not to lean too far into the J aspects. And if you're gonna make a cool or kind of serious dash J, you can't lean too far into the serious aspects, or else you lean in, like you kind of end up in the middle, and it's neither one nor the other. And it kind of suffers from that a little bit, but it does lean more towards like the like absurd main lister. The core premise is funny. So
This one
tough.
is a no vote for me. It's not like bad enough for me to downvote it, but I'm not a fan overall. It's kind of, it's exactly what it says on the tin. It doesn't surprise me. I didn't feel anything from the conversations. The character work was not, the dialogue was not like hitting me the right way, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Specifically the testing log, the table, that reminds me of like one of my J's, SCP in a box -J. It has the same sort of absurd kind of funny testing log. People get a kick out of that, but I would recommend you know, in the future, just thinking about it, like, you know, if you wanted to make it a funny article like this, you have to definitely lean more towards making it a -J, or just kind of scale back the ridiculousness of it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, well, that's 9 o'clock, and we're doing this tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I think we've reached the end. What are we?
Yeah, absolutely.
What is tomorrow? We're looking at starting off with something wicked this way comes by a random day.
I see okay. He told me to look at the next next author, because the last line being a random day. I get it.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean. That's funny.
Yeah. Did you plan for that? I don't know. I thought was that just a meaningful coincidence? Luck, you could say.
It would have to be, because who knows what order we're going to post articles in unless JTKC was in on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could have, I guess. Who knows? Yeah.
All right, remember the 3 reasons we are here this evening. Number 1, the Dr. Cimmerian hit by a tree fund.
Absolutely. And we need money for flamethrowers. We need money for hauling the debris out of his state. All of Alabama is going to be tree free by the end of this thing, hopefully, with your help.
And they will scream the entire time.
Yep, they will. I've heard it.
Following that, go to the links in the description to donate to that. After we get off the stream, you go to the links in the description to find the Give Games announcement for SCP Infohazard in VR. We are building hype for that. You can go see our statement, including some lines from yours truly about the game and our ideas to make it happen. And we are celebrating the drop of Billith's album.
Woo! Yep, absolutely. SCP OST Volume 1 Sokuhi. It's a great deal of effort for me to make, so please listen to it at the very least. And then let me know your thoughts. PM me, whatever. I don't care. Just tell me what you think, and I will appreciate it. I will know that someone listened to it. That'll be great. It's free, but all proceeds go right to Cimmerian as well. Minus the cut that Bandcamp takes. Go.
And with that, we have reached the end of the evening. We are going to continue this tomorrow. And
Super chats.
Say again?
Super chats.
Oh, we got 2 super chats. We got the Uwu from Shadow of 1471. And we've got Ahern IT from the Site 42's tech department asking, what the hell, why would you do that seriously, to Shadow of 1471. So the super chats are just talking to each other.
Perfect. Yeah, worth a shot.
Lovely. How many articles have we read real quick before we sign off? I just want to check.
Yes. This is, yeah, because we only got through, what, 3, 4 this time? 8, 9, that first 10, one taking 2.5 hours.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Killbalm is 20. Killbam is 20. So that brings us here. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. We're through 35, having covered 4 tonight.
We got through 21 the first time with that 12-hour stream.
I think we hit a couple short ones, and I think that like gave us false confidence.
Yeah. Come on, I'm looking for some horse joke ones. You seen horse joke? Like, let's get some one paragraph 7K entries, please.
Dive for your sins, man. Dive for your sins. All right, everybody. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed the readings. Make sure you go upvote all those articles that you liked. Vote appropriately. Go to the links in the description to support Billith and I and Dr. Cimmerian. And we will see you all at the next anomalous broadcast from Site 42.
Good night.
Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with.